Hey.
Hey,
How you doing, Gutter? Good to see you.
good to see you. I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I feel like someone's watching me.
Me too.
There's always somebody
But
watching me.
I know it'd be nice if they liked me touching myself or something, but I
I
don't
know,
feel like
right?
that's what they're watching me for.
I know. I keep checking Pornhub and I still ain't on it. So strictly research purposes. Strictly research. Hi guys.
Yeah.
Good to see you. It is once again Tuesday night, March 7th. 2023 on a Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 5 p.m. Pacific, and everywhere in between. We're coast to coast around the world at the Y&G Pub, and you're here to drink with us, and we're going to have conversations because that's what we do.
We're also on Discord.
Oh, hey.
Minus Yank. Yank is not
Yes,
on Discord.
that's right. No,
Yank
and
would
we'll
like
never
to
be.
be on Discord, but he is afraid he can't figure out how to work it. And so
That's right.
he's not going to bother with trying because he
I'm
would
a
just
pussy.
rather fail than actually try to get on. However, now that he knows that there are t-shirts with designs out, it's going to be hard for him not to go there and look because I mean that is where the design of the t-shirts that Bobby has so graciously made up for us. And flat-chested female is the first one to buy one. So,
And she also won the booby prize because she was the first one to comment tonight. So she's like batting 1,000, guys. You guys are way behind the power curve. Yeah, no, I'm still not going to Discord. I don't care. You can't make me.
yeah, he doesn't care. However,
Nope.
when I said, he goes, well, how do you know what it was so funny. The conversation went like this. He had just said, I'm not going on fucking Discord. I'm not doing it. And then I said, we start talking about the t-shirts and what Bobby was doing. And he's like, dude, he's doing all this for nothing. And you know how his brain thinks. And I'm like, don't worry about, we've already talked about this and da 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 da. Anyways, so then I said, oh shit, flat-chested female just bought one. And he's like, bought what? And I said, a t-shirt. And he's like, what the fuck do you mean? There's already a design? I'm like, oh yeah. He's like, well, how did she see it? And I said, oh, on Discord. And he's like, oh fuck. So, dude, we just
Yeah, no, it went more like, how did she do that? And you went, Discord. And I went, fuck you.
So you guys, I'm trying. I'm really trying.
Just the way she said it too was like, Discord, you dumb son of a bitch. She got me good. She got me good. Yeah. I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I had to give you proper props for the way you set me up like that. It was perfect. It was perfect. I actually had it was about this much of a twinge of curiosity. Maybe I should. No.
It's okay.
And I pinched my nipple really hard, and that ended that.
That's right. I think he pinched the head of something else, but
well, I'm doing that now because I'm not wearing any pants. My name is Joe Biden, and I don't wear any pants.
By the way, where are my pants?
Exactly. Jill, where are my pants? God, that guy, unbelievable, falling up steps again. Did you hear him say the doctors took his top of his head off a couple times to search if he had a brain?
Yeah.
It was like an attempt to be funny, and I get the joke, but because he's such a codger, it comes out terrible. He has no
it
timing
really a
whatsoever.
joke, or did they really? I mean, he was trying to put it as a joke, but what were they really doing? I mean,
well, when he had an aneurysm, he's had 2 aneurysms in the past, so they did have to go into his brain, but they didn't take the top of his head off, obviously. And he couldn't think of the word aneurysm while he was describing why he had surgery on his head or whatever. And so that's why he said they took the top of my head off looking for a brain. So I get the joke, we miss words and you kind of ad lib as you go, but he's just not with it enough to be funny, man. It's bad.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
To say the
I
least.
feel bad for I know you don't. I feel bad for the old guy. Just the old guy part of it. That's all.
Well,
Not
so
him
I feel
personally.
bad. I've always said I feel bad for the old guy. It's just the problem is there's I know him before he was the old guy. So
Mhm.
and what a piece of shit he was. So
Right.
there, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yep. Yep. I do. I do. So I have not said hello to everybody. I've just kind of
okay,
been putting that shit on the screen. Like that's like saying hi to you
putting
guys.
that shit on the screen.
Putting
Blunt man.
their shit on the screen is what I meant to
Oh,
say.
blunt man, your shit's on the screen, just so
There
you
you
know.
go, you nugget.
Yank said your shit's on the screen. He just put it up there. So you know.
That's me saying hi to you. And that goes for I just want to let this known that if I'm in a chat, another chat on a different live stream and you guys are in there too, and I go hi everybody, that includes everybody. I'm not gonna
I-
one hi that one, hi this one, hi that one. I can't do it, guys. I'm sorry.
Well, I
I'm not
will
paying attention
sometimes,
that much.
but if I miss you, I do usually say hi, everybody, in case there's somebody I miss. So if I did, I do try to hit everybody, unlike my counterpart who just told you that he's just going to say hi, everybody, because he ain't going to hit all of you because he just doesn't. Actually, he does
I'm
have
not
a
a
good
social
reason,
butterfly.
and that is well, and I think that if your eyeballs was able to pick that shit up a little easier, I think it'd be
Yeah,
completely different. But
yeah.
when you're struggling to try to see what the fuck something says, it can make something really unfun. Um, if you have to keep squinting and looking and dealing, trying to figure out what somebody's saying. So
Very, very much
I
so.
totally
Thank you,
get it.
Gutter. I didn't. Yeah, I mean, I don't like to put my weaknesses out there like that, but yeah, that's definitely a big problem. Like Saturday nights when we do all kind of go to Rick's thing and do his live, I would have to watch that on my big screen,
Mhm.
and I keep the phone going on the side of me just so
Right.
that when he says something and I want to comment, I can do that. I can comment real quick, but I am not
Mhm.
reading
Right.
the comment sections other than what pops up on the big screen because
Yeah.
I just can't do it. Doing this even on the whatever size this screen is,
Mhm.
10 by 8 or whatever it is brutal. I walk
Yeah.
out of here with a headache every Tuesday night. So
Yeah.
it is what it
And
is.
I mean, I struggle kind of with it. Like I'll have to kind of get closer. You guys will see me do the whole fucking, and that's because I do struggle, but not nearly. I mean, mine's just because I need to go back and get my LASIK surgery again and get that done. But that's not like what you're trying to fucking deal with. Yours is like trying to see through mud.
A cheesecloth is I always say it's like a cheesecloth. It's crazy. But yeah,
That would
yeah. So
drive me in fucking sane. Like never being able to clear it would drive me in fucking sane.
yeah, the mornings are tough. I do a lot of rubbing my eye, like trying to get it to focus and work, and it just doesn't. So
That would frustrate the fuck out of me.
yeah, it is. It's annoying.
All right, so we will start by saying flat-chested female, I believe, won the booby prize today. Did she not? She was the
She
first one
did.
on. Okay.
She did.
Because all I see here, it starts with Wasp. Not all
Oh,
I see here. It starts with Miss Wasp. So glad to see that you are feeling better in here all the time again. You
absolutely.
did have us worried, so we're glad that you are obviously starting to feel a little bit better that you can be on lives. So, um, so howdy wasp, and then of course, flat chested female. Not only the one that won the booby prize again today, which means she should have like 17 boobies hanging around her chest, but um, she also got the first
My dream girl.
T-shirt. I just seen
Okay.
it on Discord. That she was the first one to buy our t-shirt. I'm so excited. That is awesome.
It kind of is cool, man. Like Bobby, we got a T-shirt because Bobby wanted to do it. I think that's
Because he
freaking
put,
cool,
I
man.
mean, dude, that's a lot of energy and a lot of shit that, I mean, especially if you or I tried to do that, it's not like the typical person going and doing it. But I'm sure still, even for somebody that is somewhat techie and has a clue like Bobby, I'm sure it's still not, something where you push a couple buttons. There's a little more to
Yeah,
it.
and having a job, the whole 9 yards, a life, and
Yeah.
everything, just to devote that kind of time. He's going to be bummed when we take all the money.
No wonder he never gets laid anymore.
I don't know if he does or he doesn't. I hope he does anyway. Hi, Ashley. Good to see you. Keep going through the names.
I think he whines a lot. No, I don't think he does. I don't know how he could have time. How the fuck could you have time? I mean, dude.
I don't know. He streams like after we're done. He streams at 1 a.m, gets up at 4, goes to work. I mean, the guy doesn't sleep, apparently.
Yeah, unless he's got a desk job, girl. Exactly.
I got a desk.
So anyways, Bobby was the next one after flat-chested female. And Bobby, I just can't even tell yet how much you rock. I mean, everything that you do, and I mean, you're always doing it for us. You just blow me away, dude. You have no idea. You make me almost want to bawl. Don't do that, because you guys don't want to see that kind of fucking ugly cry shit. So, and Justine.
We definitely don't want to see your balls. Oh, ball.
Well,
oh, cry. Yes. No. Right. Yeah. No.
You might want to see my balls.
No, definitely not. I have my own
balls,
things.
They're okay. They're just up here.
Oh, then yes.
Justine, she said she wasn't able to be here tonight, but she hoped we have a fantastic time at the bar and that she will watch the replay tomorrow. Thank you, darling, and we hope you have an awesome evening. And thank you for coming and checking in. And Sherry is here to hang out with us and support us, but also to rub in our face where she's headed. And that woman is headed to Amsterdam and Paris. And she should take me with her. Because
yeah, if I was only smaller, I'd fit in suitcases.
There's potatoes out there. And sorry, got a question. So anyways, Sherry, you better take lots of pictures, and you should do a live, and we'll all come on there and check out your live. That would be so cool. I wonder if you could do that. That would be super fun. If you do it, we'll come and visit.
Live from France.
Yes, wouldn't that be
from
cool?
Amsterdam, man.
Right. And she could go to the red light district and show us, like, isn't there chicks like dancing in windows and shit?
Yes, there are.
Yeah. Like, they're fucking banana split or whatever.
Yeah.
So yay for you, Sherry. I want to live vicariously through you, because I ain't leaving the fucking country. So that ain't happening. I might have to go to Canada, though, to get to Alaska to see one of our best buds. But otherwise, and plus, Alaska's a really cool state to hang out in. But otherwise, I don't want to leave the country. Not right now. Too many people dying out there in other countries. Like, if you're American, they're killing your ass.
Yep.
So just be safe and have fun, Jerry. And you're going with your daughter, so make sure you're safe. Both safe.
Absolutely.
Anyways. And Corn Pop, he's here hanging with us.
Corn
trolling. He's trolling Tim out of love. He said he's got to run because he's got to go troll Tim out of love.
No. Ooh. Sounds like they got something special going.
Yes. Well, his name is Corn Pop.
He is a bad dude.
Anne's here. Howdy, Anne.
Hi, Anne.
I am my lady. and the Sugar Britches. I love saying her name.
I just
She's here.
I love her picture and I love Sugar Britches. I want to meet her in real life. I bet you she's a funny shit.
No doubt in my mind.
Yeah. I mean, you got to be just to have that name, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear the story of how she got that name. Did she pick it, or was someone give it to her because she wore hot pants or something? Or you know what I mean? Like, how do you get Sugar Britches? First of all, Sugar Britches is a pretty dated term by now. You know what I mean? Like, that's something that was said 50 years ago. Sugar Britches. They don't say that anymore. Or
It's
60
kind of like
years
sweet
ago.
pea.
It's like
Like
what?
when you say sweet pea.
Yeah, exactly.
That sarcasticness.
Yeah.
Sugar Britches.
Yeah. Sugar tits.
Sweet pea. Yeah, sugar
Yeah.
tits. Sugar Britches. Sweet pea.
So I want to
Darling.
hear the story behind that sometime. She has to come on and explain herself sometime.
I always wonder if their names are given to them like that. Like,
Mine was. Mine was. I didn't pick it. That's people called me that.
Well, I picked it after I was called it for, I don't know.
Yes. Well, yeah, yours got picked for you. Yep. That's the only way to do it. People that pick their own.
Well,
you know what
I
mean?
Sometimes you got to, just so that you're different than saying your name. Or sometimes you just have balls as big as watermelon, like Missy, and you say, fuck it, my name's Missy. How you like me now?
There you go. How do you like
she's
me
here
now?
She is
Nice.
here.
Hi, Missy. Good to see you. Missy and I follow each other. She was the first one to follow me on Twitter. So she's my one and only follower. But there's nothing to follow me on Twitter for.
Account. I may have
you
a
think
Twitter
you
account,
do?
but I think I might have did. I think I like whatever I don't know. I think I deactivated it or whatever a long time ago, but I'm not sure. Kind of like TikTok.
Yeah, I
I
never.
still have a TikTok account. Whoops.
I have, like you said, the inactive Facebook thing that I can't use anymore. I have an Instagram. I could probably figure out the password to that again, but I was never really big on that. I have a Snapchat. I've never done anything on the Snapchat, and I have the Twitter, and I have never posted anything except I did. I broke my cherry, but I deleted the tweet. Rick posted something regarding what he's going to be talking about this Saturday on his show coming up, the Flat Earth stuff. And I was like, oh, you got me going now. Okay, blah, blah, blah. He posted something as a tweet and I responded to it. So, but then I was like, you know what? I don't want anything out there on me on Twitter. So I just deleted it. And so I don't think he even saw it, but Missy did. And as soon as I did it, she friended me, or whatever you call it, followed me, whatever, tweeted at me.
Blunt Man's here.
Blunt Man.
Blunt Man.
Good to see ya.
Funnier and shit. And Mick.
Yo, Mick.
Look at them puppies.
Mick.
Yo, Mickey. Oh. Wrong.
You're a 200-pound Italian tank. Because chicken chasing's how we used to make it in the old days. What?
Mishka.
Nice.
I love her name too.
Yeah, it's a pretty name. Mishka. Sounds Russian.
Oh, and look at her little puppy.
Nice.
She's in love with her little puppy. Who else? I'm trying to get to the bottom.
I don't know. David S. is in here.
Kaylin. Is that how you say her name? I always fuck it up, I swear. I think it's Kaylin.
It was Kaylin. Ashley's here. Did we say hello to Ashley?
No.
I don't know.
I'm still scrolling. There we go. Ash. And you're going from the bottom, aren't you?
I
Just like
don't
a
know. I'm
man.
just poking. I'm just
Chief smoke a lot?
always.
Howdy, Chief.
Oh, hey, Chief.
And David, you're right.
Hoopa runs
David.
the boat, Chief.
Howdy.
Hoopa drives the boat, Chief. Or should I say, the deep state runs the boat, Chief. $10 for anybody who can figure out what I'm talking about there, what movie that's from. Of course, it's $10 you'll never see, but
but you can dream about it.
yeah, you just go, I was
know,
right.
My
I was
mom
right.
always said it's better. My mom always said, "Oh, it's better they owe it to you than screw you out of it." So just keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
If they owe it to you, then they didn't screw you out of it.
That's
They
right.
just owe it. It's kind of like how she'd look at it. All right, I think we got all of our buddies. All the
I think we
ones,
did.
all 16 that count.
Missy says, people don't call me names with exclamation points. She said she was like, what, 5'10"? Did she say she was like 5'10"? My God, that's a tall woman. That's a tall drink of water.
That's what my mama would have said. That's a tall drink of water.
That's right. Mishka, I believe my Twitter is Redneck, I believe. And this is why I won't go on Discord. I have too many things already. So
oh my God, Yank, I'm telling you. Go ahead, Marvin. Rip off your nose to spite your own motherfucking face. Go ahead, do that.
That's
that
right.
works for you.
That's right.
God damn, man.
That's right. 6 foot 2, 20 pound Serbian. Mick.
It's okay.
Who's Mick's
you
a 6
can
foot?
Miss what you want to miss.
Foot.
It's okay.
Mm-hmm. I know it is because you'll fill me in.
Stubborn. Oh no, you're not. Oh no, you remember you ain't seen no fucking details of any of the stuff or none of the memes that's been made up about you. None of them. They're all right on here. I can see them, and they are so fucking funny.
Okay.
I'm telling you, most of them. If you read them, I'm fairly certain you would piss your pants from laughing so hard, Yank. I'm not kidding you. They're so your sense of humor.
I'm sure they are. I am sure they are.
Stubborn,
yes, and you
word
win.
used to describe Yank being a crotchety old fart and refusing to join Discord.
Who made that one? Did Black Sheepdog? Is he in here?
No.
Did he make that one?
Blunt Man made that one.
Oh, Blunt Man got jokes.
Oh yeah, it's even an adjective, just so you know. And I mean, this is like literally it's the definition of stubborn. Like, oh wait, is there a? Oh, I wish that microphone thing worked. Damn, make it work, Blunt. How do you make it work? That's funnier than shit. I'm telling you. You would fucking die laughing. You would be, I mean, you, I don't care what kind of news you watched, you would go to bed crying, laughing in your sleep, most likely. Like, pretty soon, Marvin's like, dude, can you, like, I don't know, not laugh quite so loud? I'm like, honey, you got to hear this one. And then pretty soon he's over there dying laughing, going, I got to go to fucking bed. Shut up. Quit telling me that shit. Because it's funny shit. I'm telling you, it's hilarious. And you know why? Because there's no control. There's no censorship. I'm not shitting you, man. You post what you fucking want to post. There is no assumptions. It's just like you don't have to assume anything. They fucking blatantly put it right on the screen.
Yep. Yeah, I know you guys are pretty got some pretty good imaginations and some pretty good senses of humor, so I don't doubt they're funny.
Anyways,
it's cool.
It's okay. It's okay though. You know, I mean, you'll get to see the designs eventually. I mean, They're just right there. Oh, that
They're
one.
just right there.
Right.
Little do you
Anyways,
guys
okay.
know, no matter what she says, she tells me everything and shows me everything anyway. So,
He's so full of shit. I'm not showing him any of this. I
why are
give
you
a fuck
lying
what
like
he
that? You don't need to lie. Just tell them the truth.
See?
We're a partnership. You never backdoor me like that. That's not your style. You know you show me. It's fine. But don't let them know. It's fine.
He's not seeing these, dude. I'm not letting him see none of these. He is shit out of luck.
Man, sure. Sure.
Bobby's like, Gutter, you better not.
Would you like me to describe it for you?
Yes, do it.
No.
See that right there tells you he's a fucking liar.
No, that just tells I don't do what people tell me to do. No. No,
Oh
I'm
my
stubborn.
God.
Remember? I'm stubborn.
Oh.
I'm an old codger. Or whatever it was.
Oh my God. Did you get the sweats too?
Who?
Flat chested female.
Why'd she get the sweats?
She got the sweats. That also.
Oh,
are ours.
sweatpants?
Yeah.
Let me know when you get the undies, because the thong is going to be impressive.
Oh, Bobby
Gutter's going to be on the back. Yank is going to be on the front.
Read this, Yank.
Oh shit, I can't. It has a dildo and Yank's face on it. That's why I'd sold immediately. Oh, hey. Well, as long as I'm facing the right way. It's okay.
If Yank's face is what he gets, Yank's face what she gets off to, then right on.
I don't blame her.
Well,
you wouldn't be the first. Like, let's put it that way.
Me.
Oh,
Look what Flacker said.
Oh, Jesus. Flypaper's in here too? Like somebody's watching me. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, I see. No sweats yet, but she wants them. They are cute.
Oh. Missy says, wait a minute, where this is the YNG merch at? And don't say Discord.
It's in Discord.
It's in Discord.
Oh, I see. And do say I see. Got it. Sorry.
Say what?
Say Discord.
Discord.
Well, I think it will be other places later. It's just right now until he figures shit out.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, in case you guys were probably wondering, if you looked in the description box, Gutter put an accordion, and also went in accordance with the song at the beginning of the show. What did you put, Gutter, for our?
I don't know. They'll tell me. Just a minute. I'll find it.
Oh God, let me look, because I can't remember either. See how impressive we are. So impressive.
Did you hear that?
Gotta use two different
Did you hear
things.
that? He called me God. He called me God.
God.
You did. You said, "Oh God."
I did. Out loud too.
You did. I fucking heard it.
No.
And I'm here.
God.
Okay. So I called it. Is weird shit going on, or are we just paranoid? Because
there you go.
weird
Right.
shit's going on.
See, weird shit is going on. Weird shit went on all day today, man, with the internet with me.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty wacko. I got up this morning, I had my cup of coffee, and I was, watching fucking TV, the local news, see what the day was going to bring. And I picked up my phone, I turned it on, and I saw that I had no internet connection. Well, we just got done signing a contract for one thing with them, re-upping a contract, and we got preferred status, membership or whatever, diamond something. And so I'm like, what the fuck already? It's starting. So of course it's too early in the morning to try to call Comcast. I waited a little while till business hours, and I think it was 9:30 or something, and still didn't have cable. I mean, still didn't have internet. So I picked up the house phone and I dialed the number for Comcast. Oh, dig this too. I dialed the number, and the phone number for Comcast was 1-800, 934 6489. And they make it on the bill lighter. It's not in black print on white paper. It's like blue. So I couldn't see it that good, again, with my eyeballs. So I dialed one number off on the last four numbers. Instead of 6489, I dialed 8489. And I get a woman on the phone that says her name. I forget what it was. And, she had a bit of an attitude. But I explained to her what the problem was. Like I was talking to Comcast. And she was like, oh, okay. But if we got to send a technician out to your house, that costs money. So if you sign up for $89 a year, that saves you like $30 off your bill every month or something like that. And I'm like, what? Yeah, she's like, and they'll come in and they'll look at all your wires and make sure everything is working right. And I'm like, wait a minute. No, I said, I just need you guys to punch up my shit on your computer and look up what it is. She's like, yeah, I know. Okay, but we can't do that here. You must have dialed a different department by accident, and we'll give me your credit card number, was basically what she was fishing for. So I got upset and I was like, all right, bye. And I just hung up the phone. I didn't give her my credit card number. So first of all, what is the crazy odds that I dialed one number off from Comcast and I got another company that talks about TV, cable, and things inside your house to have a technician come out? So I don't know if it's a scam thing that they went one number off and figured old people or blind people like me are going to dial the wrong number and they're just making money, because it didn't sound like a legit company when I was talking to her. So that was one thing. So I wait on now I've realized I dialed the wrong number. I dialed the correct number for Comcast, and I'm on the phone on hold for an hour and a half. And I finally get them on the phone. And on the recording, it says, because you got to yell like 700 times, I want to speak to somebody, I want to speak to somebody, I want to speak to somebody, because all it is robot shit. I told them, I mentioned what the problem was, and then I hear things from the person who finally does get on the phone that some people, and that's all they said, some people are not able to see when you go to turn on your Wi-Fi from a mobile device wirelessly to hook up to your Wi-Fi. Some people cannot see their Wi-Fi network. And that's what was my problem. So she didn't tell me, and she couldn't tell me, and she wouldn't tell me whether it was in my area, whether it was in my city, whether it was in the state or the fucking country. So they sent me a text on the phone that said they were aware it was a problem and they're going to be working on it as soon as possible. I said, okay, fine. I hung up the phone. About 1 o'clock, I get another text saying that it's fixed. It was fixed for about 20 minutes and then it went out again. But the idea that some people cannot access the internet kind of threw me for a little bit of a loop. It kind of creeped me out, man. Is it, and Gutter and I were talking about this earlier, is it things we say? Is it the things we talk about on the internet that maybe someone's paying attention now? Maybe we're being targeted. I don't know, but it was very fucking weird, the answers that I was getting from the cable people. Gutter, you want to tell your story about what you think it also goes on with you? With your sister?
It's with my cousin. She lives in Washington, but every week on Friday, she travels to our hometown, and then on Sunday she travels back to Washington, and it's a 3-hour drive. And for years we've talked, and we know the spots in that 3 hours where we're either going, like, there's certain spots that your car call would get dropped, and then there's certain spots where it'll become real glitchy, and then there's spots where you just get no service at all. And so we know all these spots, we have them memorized. So when she gets close to the spot, I mean, we know it so well. Like, I can say, okay, you should be about at such and such spot. We're probably going to drop the call. Or she'll say to me, hey, the next 2 corners, I'm going to lose you. And it was sure shit, the call will drop. But over the last 6 months or so, maybe a little longer, well, it was actually a little longer that we noticed things started to change. So probably about the last year, we noticed things are changing quite a bit, as in, the calls would get dropped more. Now they get dropped so much, and weird shit happens. Like, she'll get these voicemails of, she has Verizon, but she'll get a call or get a message from another company saying, this is such and such cellular, and your call cannot be completed, or we can call this cellular company and we will finish the call for you for a charge. And so shit like that. And we've never had that kind of problem before. And one of the things that we notice is, depending on what we're talking about, the calls will drop a lot more, and they'll get a lot glitchier depending on what we are actually talking about. If we don't stop talking about certain things, it will drop the call. But it'll start out by kind of glitching, and then pretty soon it's dropping the call. I mean, and she's driving across the prairie with fucking, there should be no reason for the call to be dropped. And this has been going on, I mean, really bad for the last 6 months, really bad. So it's just, I mean, and each time it seems to get worse and worse and worse. So, and I notice it with other people. Like, if we start, my mother-in-law, if I call her and we talk about certain shit, it'll get glitchy. I mean, she's on her wireless right there at her house. And in fact, usually I call her from her hard line. So I'm the only one on a cell phone, and you would think that it wouldn't be an issue, but it'll get real glitchy and sometimes drop the call. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. See,
So just weird shit like that.
Yeah. Yep. And I mean, they are paying attention to, I mean, let's just look at January 6th, right? That thing that happened that they said was a big deal. It's not a big deal, but they sure are paying attention to everybody that was involved in it, or he was even there, or even had a cell phone there. They geo-tracked everybody, geo-fenced everybody. If you even, God forbid, were at the rally, but then went home back to your hotel room, they still came and talked to you, or you're likely to have had the FBI come and talk to you. So, look, I don't know. I just know that normally, when I call Comcast and there's an outage, I can at least get a reason that there was a problem. And one of the things in the text message that I got was that they had a problem with their software. So did they get hacked? And if they did, who hacked? And why would I come up? You know what I mean? I don't know. Yes, paranoia is a bitch. Whoever said that, it's true.
I know.
But you never know. You never know. So that's why we're doing this, Yeah. I mean, with your dropping calls and getting glitchy and things at places that it didn't used to, that's odd. That's odd.
Well, and I didn't used to cut out like this. My kid, when I first started doing lives, it didn't cut out like this.
Right.
So, and there's no reason that it should. My wireless modem, my whatever that fuck that thing is. Okay, it's right. I mean, like I can touch it. It's right here. That close. And I'm hardlined in. So,
You're tickling me. Stop.
dude, I just seen that. The other day, me and my grandson did that for probably half the day. Both of us just get the chills. That Marvin calls it somebody's drag. What the fuck does he say? Dragging a rabbit's foot over your grave. What the fuck? He says something about it. I can't remember what it is that he says, but he's got some saying about a rabbit's foot in a grave or some shit. I don't know.
Huh. Never heard
Somebody
of it.
probably knows on here. But
Interesting.
anyways.
Why, Johnny Ringo, you look like somebody just walked over your grave. Fight's not with you, Holiday. Oh, I beg to differ, sir. We started a fight we never got to finish, remember? Play for blood? I was just joshing. I wasn't. Come on, that's the greatest thing in the movie Tombstone, man.
The only movie that I know that well is Moana.
Is Moana?
Moana.
I don't know that one.
It's a Disney animated movie. And
Oh, is that the one with the big guy with the curly hair that's the Rock?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. He's
It's cute.
yeah, his name is Maui. Yeah.
Yeah, that
My
was a cute
grandson,
movie.
oh my God, he loves that movie. And he can, like, when the singing parts come on now, he hums through 'em. You hear him humming. So he's like, he's figuring out how to sing the whole thing. Yeah, it's pretty funny. And he's got his favorite parts. Like, my favorite part is the snail, where they go down in the ocean and they find the snail who's got Maui's stick. Yeah. Or
Yes.
his hook. I love that snail. At the very end, when he's on his back and they're swimming away, and he's like, "But did you like the song?" I fucking love that dude. He cracks me.
I can't quote the movie. I saw it once. I like
Oh
Disney
my
movies. I do. I think they're pretty cool, man. I'll
I
never
can-
forget the first time I watched The Lion King when that came out. I was babysitting my niece and nephew, and they were like, "Lion King, Lion." I'm like, "All right, whatever, put it in." And I mean, I sat there like this. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Mhm.
And when the father died, there, shit, you know, Mufasa, no.
All of them are good. Like even
Oh, yeah.
Bambi and Little
Yeah, yeah.
Mermaid and all those little. I love those ones. Now,
Yeah.
some of that newer shit that they have, no, they can keep that shit. But
Yeah.
all the, like, even the ones that were made when my kids were little, I love them. Like, and I love like Lady and the Tramp
Oh,
and
that was a good one. Yeah.
101 Dalmatians, and fuck, I could go on forever. And I
How
have
about
them
All
all.
Dogs Go
in-
to Heaven? Did you ever see that one?
All Dogs Go to Heaven. We have everything in VHS and most everything in DVD. And we've tried to get rid of some of them because, I mean, we don't even have a VHS player that'll work anymore.
Mm.
So we've been trying to get rid of all of them because we'll be pissed
Right.
later when we don't have, when that's all we do have. We'll find an old one and, all this other
Yep.
shit won't work no more.
Yep.
Let's see. It looks like Hal's here. Howdy, Hal.
Nice. What's up, Hal? Hello, Dave. I'm sorry I can't do that, Dave.
He said sound production on Lion King was top notch. My daughter is a huge song buff. She loves to sing. Like, that's I think why my grandson loves the music so much, because my daughter sang to him through almost all that. I mean, through that movie, she sings every song to him. And so if like when I'm watching him and a song will come on, he'll turn and look at me like, "Are you going to sing, Grandma?" Well, I don't know the words quite as well as she does. And so I'm looking at him like, probably not, dude. And he's like, he knows, man. He wants you to sing the song. So yeah, and Lion King was a really good one. That was, in fact, my daughter don't like to watch the ones that don't have the good soundtracks.
Bobby's yelling, no more musicals. Does that mean he doesn't like musicals or he wants more musicals and they don't make them anymore?
Oh, Kayla loves them.
What's that? A spoon of sugar helps the medicine go down.
That's Mary
Is
Poppins.
that Mary Poppins? Yeah.
One of my faves.
Yeah. Flubber was a good. I remember when I was a kid, I used to love Herbie the Love Bug.
Loved it. Loved that one.
Buddy Hackett, he was a riot. Yeah. Shit. Man, we're really taking a trip down memory lane now. Weird.
No doubt.
Maybe this one will get monetized if we keep talking about the right stuff.
Yeah, right.
So, I don't know if he's in. He haven't seen him. Excuse me. So I don't know. I tend to have this habit of making YouTubers make videos about things I comment in their sections. I made SC make a whole video and show how much money he makes.
That's one of my daughter's favorites, Hal. Zootopia. Sorry. He worked on that one.
Oh, nice. Zootopia. I don't think I've seen it. Some of them I don't catch all of them, obviously.
Bobby said he hates musicals. He's over musicals. Missy hates musicals. Well, fuck all you musical haters.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I'm an influencer, man. I influence YouTubers, man. I make them do things. I have powers in my comments.
You wait. He's going to be an influencee pretty soon.
Yeah. I made Rick make a whole video yelling at me. And I made SE divulge his financials. Crazy, man. Better hope you guys don't start a channel.
Listen
I'll
to
have
what
you
Fly
taking
Crew
off your
said.
clothes and shit. Huh?
He said, Fly Crew said, Gutter, they dropped 3G. That could be it. 4G and 5G doesn't punch through things as good. A little less tinfoil possible reason. Oh, fuck.
That's true.
So should I use tinfoil?
That's true. Hey, who said that? Okay. All right, David S. Just so you know, I was a Shirley Temple type. I had a crush on Shirley Temple when I was a little boy. No, I had a crush on her when I was a little kid. I thought she was so cute with those curls and stuff. No Rocky Horror Picture Show. I hated that thing. I hated Rocky Horror. That was trans shit, right? That was Tim Curry. Tim Curry played the transvestite who also played in the movie Legend. Remember that with Tom Cruise and the unicorns? Mm-hmm. Tim Curry was the devil. That fucking awesome devil with the big horns. That was also Tim Curry. He's a fantastic actor, but man, I don't know about this drag shit. I don't like the transvestite stuff. I didn't like anything about Rocky Horror Picture at all.
Flat-chested female said, which Mountain and Fox and the Hound were my favorite? I loved Fox and the Hound.
Yeah.
I'm a hound dog.
I don't know, was it a Disney picture? I liked The Secret of Nim. That was pretty funny too.
Oh, I don't know.
Not funny, but it was good. God, I'm fucking going off on all these movies.
Like to be judged by Ronald McDonald.
I what? I liked what?
He's also secretively a
I got touched
boy.
Ronald McDonald, yeah. I like the Burger King guy better than Ronald McDonald. I got 2 guns, 1 for each of you.
Homeward Bound. I loved Homeward Bound, Bobby. That one will make you bawl. Homeward
Bound. That's the one with the 2 dogs, right? And one of them
dogs
gets
and the cat, Sassy.
Oh, yeah. What's the movie that was the 2 dogs trying to get home? Was it Milo and something?
Oh, Milo and Otis was the cat and the dog, but the 2 dogs were homeward bound and they had the cat, Sassy. But the 2 main dogs was Shadow and What the fuck was the pit's name?
I don't know.
Chance.
I just
Chance. I just gave you a chance. Chance.
then maybe it wasn't that movie, but I know there was a movie made with dogs, and they something. I think the little pug dog or something like that. There was a bear, and the bear supposedly beat up the dog. It actually killed the dog in the movie. Making the movie, it actually killed the dog, and they don't tell you that, but it actually killed the dog.
I do remember a bear scene, but I can't remember if it was Milo and Otis or if it was Homeward Bound.
Ah, they call him Flipper, Flipper, faster
All
than
dogs go to heaven.
lightning. All
All
dogs go to
dogs go to
heaven.
heaven, make you cry like
Yeah,
nobody's
man.
business.
Yeah, that was voiced by Burt Reynolds and Dom DeLuise.
Mm-hmm.
Flipper, the series. Yep, used to watch that too.
Movies aren't what they used to be, Bobby.
They certainly aren't.
Homeward Bound was based on a true story. It was, Fletcher. I believe it was. You're right.
Wow.
Those dogs went, and that cat, they went a long fucking ways. I mean, a long ways.
It's funny. You still see stories about dogs doing crazy shit like that, like getting lost somewhere or getting picked up and they find their way back home from fucking across the country kind of shit. It's nuts.
Remember Free Willy? Keiko?
I do, but I really didn't watch
we moved down here when he was at the coast. And so we got to go see him at the Underwater Sea Garden, not Underwater Sea Gardens, but the I can't remember what the name of it is. The Aquatic Center, anyways, in Newport.
No shit.
Yeah, and then they moved him to fucking Iceland or Greenland or wherever, and to promptly be ate by whatever. He died out there anyway.
No, really?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Oh man.
Part of that movie was made in Astoria.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Do you know what I just heard tonight from Portland? In Portland, they are Walmart's pulling out of Portland because of all the shoplifting and robbery and shit like that. They're pulling out. They're closing the stores.
I don't blame them. I'd fucking pull out of Portland too. Fuck.
I'd pull out of any woman named Portland. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's amazing what you might clamp onto it if you stay in it. So.
Yep. Thought that was pretty wild.
You'll come out with a bone and no meat.
Yeah. Wow.
Fucking piranhas in there.
Not good. Not good.
That shit will eat you.
Come on.
Okay. So I'm very curious as to like if you feel like super weird shit's going on. I don't know if you got in the middle of this whole just because of how we talked to you last week. So I'm curious of what you think. Like, if you think weird shit, like, I don't know. Like, I would have never imagined that I would be even considering half the shit I've considered. Like, it's kind of like why I don't necessarily believe the earth is flat, because I don't. But I understand why Rick is like, well, I think we need to listen. We don't need to believe. We need to listen and be open-minded enough to listen to what the guy, what kind of proof he has. Show us what you got. And openly really listen, not just go, okay, sure. Yeah, right. You fucking idiot. So I kind of get it, because I don't know about you, but 20 years ago, if they'd have said, you're going to be questioning whether we went to the moon or not in 20 years, I would have went, oh, bullshit, I am not. What the hell's wrong with you? Well, guess what?
There it is, right?
And I mean, who would have really thought that we would be thinking about AI or CGI or any of that? Who would have thought that
Yep.
we would be in this situation that we're, I mean, like really, I remember, my mom and stepdad looking at me and going, "Oh, geez, don't it, they're just talking bullshit. Don't believe in any of that." Well,
Mm. I have come to the conclusion regarding the flat Earth thing, because I went down a serious rabbit hole years ago when it kind of first really got rolling. And I listened to both sides, and I did my best to understand everybody's arguments. And some of the stuff, especially from the people that are round Earth people, scientists and things like that, they would say things that sounded very convincing. And then they would use science and math and things like that that I did not understand to bolster their side of the argument. So I didn't have the same experience listening to them. I kind of felt stupid. And the best that I could come up with, because if I don't understand what they're saying, I can't say I believe them or don't believe them. So I found an equal number to believe and disbelieve both sides. So I say that it's entirely possible that either one is possible at this point. And I know I hate riding the fence on stuff, but I can't say either way. I have no objective proof. I do know that certain things, my senses I am not spinning 1,000 miles an hour, going 50,000 miles an hour around the sun, moving 500,000 miles an hour through the galaxy. I don't perceive any of that. And people then go, "Yeah, but that's because you're so small and the Earth's so big." Well, none of that makes fucking really that much sense. I've never seen water bend, but yet gravity is so strong that it holds all the oceans down. But a balloon with helium can float up. I get that helium is lighter than oxygen. I get
so you do
buoyancy, and
question it.
I do question it. I've seen enough things with the flat Earth that's like, they just make you go like, huh. Even the thing with like Hal and I briefly touched on it last week, and I said there was a guy in a canal in a boat, and he went down like 12 miles in this canal, and a guy set up a transit, which is basically a telescope with an X in it, and they were both X amount of feet above the water, the guy in the boat and where the transit thing was, and 12 miles away, the guy was still in the center. Nobody had to move anything. So in other words, it was flat. And Hal said, "Well, that's where the curve starts." And it's like, no, because the curve is something like 8 inches per mile squared or something like that. There's a math formula to it, and that turns out not to be correct. There's just a lot of shit that doesn't make sense. It's like, you should not have been able to see that guy at 12 miles exactly in the same level as he was when he was right next to you. He should have been down a little bit at the very least.
You would think.
You would think. Exactly. You would think. Exactly. So when
I mean,
scientists
if we're going to use common sense and not just some fucking bunch of stupid ass science nowadays they want to seem to use, because
I mean, they're telling us that men can be women, right? And women can be men. That's what they're telling. That's science, right? What the fuck?
Well, and it's kind of like when they say, well, you can't cross the road because their light has not changed, for the walk sign hasn't changed, but there's no cars coming. You see for fucking miles that nobody's coming, but you can't cross the road because the light says you can't, even though common sense tells you that you would be fine crossing the road. Nobody's coming. So do you wait like the 20 minutes for the light to change because maybe it's a really long light, but there's nobody coming either way? You wait till it says walk.
Right.
Wait till it shows you that lady walking.
I don't know. And I'm perfectly fine with being like, I don't know. I don't have to pick a side, right? I can be, I don't know. I think the stupid people are the ones who go, I know, because there's things that can be said for either way that, could shoot holes in your argument. And then you're like standing there holding the bag. Hal wants to come
Well, I
on.
think once it's been proven to you, then it's been proven to you. But
I guess it all that
Hal's
you take
here.
for proof, because like you said, if they're gonna, I see him. If you're gonna take science word for it, cool. But you have to understand the science that's being explained to you, because they could do the whole wooga wooga shit to you and you won't know what the hell they're talking about. And they'll go, science, there you go, it's settled. And it's like, I don't get it,
Right.
I don't get it, but I do get flat.
Here's why I have a problem with the science now, because we have things like Common Core math.
Yeah. Doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. I mean, I never seen watching my granddaughter try to figure out some of the shit that they're trying to teach them nowadays. Oh my God. These kids are going to be in the fucking funny farms and hug me jackets and fucking rubber rooms here before too long, because that would just drive me insane when they're telling you what I mean, they want you to go through this whole fucking process and maybe you'll come to the same number that is the number. And it's something as simple as, adding 7 different numbers together. No, we want you to do it like this.
Right.
We want you to add this number with this number, but don't add it to this number. And no, don't add both those numbers together. And fuck off.
Yep.
Anyway,
no, I
Hal's
agree.
here.
I agree. Okay. You want to put him on?
Howdy.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Good evening.
What's up, Hal? How you doing, brother?
All right.
Good to hear from you. What's going on?
Well, just listening. But
well, you can't come on the show and just listen. You got to come on the show and talk.
We want
all
your
right.
brain.
Let me. I think I can give examples that most people's done it and will know what I'm saying here. Anybody ever been to Santa Monica? Been out on the pier?
I have not. No.
Okay. Catalina Island is 20 miles out. You can stand on the pier and see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe Bobby's from New York. He can go up to Center Island, and he can look across Long Island Sound and see Stamford 15 miles away.
Mm-hmm. I've been to Cancun and I could see Venezuela.
Okay.
So when does the curve start?
It starts way before that.
But it starts almost instantly, but it's not really measurable. I mean, I know what the tables say, but something magical works when you're going across water compared to across land. Okay.
Well, yeah. Well, land is topical, right?
I mean,
water's flat.
Even longer distances, you can stand at Sandy Hook and you can see all the way down to Montauk, 60 miles away.
Was Sandy Hook what? Was Sandy Hook where the school was?
Yeah. You can stand out on the beach there and you can look across the bay to the end of Long Island and you can see Montauk all the way down at the end. That's 60 miles away. Okay.
Okay.
You can go to San Diego by North Island at Point Loma. You can look down 20 miles away and you can see the Mexico border with your own eyes, with your bare eyes. Okay. You can stand in that same spot. You can look directly west and you can see what's the island out there? San Clemente. You can see San Clemente Island 80 miles out it needs to be a clear day, but you can see it with your bare eyes.
Okay.
But that makes me think then it is flat.
Like I said, something magical works over the water compared to the land.
Okay, the magical right there.
Water will flatten itself out, to where on land you have terrain that you can't just, you need to run a bulldozer across it.
Correct. Right. But there are places like Salt Flats. There are places like a couple.
Salt Flats is another good one. I mean, you can stand at one end and you can see as far as you you know, those cars that they run on there, you know, those, it takes them a long time to get up to speed, and they're going 10 miles down. You could watch them the whole time.
Yeah. And that's what's crazy, right? Because if you do the math, because they know the supposed circumference of the planet, they know what it is. So if you know how to do the correct math, which is like a pie, you got to cut out a pie slice at a 45-degree angle from the, let's say, North Pole south to the center of the circle, then east, let's say, and you can measure that curve and then transpose that out. And I think it's something like a half inch per mile squared. I don't know how the squared thing works, but I do know that at a certain distance, some things are supposed to be at great distances, let's say 50 miles. There's supposed to be, if something is 10 feet tall, you're not supposed to be able to see it, or 30 feet or 100 feet or, 500 feet. There's supposed to be, 800 feet of curve of the earth in the way.
Right.
So that's crazy.
By the Navy tables, 12 miles is something like 900 feet drop.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Because of the curvature of the earth. But like I said, once you're out in the ocean on a ship, the way the ocean look past waves or anything like that, say the sea is calm, something I don't know how to explain it, but I've seen it with my own eyes. I mean, I've stood on Point Loma.
Sure.
I can see, San Clemente Island, 80 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I mean, San Clemente Island is a big island, videos,
but yeah, it still should be. If you did the math, it's probably below a curvature on a round world. I've seen the videos where they will stand on a beach and they will say there's a boat out there, and you don't see any boat at all.
You know what?
You zoom in and there's a fucking boat. There's a big old fucking boat out there. You just got to zoom. Now the zoom doesn't go around the curve.
Right. It's still line of sight. But right now it is 6:13 in San Diego. There's a YouTube site 24/7 called San Diego Webcams. I watch it all the time because I was stationed at NAS North Island. I watch all the ships all the time, but they have a rotating camera that goes out. Even from that camera, someone can go on that site right now and look, and they can see the Mexican border and they can see San Clemente Island from that camera.
Interesting. I mean, to me, there would be very easy ways to prove like it's flat, things, right?
What?
Right.
I didn't hear both of you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gutter.
Well, to me, it just seems like then it kind of proves more that it's flat than it's round. I mean, because the magical theory, come on, Hal.
I guess I just don't know how to explain it, but because the water does flatten
you're
out
substituting a word.
All right. Now,
right. You're
think about this
a word
too.
To describe something can't.
You can go to government websites, well, if you want to trust them, but you can watch live camera feeds from the space shuttle going around
from
the Earth.
Yeah, I've seen those. To me, there should be easy ways to prove this, right? Like a laser beam, and I'm not talking destructive laser beam, even just a leveling laser beam, like for pipe work. When you do underground pipe, you should be. What if you put that on? Let's say you put that on relatively Kansas. Let's say, okay, that's flat. And you put it on a tower 50 feet and you put a target 50 feet up, fucking 200 miles away, whatever, the other side of Kansas. If that fucking laser beam at 50 feet on a tower hits a tower 200 miles away on the target at 50 feet in the air, the world is flat.
No, it just means that you've turned the laser to meet its target.
No. Well, you shouldn't have to if one is 50 feet and the other is 50 feet off the ground and they're 200 miles away. A laser beam goes in a straight line. So if there is a curve on the planet, then that laser beam is going to go mile or whatever the distance is above the target of 50 feet. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? If they're both 50 feet away but 200 miles and you were able to measure it, okay, we're on dot at a foot away, we're on target at a foot away, and now I move it 200 miles away. If I still hit that fucking thing, then the world's flat. I'm sorry. I hate to burst everybody's bubble. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that'd be an easy way to prove that it was.
I think it's round.
So,
okay.
But, you know, like I said,
guys...
I can say things that I've actually seen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've stood on Santa Monica Pier and I can see Catalina. I've stood on Point Loma and I can see those things.
How?
So how do you account for it?
I can't. That's why I said it's just I don't know how it's working, but somehow the ocean flattens out. You know, I mean, eventually, you know, you do have a horizon. I mean that happens.
Well, the horizon, from what flat earthers say, is just the vanishing point of the limit of your vision.
You can't go out, stand at like Boston Harbor and see England, because that's way past. Even if you did have a telescope or something, they could see that far.
And they would say, because I've heard that argument, and they would say that the reason you can't, even with a telescope, is because there is all kinds of particulate matter and all kinds of things that are going to obstruct your vision that far out, even if you're using increased optics to see that far. You won't be able to. That's kind of like the same thing. Like we can't see 200 miles into space real good. You know what I mean? From the ground.
Well, that's atmosphere.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So when you're looking, if you're trying to see England from Boston Harbor, you can't see it because of the atmosphere. The shit that's in the air. Go ahead.
The first. I don't know what the first part of our atmosphere. The second part is the stratosphere. I don't know what the one is we're in, but that starts 8 miles up.
Okay.
Remember when I was telling you, how when I was on the Wisconsin and how the 16-inch guns work? The only reason that it's limited to a 22-mile range is because that thing has to go 8 miles up to go 22 miles. They don't make it go up more than 8 miles because it leaves the atmosphere.
Trying to think when I was a kid, what did they, there was troposphere, ionosphere, mesosphere. I can't remember exactly.
Troposphere.
Yeah, I can't remember what they were, and then
but
which
the stratosphere
ones were which.
Is the next one up, and it starts at 8 miles.
Okay.
And same thing with with those balloons. It was up more than 8 miles. It was in those things were in the stratosphere, and that's why they had to send F-22s, because the planes didn't actually leave the atmosphere, or our part. They didn't go up into the stratosphere. They fired from below. They fired up into it.
Yeah, that was the operational limits of those particular fighter aircraft.
There was a lot of people saying, why didn't you just put some rounds through it and let it come down slowly? That's because they couldn't get to it. The range of the guns, even from an A-10 can't go that high, but the big cannon on an A-10, it couldn't have got up that far.
Well, I mean, look, the bottom line is on this whole topic, I just don't know. And I'm perfectly fine with saying I don't know, because I don't know a lot of shit. The problem is that people get mad when you say you don't know, because you're now, even though you're saying you don't know, you're questioning what they believe, and they don't like that, especially something as ingrained as
Santa Claus.
That's right. It's almost the same thing.
That's
Yeah,
why
you-
I'm saying I'm telling you things that I've actually seen with my own eyes.
which begged the question regarding it being flat, but yet you say you're a believer that it's round,
Right.
which is kind of a weird position to take. No,
I'm going more
'Cause you
from
have
the
these-
fact of like what the footage you can see from the space shuttle and other things like that. I mean, I've been on an airplane too.
yeah, and if you
People
tell
have-
me you've seen
people
the
have
curvature
flown-
of the Earth on an airplane, I'm going to say no, you didn't, because you can't see
you
the
really
curvature
can't.
of the airplane at 36,000 feet. It's not high enough.
Right, because
You
yeah,
see a curve. You see a curve because of the shape of the window in an airplane.
even in a plane, when you look down, it looks flat. But
Yeah, but I'm saying if you look
you
at the
just-
horizon,
if you were at the but if you were at the that's going to be line of sight, and you're going to see the edge of the horizon. But if you kept going, that horizon is going to change the farther you go. You're going to go from water to land, mountains or what have you. As you go in, eventually you're going to hit water again. But you're
Well,
not going
yeah.
in a circle. You're going straight, and you're going around the circumference of it. You're not like hanging a left the whole time like a racetrack.
No, but you know what else you're not doing? You're also not pushing down on the nose of the plane as you fly along. You're not constantly pushing down to keep the nose down so that you don't fly off into space off the edge of a ball.
Neither do
Pilots don't
satellites.
do that, and they're using a compass.
Actually, they
and
do
the-
kind of. Hey,
But they have to
Yeah.
make a. They have to.
I've flown an airplane before, and there is a sense of you have to keep fucking. It doesn't just. You don't just get a foot. You have to keep. You have to keep either it can go up or it can go down. I mean, it doesn't necessarily just fly across the.
Well,
so I
yeah,
don't know.
but
if that makes
doesn't
a
that have
difference.
to do with high and low pressure areas and wind changes and things like that? You have to make adjustments.
Gravity affects it too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Let's say
probably.
gravity's a part of it as well. I'm just saying that if you put on autopilot on an airliner, let's say, they still use a mechanical gyroscopic compass. It's a mechanical thing that spins. So
That's going to keep your
I've
direction
heard-
going straight. You're talking about altitude.
and also level and also level. So if they had to use that, then that would mean that if they clicked on the thing and took their hands off the wheel, level would keep them in a straight line horizontally, and they would eventually keep, as they go around the ball, keep climbing higher and higher off the ground. But they don't do that.
No, altitude
some
would
reason.
change.
What's that?
Altitude,
the altitude.
would change.
Correct.
So
the
it's
altitude
going to
would
make up
change.
for altitude.
I guess.
So
I'm
what
not
we
sure.
need is a fucking spaceship.
Well, see, that's what everybody says, right? When they talk about this stuff, they're like, I've never seen the round ball. Have you seen the round? Okay, we all need to get up on a fucking spaceship
That's
and
right.
go see the round
We're
ball.
ready. That's right. Can't we all just pitch in and rent one? I mean, come
Well,
on.
if we
Hey, they
Jeff
got one
Bezos,
going
apparently
like
we
once
can.
a
We can get
fucking
up.
week. Like once
it.
a
From
week,
now on-
man. They're shooting one out of Florida. We ought to be
That's
able
right.
to hitch a ride on one of those sons. of
Florida's
bitches.
another one. You can stand on the beach, on the main land, and you can look out onto the little island section at the Cape, 10 miles away, and you can see the
Hmm.
rocket.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean,
That's what she said. Oh, sorry.
I find it fascinating. I find both sides of the argument fascinating. I find science fascinating as well when they start to describe why things are the way they are, but they get a little hokey, right? Like some people will say, there's a famous picture that was taken where you could see the skyline of Chicago across whatever Great Lake that is. And
Michigan.
they say that according to the curvature math, you should not be able to see the skyline. The entire thing, of not just the tops of the buildings, but like the edge, the whole city. And scientists come on, or weathermen come on and go, yeah, well, that's because, warm air above cold air, and it kind of distorts things, and it gives, and it's like, I've never seen that either. I've never seen an experiment to prove that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, are they just making shit up sometimes to make an explanation for it? I don't know. But I find it fascinating the things that they do say. You know, heat and cold inversions, heat domes, and all this stuff can play tricks with light. And light does tend to change and bend depending on the medium that it's going through and the temperature and things like that. So it's possible, I guess. I don't know, but it's interesting. I don't know.
That question on the screen there.
What's
I
that?
don't.
Yeah, see, that was one thing that they don't say. Yeah. I've heard the argument for it.
It's called the Coriolis effect, and on paper, it is, you know, on paper it's for across, you know, it's called the Navy tables. They have it for everything, but the Earth does curve, you know, but the shots that I'm making are typically less than 1,000 yards.
Right.
And that number, that curvature, that number is so small, you throw it out, it doesn't matter. See, once you're the barrel of your gun is on a parallel with the scope, so it doesn't really matter what the curvature is. They're both straight. They're going to meet, but they're both straight.
Right.
Okay. There's a formula for figuring that out between your distance and your height of your target, and that formula doesn't include the Coriolis effect because it doesn't matter. So what you do is you use, like I said before, you need to learn how to use your scope. What the dots in there and the crosshairs are mil dots. Okay, what you do is you size up your target in mil dots.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and but my top number is always 2,000. It's the height of your target in yards or meters. It don't matter. Even those couple inches difference between meters or yards, it doesn't matter. The number's so small, you throw it out. And then you take that number, which would be 2, average person 6 foot, you know, or even if I'll explain that this part later, but you multiply that by the 1,000, and then you divide it by the height of your target in mil dots. Okay, so if you see somebody in your scope and you've sighted them out at like 4 mil dots tall, 2,000 divided by 4, your target's 500 meters away. And then that's when you get in your scope. If you're like mine are usually zeroed for 500. I use the center crosshair, but if they were farther away, then I'd just go down however many crosshairs I needed to. But nowhere in that equation is a makeup for the Coriolis effect. And that's what that's what all long range shooters use.
Okay, hold on because 1 second, Hal.
I see what you're saying.
No, time out. The Coriolis effect does not have to do with the curvature of the Earth. It has to do with snipers having to take into consideration the spin of the Earth, because that includes on far shots, on extremely far shots, really, the travel time of the bullet from whence you let that bullet go to the target. If the Earth is spinning, the time that bullet is in flight, the person where, even if they were standing still because of the spin of the Earth, will no longer be where that bullet was aimed at, because they will have moved with the spin of the Earth. That's what this whole taking into consideration the super long shot Coriolis stuff. And I'm not even sure Coriolis is the correct term for what I'm talking about there. But I do know that the spin of the Earth is what a lot of them are talking about taking into consideration, not the curve.
That's a different effect. Okay.
Okay.
The Coriolis is the curvature. What you're talking about, it can affect in 3 different ways. Okay. Say you're at the equator, and the rotation or the spin of the Earth will have 3 different effects. Whether you're shooting north or south, it's gonna go to the left or the right.
It's gonna move the target. Correct.
Okay, but if you're shooting directly into this to like west, directly into the spin, then it's not going to
It's coming
change
forward. Right.
because it's going directly at them. Same thing with the other way where it's coming towards you. So that's the difference between the two.
Okay.
Because it that would take into consideration the direction that you're shooting, but at 1,000 yards that don't matter.
Right. Yeah, no, that's what I said. Extremely long shots, because you got to have bullet travel time that actually matters, not, a quarter second or whatever it is. I mean, if you're talking a 3
Flight
second
time
launch,
at 1,000 yards is about 8 seconds. Okay. Flight time at 3 miles is 23 seconds.
Okay, that's a big difference, right? If the Earth's spinning 1,000 miles an hour, supposedly, that person is long out of fucking where they were, where you placed the bullet to begin with. You know
the
what
only
I mean?
time I've ever seen anything ever taken into consideration for the Coriolis effect was the big guns on a battleship. Because it goes 22 miles, and then you don't the computer, the analog computer, that it's called a rangefinder, and it doesn't shoot at the target. It shoots at where the target will be when the round gets there. Okay. And then it takes into consideration, there's on a battleship, there's 3 gun turrets. Each turret has 3 guns in it, and each gun has, it's called a stable vertical. And what it does, each gun has 3 gyros that spin to get yaw, pitch, and roll. So if the bow of the ship went up, the gun's going to go down. So on the gun itself, there's 3 anti-torquing motors that move the gun as fast as the boat moves. So it always stays on target. But like I said, you don't shoot at your target. Okay. You shoot at where it's going to be when it gets there. Now, there's a different formula and a different setup when you're shooting at a land-based target, because now your ship is the only one moving. When you're in a fight on the ocean between ships, both of them are moving.
Right. That makes sense. Yep. I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to prove one way or the other. If anything,
I really don't care one way or the other what people think. I mean, I got my own opinion.
No joke.
Yeah. And I think that's the best way to be. But I want to know the truth. I'd like to come to consensus on the truth, and I just haven't seen enough to prove me one way or the other, and I'm stuck on the fence on it. I mean, I see people making fun of me here. I see not Wasp. I see Fly Crew talking shit, and it's someone asked if I believe in whether we landed on the moon. I'm on the fence on that one too.
Hey, everybody!
I don't think so.
None of us believe that the Earth is flat. If you notice, Yank has a tendency to play devil's advocate. So the only way to find out as many answers as possible is for somebody to play the devil's advocate, because ain't nobody going to come on here and do that to figure things out. So that's kind of the whole reason. I don't believe that Yank thinks
Did everybody see that picture that I think it was Rick put up with the flat Earth and then the dome under it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Why doesn't it always look like that? Why is it that, say, if you're in a space shuttle and you're taking a picture of Antarctica, why doesn't it look like that? Why are you
show me a picture of Antarctica? Show me a picture of Antarctica.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you were watching like the feed from the space shuttle as it's moving, Antarctica was at like the edge of that flat disc or whatever you want to call it.
Maybe some of it.
Or real simple.
I've never seen
where's the edge? Where's the edge?
Ahead.
I want to go there. I want to look over it.
Show me
where the edge is.
Try to. They say it's Antarctica.
Would be one of the biggest things.
They say
so
it's
I can
Antarctica.
Go stand in Antarctica and I can look over the side and look down.
No one says that there's an edge. What the flat earthers actually say is that there is an edge, like, okay, all our oceans are held in by a circular ice wall. Okay, that's what they say. It's if you we
Okay,
have
I
to
never
also
heard
get
that.
off the we also have to get off the idea of when you say round means ball, because round can also mean look like a pizza, right?
Or a
So
CD.
flat Earth is yeah,
Right.
or a CD. So let's picture round being a circle. There's an ice ridge around it. The water is
A half
held
a
in by
sphere.
that.
Half a sphere
No,
is what that
well,
picture
could
looked
be.
like.
It could be. I don't know.
You
I
took a
don't know what's
baseball
on the
and cut it in
bottom
half?
underneath it. I have no
Oh, I
idea
was
what's
going
on.
by what that picture looked like.
Oh, with a dome.
yeah,
I don't know what the
it looked
dome
like a
is.
baseball cut in half.
Yeah. I don't know what the dome is as far as that's concerned. But the land, the terrestrial part that we see, along with the oceans, is encompassed by an ice wall. What is on the other side of that could just be a continuation of more land. I don't know. That's what some flat earthers tend to believe based on reports that were given by Admiral Byrd back in the 1950s when he did Operation, I believe it was High Jump, where they where the U.S. government sent a whole bunch of ships and shit. I mean, a whole bunch down to explore Antarctica. And he came back and he did an interview. You can find it on YouTube. Where
You know
he
what
says
amazes
there
me?
is.
I gotta stop. And this
Yeah.
can be a little bit off, but
Go ahead.
I see all the people in the chat like going, even Bobby, like, or it could be a fucking hot dog. Okay. So I get what you guys are saying, but do you remember when I got my ass chewed over Rick's guest that he had, the fucking nice man with the towel on his head that was mad at me and kept calling me girl, okay? And how he kept saying that, he should be able to marry a 12-year-old and la 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 la, and how, Rick was playing the devil's advocate, not that he agrees with marrying 12 years old, but I was very frustrated with it. And how come all you motherfuckers in the chat didn't jump their ass then like you are now? Well, some of you did.
I kept
I
quiet
didn't
on
see
it.
it, so I don't know.
It's not something that I would do. It's not something I believe in. But if that's what they do in their country, we're the youngest country in the world. They've been doing that for thousands of years. That's how their laws are. That's how their religion is. If that's how they want to do it, fine.
Oh boy, here we go.
I wouldn't do it, but
Are you fucking serious, pal?
This is just like, it's not
Hal,
our
she's going to
place.
cut your nuts off.
It's not our place to police other countries.
I agree.
If that's what they do, is fine. Where do you draw the line? Okay.
Where do you draw the line?
You got to be 21 to drink here. We're the only country, as far as I know, that you have to be 21. Everywhere else is 18.
So where's the line drawn? Your little girls as young as
the line
8
is
and
drawn
9
as
have
we don't
periods.
police other countries. Let them do their thing. Like I said, it's not something that I would do. It's not something I believe in, but that's what they do. That, I mean, you're talking to cutting into religion and that, and you don't want to get me started on religion because I don't believe in any of it.
No, I just have a really hard time with, it's like saying that, it's okay to beat dogs until they're good and tender and then you cook them up. I mean, how could anybody fucking think that that's okay or it's a good thing? I guess
this is the simplest way to put it. Is you were more pushing your belief off on him that goes against his beliefs. Okay, it's kind of like, think of that like religion, because this makes most people a hypocrite. See, I don't believe in any of it. But let me ask you this: do you believe what the terrorists are doing are wrong?
Well, depends on what you call a fucking terrorist first.
All right, the tallywhackers are I mean, they're doing this on religious beliefs, okay? And if you're religious and you're telling them that what they're doing is wrong, that makes you a hypocrite.
This ain't about fucking religion. This is about common sense.
I'm making an analogy here. So if you practice your freedom of religion, you don't really get to tell somebody else that theirs is wrong. Okay. Now I can say that because I don't believe in any of it. I mean, I think I'm smart enough to think for myself on what's right and wrong. But I have a big problem with all the religion, and that I think that's the biggest problem with all the
So-
countries in the world right now. But like I'm saying, he believes one thing, you believe another, and that's just where I saw it was.
So if you went to their country and you walk through the streets, and in their religion it's okay to force themselves on 8 and 9-year-olds, because not many are going to go, ooh la la, yeah, I want old grandpa taking me on, and you just sit there and watch it and you'd be okay with it, and then like your own person, like your moral compass would not fucking kick in? Are you serious?
Like I said, it's not something that I would do, and I'm not even saying I agree with it, but that's how it works in that country. Okay, that's their laws, and that's how their that's how their religion is.
I feel like
So-
that's what we've done for so long, is we've copped out and went for the, well, that's what they believe. Well, this is okay. Well, they all want to fucking cut their wieners off and now become women, or they want to fucking cut their kids' wieners off and become girls. But so this is what we've gotten to, because we've all went, well, it's what they believe. So I think I'm just trying to figure out where the line is, where we go, no, that ain't fucking okay. Like, this is the fucking moral compass here. Like, we don't go no further. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, where is that? Like, just
I think the
because
line
it's
is
their
it's not our place to go police other countries. I don't think we should be in Ukraine right now.
So, but okay,
Thank you.
again,
Amen.
if you walked
borrow a
by
religious word.
and this was something that was going on,
I would be a
Somebody
guest
being
in that
forced.
country. When you're a guest in another country, you go by their laws. Ask Brittany Griner.
Good point.
I don't know. I couldn't. I mean, there's no way I could stand.
You're
for
more
it. I
than
don't-
welcome to your
even if it's
opinion.
a religion.
I mean, I think you agree with me. It's not something you would do either. It's not something I would do. But over there, that's how it is. And
So
they've been
what if
doing it
that
for
was
thousands of
happening
years.
here?
We've only been here for a couple hundred,
So if that was happening, if you were here in this land and you seen it going on your own fucking home soil, how would you feel about that? Would you? I mean, because remember, it's their religion, it's their belief. How dare you try to control it?
I'm not sure how that would work with the freedom of religion. But let me say this though: if they were legally married in that country and they came here, our government has to accept that.
I don't
Makes sense
know.
to me.
I don't know. I think it's against the law here to marry 8-year-olds. So I think
It's
if you
against the law here, but it's not there. But if they were married over there, even if they had more than one wife, what if they were married to 2 kids and came over here on vacation or something? As long as they got, wedding certificate or whatever, our government has to accept that. I actually don't know what the difference because of the freedom of religion compared to laws. You can get married with a parent's signature or something at 16, 17,
16, 17,
something like
not
that,
8.
but why didn't we draw a line there and say it only had to be 18?
I don't know. I just think with the way the world is becoming, if we all don't find our moral compass and we don't go,
Okay, you just
shit
said
ain't
the way the
going on."
world's becoming and what's changing. All right, what about 1,000 years ago? They were doing that then. Or as far as that guy said. I mean, I'm going to take his word on that. I don't think he was lying.
Yeah, no, I don't either.
Well, again, I think it's a whole thing of us sitting back and taking shit that we should be standing up for. I don't understand.
You're willing to fly over there right now and start picketing and
I'm saying if it
protesting
was
and
in
stand up
my
for it?
face, I'm saying if it was in my face, if you think that I could walk down the street and see some man on having his way with an 8, 9, 10-year-old, you bet your sweet ass I'll probably go to jail. I'd probably go to jail for that. Because he ain't going to do it.
You're saying if that was here?
If it was here, in front of me, on my fucking home soil, I don't think I could stand and I can't. I would probably, that would probably
now,
be something
I'm not saying I disagree with you on what your belief is, but
Correct.
doing something about it, I think you'd be in the wrong because, like I said, laws here would protect them because they are legally married.
I think there's laws that says you can't fuck 8-year-olds.
That's true here. Yes. Let me ask a question. Since you know I'm playing devil's advocate here, Gutter, and I'm not taking sides, I'm just going to say, I am just going to say this regarding that whole thing, and I don't know what the age cutoff is one way or the other. I wasn't there for that conversation, but I do know it's underage for what we know of, right? What we generally believe in the West is acceptable. But I wonder this. I wonder if a young, okay, well, I'll go as low as a girl is taken under the protection of a good man, is that not a safe place for her? Do you understand what I'm saying? I realize the whole ick factor. I get that. I get it. What I'm saying is if a man takes another person's child and says, look, I'm going to protect this woman until she's a full woman, and the rest of her life, she is going to be my sole priority, and I'm going to make sure that she's okay. That's kind of a good thing, is it not?
I think that depends on what country you're in, because, you go to like Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, and that women are not citizens. They are not second-class citizens. They're property.
I understand that.
They don't get to go outside by themselves. They have to go until they're married. They live with their father.
And you know what else they don't do? Yep. You know what else they don't do? They also don't get into a whole bunch of fucking trouble.
Yeah,
like women in the West do.
If they go outside, they have to cover up completely. They can't go outside without the father or the eldest brother. But like I said, they're sold.
Fucking crazy. Mm-hmm. I look, I don't know, man. I don't know. This is a really touchy subject, and I've been just trying to listen to it. And Dan,
it's not our place.
And with you 90% of the time, Hal, on it. I'm with you 90%, Hal, in the sense it's not our place to tell another country what the fuck they should do.
And I'm absolutely against all of that. So there you go. And I'm not fucking bending on that shit.
I'm against marriage altogether. I don't believe in that either.
8, 9-year-old. Here,
well,
come on. Let's
I'm good for marriage. Just keep government out of it.
Rip him a new asshole too.
When you go to another country, you're a guest there.
Oh, what's up? What's up? First of all,
what's up?
My asshole is off limits.
Smile, motherfucker! I can't see you.
Oh no! In
what's
my
that?
religion, I get your asshole, Essie.
You cannot have my ass.
I'm fisting it, buddy.
Oh my God! Jesus Christ! She won't even use lubrication, man. She's rough.
That's right. I ain't even gonna spit on that sumbitch.
Oh my God! I'm coming from a wake, man, for one of my colleagues in corrections when I worked in corrections back in the day. And but it's good to listen to the Yankee Gut Show. I really like you guys. I think you guys need to be much, much, much bigger, and you're gonna get there. Definitely. Good, nice conversations. Whenever I pop in, the conversations are amazing. But I wanted to just give you some legal leads. No problem. I wanted to give you a little legal on it, since that is my expertise. At least I think it is. Sure. If you come to America, you have to abide by our laws. So if you come in and you've married, and I don't know the context of what you guys were talking about before I just popped in. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. If you come to America, I'm listening. Okay, so if you come to America and you've got an 8-year-old, If you come to America and you have an 8-year-old bride, you will be charged. The only way you could not be charged is if you have diplomatic immunity. So, but I do agree with what Hal is saying that you can't come here because we have strict laws on sexual abuse of children. And anybody who comes to America, you have to abide by their laws, just like when you go to a different
What do
country,
I
you have to
click on?
abide by
I
the
can't
laws.
hear him. I can only hear Yank and Gutter.
I don't know.
Okay, hold on, SC. Hal, I don't know why you can't. I don't know why you can't hear SC. He's coming through. I think Gutter can hear him as well.
Yeah, I can hear him.
It sounds rough, but what he's saying, what he said, Hal, was he said if you come to the United States from somewhere else and you have an 8-year-old bride, let's say, that's allowable in your country, and you try to pull that here, you can't. It's against the law here unless you have diplomatic immunity. Now, strategic. I have a question regarding that. How does our idea of a freedom of religion come into effect on that? And doesn't that seem that our laws are then are going against freedom of religion?
No, because the spirit of freedom of religion is your religion.
Shit, you're breaking up. Evan.
Law comes from church and state. So our morality that we agree to in America, that we're indoctrinated from birth, says that is an evil thing to do. But that's why I agree with Hal. In different countries, they're raised with a different set of morals. And although we may look at their morals and say, well, that's barbaric and that's terrible, we can't go around the world trying to change how people think. Sometimes they have to reach it on their own. Like
Agreed.
Europeans and Africans used to practice young brides. If you look at your history, depending on where you're from, your kings and queens were marrying 12, 13-year-olds. But the reason why we decided that 14, 15, 16, the reason why I say 14 is in some states in America, you can get married at 14 with your parents' permission, is that we realized that there was a high mortality rate when you got girls pregnant under the age of 14. So our morality evolved because of our science and our care for women's bodies. But in different countries, they have a different way of living. But if you come to America, you got an 8-year-old bride, you're not going to get charged just because we don't know that that's your bride. But if you're having sex with her and you get caught, you're going to jail. The only way that'll protect you is diplomatic immunity. We had a guy come with diplomatic status and raped 2 women in New York City like a year and a half ago, and he wasn't charged because he's a diplomat.
Unbelievable. Yeah, that diplomatic immunity thing needs to be looked at by those
Even if
that
they
make
have
the
a
rules.
marriage certificate.
Yeah, I guess apparently, according to SC, it's still a no-no.
Yo, you might even get, if by bringing your child bride in there, you might even get charged with sex trafficking.
Yeah, international trafficking probably. Yeah.
Yeah. We don't play that shit.
That's
If you're
crazy.
American citizen, this is a big one right here that a lot of Americans don't know, and they need to go to the State Department and read this for themselves. You are beholden to the laws, the federal laws of America, when you go abroad. So let's say you go to one of those countries where you can have sex, like the legal age to consent is 12 years old. Well, there's no state in America where the legal age of consent is 12 years old. If you have sex with a 12-year-old legally in that country, you can be charged as a pedophile in America if America finds out that you did it.
Wow. Don't go to Bangkok, guys.
Oh, yeah.
No shit. That's so we're beholden to we're beholden to basically uphold the United States standards no matter where we go.
No matter where you go. And that's why there are tons of international stings. Like most pedophiles that we're catching are not the guys that are in America, although like we catch them through like sharing the illicit videos and stuff. Most of the major stings happen in conjunction with America outside of the country. So we have like task forces in Bangkok, task forces in Mexico and Caribbean and all these hot spots where the sex tourists go. America's there with local authorities and they do they do joint investigations, and you could be charged in American courts if the host country agrees to allow you to be charged in America with the same crime that you was charged in that country. So we have an equivalent crime, which most countries have equivalent crimes. Murder is murder, rape is rape.
Reciprocity.
They can say, they can say, you know what? Why don't you prosecute them in America, and we're fine with that, and you get prosecuted in America.
Yep. Okay. It's too bad we didn't have a few of those officers for the sex crime stuff on Epstein Island then. What a shame.
Well, I mean, he had the whole government in his pocket, so
He sure did.
and possibly the Mossad too.
Yep. Absolutely. So I mean, that's a whole interesting thing, man. The child trafficking thing is just, it's horrid when you think about it. That's such a global. I mean, with the stuff that went on in Haiti, where all those kids went missing in Haiti was horrible.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Don't know, and it's a shame. You know, I mean, people feed on the blood of the young, either actually or proverbially. You know, and it's sad.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here, buddy. Somebody in your chat said, "Hope you're not driving strategic."
The same thing.
The car drives itself.
Sassy.
All right, man.
You know what I mean? Peace
I
out,
hear
guys.
you, man. All right, man. Thank you.
Thanks for coming or breathing hard.
I'm sorry you couldn't hear him, Hal. I don't know why you couldn't. That's odd.
I opened up another page on the YouTube side and I could hear him. But yeah, when he came on the StreamYard, when I couldn't hear him. But I see what he was saying too, because we did the same thing back in the late 80s, early 90s. When I was deployed to Colombia, I was assigned to DEA, and it didn't matter if they were Colombian or American. We could still arrest them and send them back here.
Interesting. Did you have any instances of that happening?
I was military, but the agents, yeah, there was quite a few.
I see. I've often wondered things like that, like when they did the El Chapo arrest, just for an instance there. Why are so many criminals from other countries seemingly expedited back to our country when they never actually stepped foot in our country and broke a law within our borders to the point where they actually did. You know what I mean? I realize he trafficked drugs across and all that kind of stuff, but like, why try him in the United States? I've never quite understood it. I do kind of now get a better idea about it based on what you and SE were just saying. But yeah, that was always a question that I had, was regarding some bad actor in another country. We kind of tend to like black bag them and drag them over here. It's kind of weird.
I can't talk about a couple of things that's classified.
Sure. Understand.
But
don't.
I mean, some people look at it like, you know, yeah, like you said, why are they bringing him here and charging him? Since he never left the country, he was down there. He never did anything. It was all his people that were doing it. But the thing is, even if what he's doing is illegal down there, and they're in bed with the government, you know. If they were to get locked up, it's going to be on their own terms. I mean, I'm not going to say the name.
Yeah,
I was there for it. And
I think I have an idea.
When he was locked up, door wasn't closed. He had his own people coming in and out.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
You know,
yeah. Did he build his own prison?
He built it.
Technically. Okay, yeah, I know who you're talking about.
The people loved him.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely they did.
He gave back to the people.
Yep. Yeah, he was a hero. He was a hero. Oh, that man did a lot of things, man. I mean, he took on the government of that country and basically won.
Yeah, he
for a time anyway. Yeah. Interesting. Far out. So you were part of that, huh? And never mind. Never mind.
Thursday, December 2nd, 1993, 10:39 a.m. I put 2 bullets in him.
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Wow.
So you saw him on
You can
the
delete
roof.
this after. And I put one in his
that's the
bodyguard.
problem. Oh, interesting. Oh, we know an international candle putter outer. Good for you. Good job, sir. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Interesting. Okay, that's enough of that. We won't talk about that anymore. What do we got for anything interesting in the chat going on there still?
I missed all of it.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I was not really paying attention at all. I thought Bobby said he was going to be coming on too. I guess he's not.
He
Fly
did,
Crew
but I
doesn't
think
like to
then
come on
SC
anymore.
I think SC came on, and so he was waiting until he got off, and then I
Oh,
don't know. Fly Crew, he just don't like us. He's
yeah,
already
I
made
know.
it really
You know
clear.
what it is? I don't call him no more. He don't call me. We got a rivalry going. I don't know what it is. He's just been too busy doing his thing to be my friend. He's not my friend anymore. It's all
Well, it
his
only
fault.
takes one hand, so I don't understand what the problem
I
is.
know, but he's got a sexy voice, and when he does, I like to listen to him talk.
I know, but it only takes him one hand to do his thing. So with the other one, he
Oh,
ought to be able to call you.
he should. I think he should. Once in a while. You hear that, fly paper? Supposed to call. Stick around. What else you got, Hal? Anything special going on in the works that you can talk about?
No,
Have you
I'm
s-
actually sitting here right
Okay.
now. I've got 3 machines running, chewing on some projects, so I don't have nothing to
Oh.
do right now. I'm just waiting for them to
so we're
finish up.
just your spare time stuff, huh? Okay. All right.
So Rooster said, talk about the class. I don't know what the fuck this means. Talk about the classified rifle you used for
There's
the.
nothing classified about it.
Oh,
It was a
I don't
Remington
know what that
700.
No.
is. He being sarcastic or what the fuck's he doing?
No, the one I use for ELR, it's a Cadex,
Mm.
chambered
Oh.
in 375 enabler.
Okay.
You can go down to any gun shop and order one. You could probably go on their website and order one. But that's
Nice.
specifically what that gun is for. I mean, you know how a normal AR, you know how the rail on the top is parallel with the barrel, perfectly parallel.
Yes.
All right. Well,
Yes.
the Cadex comes with 40 minutes built onto the rail. So that gun just by
Oh.
itself is good for a mile if you just bolted a scope onto it. But that's specifically
Wow.
what it's made for.
No kidding.
Hmm.
Hey, can we get somebody
You-
named Greg Bird? Hi, Greg. Welcome to the show.
Howdy.
Sorry, Hal, I didn't mean to cut you off, but when we see a new name on here, I just want to make sure we give him a shout out
Sure.
and thank you for coming. Okay, please continue, Hal.
Oh, that's
so that,
why,
that gun automatically will
was that-
shoot a mile.
sure. You put a scope
Wow.
on. You put a 25 power scope on that. 25 is all you need for a mile.
Interesting.
You put a scope on. You put a 25
Nice.
power scope on that.
Is
Yeah,
that,
I
is
mean
that a
there
bolt
were some
action?
doubters. I mean, yes, magazine fed bolt
Okay.
action.
Gotcha.
40-inch barrel,
Bobby.
weighs about 40
Oh,
pounds.
40-inch. Minga. Damn.
But
Goddamn
if
things
you
are
if you
fucking
look at if you
flagpole.
Google a 375 enabler round, I mean it's a 375 diameter, but it's like 4 inches long. Just the projectile. It's like a spear.
Mm,
That's what gives its
Wow.
stability to go that far.
that's wow. Interesting. Hey, Bobby.
What's going on, guys?
So
You gotta
SE
say hi to Bob
said,
now. What's up, T-shirt man?
What's up? Well,
Okay,
you would
I can't
you would
hear
know
him
about
again.
your apparel.
What did SE say?
Well, he said that they might not prosecute for the illegal gun, but the problem is
well,
that the
Yank
gun
don't
laws
know the
is
question.
All right. The question was, if I were
Yeah,
to
I know.
shoot somebody
What?
who was raping or killing someone with a gun that I'm not supposed to have according to New York law, would he arrest me for it? Him personally, would you arrest me for it?
Ooh.
Because if you try to take me
Good
into
question.
custody for saving somebody else, I'm gonna cap you too. I don't.
Fucking
Fuck
Bobby.
that. Fuck
How
you.
much have you drank tonight? God damn it, Bobby.
I didn't even get to start. I've
Bobby's
been
had a
working.
couple.
Fucking
No, I'm-
Amanda, hurry up.
I'm sober. No, I'm here. I'm sober. I'm 100%. It's a legitimate question because the gun laws in New York prevent people from defending themselves.
Ridiculous. Yep.
100%. You have no. The cops have no duty to act.
I think
They-
that actually happened like a month ago.
And at one time, I'm going to say
Well, he
this. I'm
said-
gonna, hold on. I'm going to state SE's own words one day. You can shoot somebody coming into your house, but they might give you a charge for a gun that's unlawful. And Yank had a problem with the term unlawful firearm. And we could all go back to this. It's on alive. 100%.
I do.
So if I save somebody, using a gun that's unlawful, if SE's on the scene, would you take me into custody? Because if you're gonna put me in jail for life for saving someone else, then A, I'm a buck at you. And second of all, this is why nobody saves nobody, and we all just let people get fucking raped and we videotape it, and that's it.
Can
So-
you see Bobby?
Either be there and do
He's gonna be
something,
like,
or
I
let
don't
the
know the
citizens.
dude's name, but
do
his
it.
name is SE on YouTube, and he told me.
No, it was on. This all happened on a live. It was all live. We were all
I
there.
agree. Bobby,
I don't
I am
give
so
two
down
shits.
with you. I am so
I don't
down with
give
what
two
you just
shits.
said. What you just said, Bob, I am fucking rocking hard with you on that one. That
don't
is
give
the
two
fucking
shits.
problem with our country. And that's why people don't get involved anymore and fucking
Nope.
stand up and do the right thing. Because they're gonna catch a face full of shit,
Mhm.
whether it be
Yep.
from other bad guys or fucking law enforcement. It's
You know
fucked
what it-
up, and you're right.
You know what a good cop does? A good cop lets a good citizen defend another good innocent
That's
citizen.
right. They tie their shoes and look away.
That's it. You took out a fucking pedophile, or you took out a rapist.
It's
or you
not
took
always
out
just up to him,
someone.
though.
Yeah, well, it
Doesn't
should be.
fucking matter. Doesn't fucking matter. It's up to him and his badge and his number
Oh my God,
and
me
his
Bobby are
fucking
way too
character.
much alike.
Fuck that and fuck you. If that's why. Oh, you're just following
Yeah, but-
orders, right? No. Oh wait,
It could
just
be a
following
week or a
orders,
month
right?
later. The prosecutor could change their mind. They could still go after
Oh,
you.
the prosecutor could come after me, right? The prosecutor could come after me. That's fine. Then that's on me and the fucking prosecutor.
Dude, you
You're
don't
gonna let
get
the
to go to
Nazis round the
MMA
Jews up?
circle and take
Fuck
him
outta
out,
here.
Bobby.
Fuck out of here. You're gonna let okay. Oh, so the prosecutors. Well, we said round the Jews up onto the fucking trains, and you fought against them. I'm just
Well, I
following
mean,
orders.
These
Yeah,
Dude,
fucking
we are
pussy.
talking about
Are you
we
a
are talking
fucking
about
pussy?
them people. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, Yank,
I'm
you've
kidding.
missed a lot of shit in Discord because I put out a lot of shit about the Jews, as you like to put it. But no. Any
Oh my
government,
God.
any government
Jews.
intervention, any government intervention that's going to hinder the protection of innocent civilians that pay your fucking
agree.
salary,
I
fuck
agree.
you. You
I
deserve
agree.
to be treated like the rapist because you're enabling it. You are enabling the murder and the rape of people. If you are hindering the ability of other people to stop it, then you're an
That's right.
enabler. That's it. Fuck you. I got no respect for you. I'm just following orders. I'm worried about me, my pension, my paycheck. Good. That's great. This woman's getting raped, and you're going to allow that? Fuck that and fuck you. Maybe we rape you after we hog tie you, you bitch. Fuck you. Fuck out of here.
Okay, let's
I
give
don't
Hal.
give two shits.
Hal, you get 60 seconds. Your rebuttal, sir.
Fuck that. I got my own
No,
rant
no.
ticker.
Hal's got 60 seconds, Bobby.
Dad,
Go
I'm
ahead,
gonna
Hal.
I'm
mute
on
my
like a
stuff.
5-second delay here. I can't hear him.
Oh. Ah, shit. You can't hear Bobby either? You can't hear Bobby either, Hal?
I'm barely hearing him. I had to go back to the YouTube. I muted one and went back to the other.
Oh. Shit, man. That's so fucking weird.
That is
See?
weird.
Are they watching us? Are
So
they
I'm
watching us?
not
Gutter,
exactly
gutter,
sure
they're
what he
watching
was
us.
saying.
They're watching us, the motherfuckers.
See, I can't even. I see the box for him, but I don't see his picture, and I don't hear him.
Oh, really?
That is weird.
And it was the same for the last guy. Yeah.
Wow. So you see his you don't see him live sitting there at the desk. Wave his hands like this.
I just see the box
don't
and
see-
it's all blacked out.
Huh.
That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know why that would be. Huh.
I don't either.
Is his mic? No, his mic
Yeah.
is
So when
muted.
the difference between the StreamYard and YouTube is like 5-second delay.
Watch it on StreamYard because you're in fucking StreamYard. You're
Yeah,
a
watch
fucking
it,
naval expert. You're a military guy. Come on now. You got all this knowledge. Watch on
Right, but in
StreamYard.
StreamYard,
You
in
heard me
StreamYard,
now.
I can't
You
see
heard
you and
me
I
now.
can't hear you.
That's fine. Do you need to? You heard me. You just heard me. You just
Bobby,
fucking
he
responded.
just
because
turned
I
on
opened
his
another
other-
window and-
On you on your
Thanks.
bullshit.
YouTube, and
Sorry,
I'm
you
listening
just
to it from there.
responded. You just fucking heard me. How the fuck are you gonna
Bobby?
tell me
Fly
you don't
Crew
hear
says,
me?
excuse me. Fly Crew says it's likely StreamYard. Ricada has problems all the time and does this multiple times a week. So it could just be StreamYard tonight, guys. That's all. I don't think anybody's fucking around or screwing around with anybody.
That's bullshit, strategic. A bullshit discretion on people whether or not they should be arrested for a fucking crime. You're talking to someone, my entire family's law enforcement. I've been here, I've dealt with shit. I've had plenty of times where cops told me, get the fuck out of here. There's no way I'm gonna fucking charge you with a crime. You forget I grew up in the hood. I live in New York. You have 100% discretion unless you're a fucking bootlick. Fuck you. Fuck out of here with that bullshit. I love you. Thank you for your service, but that's a load of
I
bullshit.
love you, but fuck you.
You are the field agent that has 100% discretion. Don't fucking tell me you don't. Don't tell me you don't. Fuck out of
Well, I
here.
mean, to
Don't
be
tell me
fair,
you
if someone's
don't.
gonna
He
fuck me,
forgets-
I
hold
hope
on,
they love
hold
me.
on. Hold on. I'm gonna say this. Strategic Eyes forgets that I
Hold
was
on, you can't fuck
basically
me right now,
I was
doesn't matter.
basically just a couple credits away from being a police officer in the state of New York, and then I chose not to. So, you know, for shooting
What does that
someone.
mean?
Oh no, I took all the classes. I've been through the training. And I got about
Oh.
60 credits and everything that he did. I'm just short of the academy, and all my friends are cops, and I watch what goes down here. For shooting
gotcha.
someone, when you want to not lose your job, then you bootlick and you charge somebody for the gun charge.
You know,
That's the
I
fucking
say
problem. And that's why you see all these videos of attacks, people getting pushed on train tracks. You hear about all these rapes. You know what? If cops stood up and did their duty to protect the citizens while they're also enforcing tyrannical laws where citizens can't defend themselves, then you have a moral high ground. As a New York police officer that thinks you have no discretion, I have no respect for you for leaving the fucking people defenseless. Sorry. You don't get no honor
Same.
points with me
Same.
for serving in New York if you're not going to be one of the ones to stand up and say these
Fuck
people
yeah.
should be carrying guns.
And
Fuck
that
you.
goes for any
Sorry.
state. I
And
don't
that's
care
with
what
all
state it
due respect. If somebody rapes you or one of your family members and you're going to get thrown in jail for using your service weapon and you agree with that, you're a cop. You don't have to deal with that. Us civilians, which I don't think civilians is shit. You know what we are? We're your fucking boss. You are our servants. You're supposed to serve us. You're
Facts.
supposed to take care of us. I'm sorry. That's how the fuck I feel. I'm sorry.
Now, there's no
You
feel
guys
about it.
do-
That's objectively true, and it's objectively true that
I don't hate you,
police
SC.
police use tax money.
He
to
loves
earn their
you, but
paycheck.
fuck you.
That's,
No.
That's
I thank you for
objectively
your
true.
service. It's a tough job, but
Yeah,
you
I wouldn't
guys
do it.
are leaving the people in the dark and letting innocent civilians not defend themselves for your
Yes,
pension.
I agree. That's a
And
problem.
I don't agree with that.
That's a huge problem. See, I think a lot of things can be solved, and I leave this comment a lot on Essie's videos.
No. Hold on,
When
hold on,
he
real
talks
quick. He said, hold on,
Okay,
real
go
quick.
ahead.
I'm
ahead.
sorry. He said it's perfectly legal for anyone to shoot a rapist. Yeah, but we're going to get charged with whatever gun we use. You know how hard it
You
is to
still
get
have
a
to go
gun
through
in
the
New
fucking
York?
hoops of
You-
all the bullshit.
My mother's 60 years old. You know what's easy to get in New York? A fucking 12 gauge shotgun. My 60-year-old mother's going to shoot a 12 gauge shotgun. No, I'm gonna get a fucking handgun, give it to her. Here's a 9mm. It's precise, it's light. You don't need to jump through hoops. You don't need to pay all this money, get registered, and ask the goddamn sheriffs for permission for a tool that's easy to defend yourself with. And anybody that's gonna stand in that way, you'll catch a cap too. Fuck you. Are
Well,
you
that's
gonna
why
take
I
me
hate-
and
that's
put
why
me
I
in a
hate the
cage
term.
for defending myself? I don't agree
That's
with New
why I
York
hate
gun
the
laws,
term
and I
legal
don't
and
abide by
illegal
them.
guns.
I
That's
do
why I
not
don't-
abide by them. That's that. I'm telling you
All right,
flat
man.
out.
All right.
All right. I
I'm
digress.
just saying
I'm
that
muting.
that's why I do not like the term legal and illegal guns. I think they suck. What I was getting at was a lot of times I will leave a comment on SE's videos where he is breaking down, some criminal did something to somebody. And a lot of the times my favorite thing is, tall tree, short rope. Things should be fucking simple. When there's objective, obvious evidence that so-and-so did such and such this thing and created a victim or was just a massive havoc for fucking society, I'm sorry. But if somebody legal gun or illegal gun defended themselves or another person and took that person out, it should take about 30 seconds for the cops to fucking realize what the hell happened and walk away in most cases, but they don't. And then you talk about the system in itself where the DA then gets involved or the police chief gets involved and gets up the cop's ass for just letting somebody walk or whatever. It's all bullshit. We have to learn how to defend ourselves and take care of ourselves. And cops have to realize that even though they have, let's give them the authority a little bit higher than our own. Let's give them the respect that they know what they're going to be able to do a little bit higher than us. But at the same time, when things are fucking obvious, like with somebody being raped, then civilian takes action and no one says boo. If someone breaks into your house at 3 a.m. and you take action and ventilate the person, no one should say boo about it at all, period. I don't care.
Bobby, where
Shit
the
like
fuck you
that
go?
is easy. Where did Bobby go?
Get your ass back here.
Did he get mad? Did he get mad because I quieted
No.
him down?
No, where'd he go?
Okay. Well, Hal, you were able to hear me and what I just said. You get 60 seconds. You go. What's your thoughts on the whole deal? Is Hal not here either?
No, I'm here. I just
Okay.
he left, so I changed it. I was changing it back.
Oh,
Oh,
did
he'll
you
probably
hear
be
what?
back.
Did you hear what I said?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Your speech you were given, yes, but
Yeah, okay.
I just missed like the last 5-10 seconds while I was swapping that around.
Okay.
No, I was laughing. I saw parent came in. She made a comment.
Okay.
Is that your woman?
Yeah,
Sal 9000.
Oh,
I
Karen
love
is?
it. I love your great sense of humor. That's freaking funny.
Wait a minute. Where is
Yeah,
she?
she-
I can't. I'm trying looking for her.
she's
Can you
up in
find her, Gutter?
Chicago.
She said,
No,
it's
no,
right
her
here. and
comment.
She said, "Hi, sweetie. Your boy misses you. He's looking around.
Oh.
He can hear you, but not see you." Aww.
My shit
That's
dropped out.
cute. Oh, Sal 9000. Oh, okay. Nice.
SC
Okay,
was
cool.
not a 2A guy. SC
Yeah,
SC
he
was
is.
not a no. Tony had to talk him into the Second Amendment. I know a bit of backstory
Oh,
about USC.
Oh, you're probably right. We're
All
in.
right, hold on, I
100%.
can't hear him again. I gotta
Ooh.
swap
And
this
what do you
around.
mean by
We
you
got it.
have to do all that, the drive and be an electrician? Electrician's easy. That's grunt work, bro. But when it comes to defending people, I
Yo,
don't think
Rick.
twice about it. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck. Are you going to get in my way of defending people? Are you going to take me in for defending somebody? I'm going to take you out too. You'd be just like the fucking rapist if you want to enable it. Don't give me that bullshit, bro. You weren't no fucking 2A guy. You a middle of the road guy. And I got to say something to SC. Stop talking about race so goddamn much on your channel, bro. We all hear unity. You know what
Don't
unites
tell
us?
somebody what they should
Freedom.
do on their channel, Bobby. Come on.
Well, you ain't gonna catch. You're gonna catch me leaving some nasty comments when all you talk about is fucking
Well,
race.
that's
bro.
fine. That's acceptable, right? But we shouldn't
I
tell
got
other
some-
people what to do on their channel or what.
No, but you're gonna come from the
know,
government
you know
and
what
you're
I mean.
gonna talk about constant race shit I don't give a fuck about race. I don't give a fuck about none of that.
Probably
I'm coming
what
at
set you off with him.
I
I don't
got a
understand.
I got a bigger problem. I
When he
got a
wanted
bigger
to talk
problem
about
with that.
guns,
He thinks
bro.
that all guns should be registered. Ooh.
No, fuck out of
When
here.
he
It
says
ain't
all
none of
guns
your
should be
business.
registered, yeah, no.
Ain't none of your business.
Yeah, no, it
none
ain't
of
the
your
government's
fucking business.
business.
You want to find out what gun I have? Come stop me from shooting a rapist. You're gonna find out what
Wait,
kind of gun I got.
SE, did you get trained to become a parent?
I don't have to be trained in none of that shit. I get trained in shooting motherfucking criminals.
Or a husband or any of that? Was you trained in
give
any
two
of that? I
shits.
think, that's an extremely important
a
tool
good
that
point,
everybody
Gunnar.
should know. So I'm just curious if we should all be trained and registered in gun.
No.
Shouldn't you have to register to be a parent? I mean, it seems like a pretty important
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, because you got nothing but welfare
Actually-
lowlife motherfuckers pumping out babies
Actually-
like nobody's business.
Actually, Hal, I mean, I'm sorry, not Hal. Strategic has made a point to have the discussion on his channel about the wrong people breeding and how it always seems to be the wrong types of people are pump up babies, but the good ones aren't. So hats off to you on that, SE. I know you did that video, and I don't know if you guys caught that one or not. So he is aware of that, and I'm not sticking up for the guy. I'm just saying if, you guys are asking questions of him that he's not really able to answer in a chat as fast as they're coming along, he has said that. So I agree with him on that. There are too many shitbirds breeding.
It's
Now,
part
I do-
biological. Being a parent is part biological. Oh, fuck that. My dad
I think
was
what's more
probably the worst
important
fucking
than
parent I ever seen.
Go
and
ahead, Hal.
He fathered me.
Go ahead, Hal.
sorry, I'm on a delay again here, but I think what's just as important or more important is not just training how to use it, but you need to know the laws. You need to know if you need to walk away.
I disagree with you.
You just need to think about what could happen if you do pull that trigger.
No, I disagree.
Depends
I
on who you're
disagree,
aiming at.
Hal.
Depends on who you're aiming at.
Well, here's the thing. If you spent all your time worrying about what was
I'm
lawful,
from the
what was
fucking
unlawful,
hood, bro.
don't leave your
I'm
fucking
from
house.
the hood.
Don't leave your
I'm
house.
from the hood. I am not deemed by the government to own a firearm and paid by the fucking city and have to adhere by bootlicking fucking laws in the state of New York. Me and Strategic Eye are both from the state of New York, but I live in the fucking hood where it's predominantly black and I'm the only white boy there. Don't fucking give me this bullshit, because if I cap a nigga, I said that, if I cap a fucking grunt, a piece of shit crack dealer who's trying to rob my shit, I'm going to get put on trial. The boy's got rocks in his pocket. The boy's got a burner on him. But if I shoot him with the wrong weapon that's not registered because he was trying to rob me when I'm minding my own business, now I'm on trial. Fuck out of here. Who are you trying to save? You trying to make revenue? What the fuck are you doing? You ain't trying to be out for the benefit of the fucking people. Because I am the people. I go to work. I pay my fucking taxes. I go home. I bother nobody. But if somebody breaks in my house, I got to worry about my ass? Fuck out of here with that bullshit. Fuck you. You working for the government? You working for the people. That's it. You a bootlick or you a fucking for the people. I ain't buying that shit. I ain't taking that shit.
Okay.
I'm here. All right. Digress.
All right.
Where's
Bobby.
my rant ticker?
Bobby.
All right. And we got plenty of other shit to talk
All right,
about.
Bobby,
I
I'm
just
going to
came
address.
flying out
I'm
the
going to
gate.
address. Hold on, bro. I'm going to address what Hal was saying. That was not Strategic. That was Hal. And I just wanted
I'm
to
reading
say,
the
Hal,
comments. I'm sorry. I'm reading the comments.
Okay, that's okay. Hal, when you say gun training, you have to be more up on the laws versus the training. I kind of disagree, because in the sense that we have laws stacked on us every year since the beginning of time. And it's said that, there's that old saying that we tend to break 2 felonies every day. We just don't know it, because we don't know what all the laws are. I agree that once you decide to carry a gun and once you become proficient with that firearm, you owe a responsibility to society in general to not be a kid about that firearm. I do believe it is in your best interest and society's best interest to know when something is illegally happening, and you can then do something about it when you can act. That's fine. Don't be a knucklehead if you carry a firearm. Too many people are knuckleheads. I agree. But they will tend to sort themselves out over time. And I believe that an armed society is a polite society, but that takes time, and you have to get the impolite out of the society, whether they weed themselves out or they're weeded out by the good people.
Well, here's the
So,
problem. Here's the
yes.
problem. Well, okay, the people that don't want to act like dickheads while carrying guns. How many fucking bodega owners are getting fucking shot and smash and grabs and carjackings are going on in New York where Strategic Eye is a cop? Fuck out of here with that bullshit.
I understand.
Fuck out of here.
Okay, hold on. Strategic wants to get on the show. Hal, is it all
Come
right?
on.
Because apparently we got a little bit of a beef between Bobby and Strategic. They got a little thing
There's
going.
no beef.
Could I give you a bump? It's okay, not a beef, but you guys have a difference
I
of
thank him for his
opinions
service.
that would
It's
be
a
good.
tough-
Yeah,
that-
I'll get off, but let me say this.
Okay,
Let me
please do.
say this,
Hang in there,
Bobby.
Strategic.
Hal,
Strategic
pleasure to
isn't
meet you, and
making
I'm
the
sorry.
laws.
Wait.
He's not the one
Let-
causing this. So
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Hal.
But he's enforcing them.
but
He's enforcing them. He's
Say-
endorsing them.
Say that again, Hal. Again.
He's not.
I'm not
Strategic
there. I
Eye
don't
Hold
said-
know
on,
that.
Bobby. Say that again, Hal.
He's not
So-
making the laws, is what he said. Strategic Eye doesn't make
Okay.
the laws. He's
Hal,
just following
please
orders.
come on again next week.
yeah,
and
he's not the one. You know
you'll
that's
you'll get
coming
him.
from all the way up to from the governor, and that. I mean, it's not.
I'm gonna
I
say
mean,
this.
I don't want to
Well-
say you're blaming the wrong person, but
I don't know.
he's not the one that made these laws.
My question to Strategic was if he was on scene where I shot somebody
Let's.
with a gun I wasn't supposed to have under law, if you're going to go put me in handcuffs for saving someone's life, then you are my enemy. Fuck you. You catch it just as
Okay,
bad as the person
that
who
is
made the
question.
law.
Okay, Bobby. That is the question that you're going to ask Strategic. You don't need to ask it to Hal.
But that's
I'm
why
gonna have to cut you loose
nobody
now so
protects
we can-
nobody.
I understand, Bobby, but
yeah.
No. He was
I'm
saying
gonna
that
go.
Strategic doesn't
Let's get
make
up.
the laws. It was
Hal,
very simple.
Thank
He-
you. Hal.
I get what you're asking.
I do love you, Hal.
I
You
get
got a
what you're
lot of
asking.
info, and I was
Thank you very
fascinated.
much, Hal.
Hold on, I do want to say to Hal though, I stayed off last week's live stream because you guys had a fascinating conversation. I got a lot of respect for you, Hal. My problem is
Well, he's
with
gone.
making excuses.
He's gone.
I'm sure he's here.
He's
and
gone,
he was
Bobby. So
listening.
we're going to bring on Strategic.
We got a lot of other shit to
We're gonna
talk
bring
about
on
too. There's a
Strategic.
lot of good news. There's a lot of good news.
Okay.
A lot of fun stuff
All right,
going
man.
on. I'm
Hold
not
on.
angry. Hold on. There he is.
Oh, no?
Grab the yoga position.
This
Hi,
live is,
Strategic.
this live is going crazy, man.
Fire,
This shit
though.
is fire.
Before
Turned
I
that
Fire.
shit up and then you left.
What up,
before I
baby?
can even say anything, I do have to address something that was said, man. That N-word
Absolutely.
is
Go
evil.
ahead, sir.
That N-word is evil. It should not
I
come out of
agree.
anybody's mouth, man. You know, I know you,
I
Bobby.
agree.
I know your heart is in the right place. I'm gonna give you a pass, whether you want that pass or not.
Yeah, I'm
but I-
sorry. It's
but I-
common
No,
terminology.
no.
from
I don't
home.
tolerate it
I don't-
from black people, white people, anybody.
That's
On my
fair.
show, I spent hours saying that the worst thing the black community did was mainstream that word and then try
Normalize
and
it,
behold other people to not say it. But my policy is nobody says it. But I'm not. Listen, I don't think there's
That's
any
fair.
isms in your heart. But
No,
as a
not at
public
all.
servant, I have to address it. I have to because
I gotta say,
I'm-
there's
I'm a
white
different
N words
speed than you
too.
guys.
I don't care
Absolutely.
what color you are.
I dig it.
It's about the character
Now,
and the
to
level
answer
of
your
them, so.
question,
Yeah,
I'm gonna collar you. A translation for the people who don't know what that means, I'm gonna arrest you.
you're gonna
Why?
take me in,
Because I'm gonna take you in because it's against the law.
so
in
I'm
the
a
state
buck
that
at you
live in.
too, bro. I'm
Yeah,
a
well,
buck at you too.
Wait,
I
Bobby.
guarantee you, I'm more proficient than
hold
you.
on.
So
Hold on. We're going to set some ground rules. We're going to set
Right.
some ground rules. We're going to
Yeah.
set some ground rules here. Bobby,
Mhm.
you have
That's
to let
fine.
somebody finish their thought and speak.
Okay.
You got to, because
He said he was
you got
gonna
a big
collar
voice
me
and your
with
mic's
the
working really
question.
good.
me and
I
my guy
understand,
out
but
here.
your mic is
Yeah, I'll
working
move it.
really good and you're loud. So
Okay.
give the
How's
person a
Is
chance.
that better?
He came on.
Is that better?
He's being a man. He's going to talk to you decently.
Okay.
Everybody's going to get a certain amount of time, but when either Gutter and I go, whoop, time out, other guy's turn,
Hold
you
on.
guys gotta
Let me
follow the
turn-
rules,
Let me
okay?
turn
Wait,
me
wait.
down.
The
Is
only
that
person
better?
the only person going to silence me on this live is Gutter. That's it.
Is that better?
That's
Is that better?
That's cool, Bob. Yeah,
microphone
and you're
thing?
good,
Okay.
strategic. Okay,
I know that.
strategic.
Alright.
Go ahead
Yeah.
with what you were saying.
Yeah,
My
you have the
que-
floor.
yeah.
Look, one thing I like this guy Hal. I've never heard him before. You know, I'm still new to your show. You guys got your regulars. I love what you guys got going on here. But you can hear from when Hal talks that he's a pro. And he knows what he's saying because he understands that we have certain duties. He understands that I have a duty to arrest you. Otherwise, I'm committing a crime called official misconduct. So if I come on
And
the scene,
enabling rape.
well, I'm not enabling rape.
You're
What we're doing
enabling
it
rape.
is I'm not the judge, jury, or executioner.
You're 100%
I'm doing my job.
enabling rape.
No. I'm gonna arrest you, and then I'm
Yeah.
going to allow the district
Yeah.
attorney to
To stop
decide
and rape.
how they want to deal with the fact that you had an illegal gun.
Okay.
That's
And I
the
used
city
it
you-
to stop rape.
That's the city.
You're gonna
choose
punish someone
or
for
the state
stopping
you choose
rape.
to live
That's
in.
my point. That's my point.
No, well,
That's
you
why people
committed a crime. You committed a major crime. You had a
Oh, okay.
a
So I'm
ghost
just
gun.
gonna let people get raped.
So yeah, listen.
I'm
you-
gonna put it on World Star, bro. And
Well,
that's
hey.
why you see more fucking videos on World Star while you motherfuckers are out eating donuts and chilling. And but
Nah,
then God
we
forbid I
actually-
take
we
a
actually out
motherfucker
there solving
out.
crime.
Let's
We
try
Yeah,
and
actually-
I'm
go.
gonna
Let's
say
try and
this. Hold
keep
on.
this-
I want to digress. I'm gonna digress. I have family members as NYPD officers, and I understand the whole.
I'm not. First of all, I do not.
I don't know
do
where
not
you
say-
are. You don't want to
yeah.
disclose it. I ain't
Yeah.
even asking that.
All right.
But I understand what it takes and the sacrifice. You go in every day getting fucked up by the government, hated by the people, and badgered on by the criminals. What my problem is as a field officer, if I do a heroic act and I stop someone from being raped or murdered or tortured or kidnapped, you should just be like, yeah, just put that aside. Thank you for doing our job for
Nah,
us
that's-
because
that-
we
that's
weren't able to
unethical.
respond.
It's unethical. It's unethical
Okay.
because it goes against
Okay.
the laws.
You do
that
understand you work for us, right?
No, yeah, and you voted people in who made laws that.
I
put
didn't
me in
vote for that.
position.
No. Nope.
Well,
Never. No.
No,
not for this shit.
collectively, you
Excuse
don't
me.
have to
Excuse
personally
me.
vote for it. Yep.
Excuse me. Missy is asking a question here in the comments where she is asking Essie, by saying what you're saying, aren't you protecting your pension?
The
No.
government.
No,
The government.
because my
Okay.
motivation is not to protect my pension. My motivation is the ethics of doing my job correctly. You guys gotta understand when you talk to strategic, you're not talking to your average beat cop. You're talking
know
to a
that.
guy that at this point in my career, I spent more years in internal affairs than as a cop on the street. So I bring a different level of ethics to the job. I was the guy going after cops.
Okay. Let
So
me
that's
ask
a
you
big
this.
part of my
All right,
character.
All right. Let me digress from that
Yep.
then. Let me ask you this question.
Mhm.
Do you agree with those laws you have to enforce about the guns that you have to collar people for helping good people?
I
Like,
do
say-
believe. I
Do
agree.
you think,
Go ahead, let me let you finish. Please continue.
say a guy has a gun that's illegal to have under tyrannical NY laws, he just happens to have it and does a good deed and saves an innocent person from going through something traumatic. Do you agree with those laws that creates that criminality of a hero?
It's complicated because
It's not,
if you
though.
live in New York, you know that the gun is illegal long before
Oh,
life put you in that position to save that person's life. Why did you have an illegal gun in the first place?
because you got to defend yourself around here when the fucking NY cops ain't doing the goddamn job.
So move away. Yo, I lived in the
Strategic,
hood
I
my
will
whole
say
life.
this.
You know what I did? I got the hell up
So
out of there.
you're with hold on. So you're with Scott Adams, the guy you criticized. Get out of black neighborhoods. Get out
I didn't-
of the
I didn't
cities,
run
get
away
out of
from
high
black
crime
neighborhoods.
areas.
I didn't
Okay,
run
so
away
you
from
just
black neighborhoods.
validated
No,
Scott
not at all.
Adams.
I did not run away
Okay,
from black
you
neighborhoods.
can't
I
own
upgraded
yourself,
myself.
so get
No, he
out of
didn't.
there.
No, I
Hold on.
upgraded myself. I upgraded myself from living in poverty.
To get
That's
the
what I
fuck
did.
out of to get out of the inner cities, to get out of the trouble neighborhoods, right?
Yeah.
So the people in the trouble
There
neighborhoods
was
can't
gangster
defend
white people in
themselves.
my hood too.
Just get the fuck
I
out.
lived in
Just
Manhattan.
get the fuck out.
I lived in
was-
Manhattan.
well,
I didn't live
now-
in Brooklyn or
It
Bronx,
is
in
so
Manhattan.
you didn't. You sound very privileged. I'm gonna be
I live in-
honest.
I
Where you
live in-
from?
in-
Fucking
in Harlem.
Yorktown?
I live in Harlem, kid.
Fuck out of here.
It doesn't matter where
Harlem.
the people
That's
are
all
from.
got the
privilege.
fuck out of
I
Harlem.
hate that
sound
shit where
privileged.
you're from.
I sound privileged because I knew
I
that
hate that
talking
shit,
like
man.
a thug,
You got the
talking like a
fuck out
thug
of
wasn't going to
Harlem.
get me nowhere. So I
You got
trained
out of
myself
Harlem.
to speak the King's English. You know, I
Wait,
decided I
go
didn't
back
want
to that one.
Ebonics to define me. But go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay.
Which one?
So if you guys are in
to
bad
make
areas, strategic
answer
doesn't think you
comment,
can
whatever.
You can do it for yourself. You got to rely on
That's
the
a good
cops. who have
question.
No duty to act.
Well,
So, but
that-
Essie, doesn't the Constitution come in there somewhere? I mean, like Bobby, he's protecting somebody. So there's somewhere isn't the Constitution in there somewhere that
It's not
mean,
rocket
if we're gonna-
science.
Yeah,
I'm
so
muting.
so to answer your question, because I know I get it just to what you're trying to ask me. First of all, I'm answering his question, but it's more
Sure.
nuanced than his question. Because I don't think that we should have the tyrannical laws that prevents you from legally owning a gun. So, but I can't say that because I have to just answer the question he's given me, right? So
No,
now
I
will
asked
say
you
that.
if it was tyrannical. I asked
No,
you that
well,
was
the-
actually
the-
one of
the
my
law
questions.
is
Do
tyrannical.
you
but when
agree with
say-
the laws you
but-
enforce?
But if you
That was
now
100% one of my questions.
right, so
Bobby,
what-
can
so
let
now-
him
so now
finish.
so when we
Yeah.
put that to the side, we don't even have to go to the Constitution. We could just go to New York State law. New York State law
No.
says that.
No,
Well, no, to
no,
answer
no,
her
no,
question.
no, no.
her-
Constitution overrides
No,
any
but
state law.
But the
Any
state
law that is
actually
repugnant to the
tells you what you-
Constitution should be dismissed.
I hear that, but in this particular situation, the state law is actually correct. The state
Okay.
law says
Because
that you can
Yeah.
use deadly physical force to
Okay.
stop rape, kidnapping, murder, and arson. You can kill,
Okay.
you can shoot somebody, you can beat them with
okay,
a bat.
in that, does that clause say except if you have a gun that we don't agree with?
No,
Good point.
what happens is
100%. 100% it does. Fuck
Not
out
at
of
all.
here with that.
What happens
Fuck,
is-
I'm saying, I'm looking you in the eyes.
Bobby,
Fred.
listen.
Look at New York gun laws. What am I allowed to have? A shotgun, a long rifle, and then I gotta beg the fucking sheriffs for permission to have a handgun.
I know, but Bobby, what he was saying that was in the laws, it says what? Say that again.
The
SC.
laws are unjust. The
If
laws are
you-
unjust, and
you
he
can
said he
use
didn't agree with it.
deadly physical force, which includes a gun, knife, bat, whatever you want to use is deadly, a plate to
Mhm.
stop rape, murder, arson, and kidnapping. Right
Burglary.
now, not
home
burglary.
intrusion.
Now, burglary is different. That's
How
like
do you know
castle
what they
doctrines.
wanna
That's
do?
product.
Right.
That's-
Doing thought
You can do that
process.
too. If somebody comes into your house,
So
you don't have
does
to.
it say
But listen,
that
just that-
you cannot do it with
No.
the illegal gun?
no.
Hold on.
What it's saying, what the law says is, you will not be charged with the murder of the person if you use a gun to kill them under those circumstances.
But the gun you
may have
use,
to answer to the
Yeah.
gun.
the gun charge.
Okay,
Which
so
is,
it's a totally
hold on.
separate charge
Now,
for having an
On
hold
illegal
on.
gun.
average, having an
Now-
illegal gun for the first time in New York is probation. So you might have just killed this rapist, and if they wanted to charge you and you have a clean record, you would just get probation.
now here's the caveat.
If you was
Hold
a
on.
felon, you get between 2 to 5 years. Usually people get on the lower end.
Yeah,
so if you're a
felons are
felon who
low.
cannot possess that gun and you use that illegal gun that you know you're not supposed to possess because you're a felon to kill the rapist, the murderer,
That's
the
fair.
kidnapper, or the arsonist, you would not face murder. You would just
So
face
use
the
a
2
knife.
years for the gun.
Okay, got
Use a knife,
100%
nothing.
fair.
You're good to go.
100% fair.
Knife, knife is good to go.
Got it.
Those are
that-
fair. Now,
Whatever.
here's the issue with this.
Poor Essie, he's gonna have a fucking headache.
No.
before he gets out.
I love USC. I do. I come over to your channel.
know,
and
I don't
hang
wanna
out.
beat
I
up
don't-
on
I
SC.
behave myself. No.
Oh,
But
we already
Peter.
bruised that boy big time, man. He's
No,
gonna hate
no.
us.
no,
He
we
gets out of
we
here.
New York boy. He can handle it.
ain't nothing,
Essie's a
man. It's all
grown ass.
good.
Yeah, Essie's a grown ass man. I know he can handle
I'm
this.
just
I
shit.
trying
know
to
he
educate
is, but I
you,
want
you
him
know
to
what I'm
come
saying?
back.
And the drama of this all, both fans from
likes
both
beef.
sites are loving this. No. This is good content. I'm fired up, whatever. I love you, SC, and thank you for your time. I really,
It's all good, man. It's all
honestly, and thank you for your service. We need the cops out here. That's the fucking issue. But the problem is with New York, they just keep changing the goddamn gun laws. So what was legal yesterday ain't legal today, ain't legal tomorrow. You got to go pin mag. If you got your fucking, if your mag comes out of your gun, you got to give them all up. And they are constantly just eroding your ability to what's legal to defend yourself with. And not everybody's got thousands of dollars to keep buying new guns to keep up with this shit. And I'll be honest, and you know this. Can I get this out of you? Being limited to a 7-round mag is essentially a death sentence if more than 2 or 3 people break into your fucking house with guns. Because you know as well as I do, at 3 a.m, if people are breaking in your house, they're usually on drugs and they ain't looking to just come in and take a goddamn bath. Now, remember, I lived in Amityville, Brentwood, Deer Park, fucking mastic. I have been in the hoods of Long Island where you don't have NYPD everywhere, and most crimes
There's
go
no
unreported.
NYPD in those places. Those
No.
Nassau counties, Suffolk County, PD.
No
So,
cameras, no nothing.
I'd like to add something. I'd like to add something that is a simpler equation than someone breaking into your house. How about the fact that criminals, if you're limited in your magazine count, how about criminals don't give a fuck about the laws, and they'll have a 30-round mag with a fucking switch on their Glock. They don't give
I
a
don't
fuck.
give any of those things. I
Right?
don't think that we should have 7-round magazines. It's retarded. It's dumb. You know, if you
So,
first of all,
I mean,
you could just
appreciate
murder
that.
somebody with one
it's
bullet.
kind of a pain to walk
But-
around with a Glock with a 30-round mag. It is a pain in the ass.
But what,
So
what
I'd
the
take
issue
a
is,
7-round. You know what I mean?
Here
the
in
problem that
Oregon,
we
you
have
just
with
buy two.
politics is we're so divided, and nobody wants to let anybody in their club that people can't come together and say, you know what, let's vote for this candidate over here. He was just voting with whoever they align with. Like,
I don't
Democrats
think any
vote with
candidate
Democrats.
will fix that. I think
mean-
it's you guys in the field that are the ones that make the
Nah,
rapport with the
it's not on
community.
us. It's not us.
It's
It's
you
your
are
local
the
politician.
liaison to the
No, we're not.
government.
You know what?
You are the
SE, it
government
won't be on
liaison.
you.
No,
SE,
we're not. Mhm.
It won't be on you guys until shit comes to shove. And then when that day happens, that's the day you better make sure you're on the
This
right
is-
side with
well,
us.
This is
Listen.
this is the whole point. SE, real quick before you say anything, you are the liaison between me and the government. So say someone breaks in my
That's
house
fact.
right now, and somebody comes in and I bust the cap in their ass. You
Totally
are the
lawful.
guy. Hold on,
Mhm.
and you're the guy that shows up, and you see me as a person.
Right.
And you say, Bobby, I know you. And this guy came in with malintent, and he came with a fully automatic machine
Mhm.
guns, but you had a gun that you shouldn't have according to law, and I have to arrest you for that.
It's a collar, baby.
Wow.
One
Then
on
you
the-
getting bucked at
Really?
too.
So-
Then I gotta
Bobby,
take you out because
that
you
bummed
me
out a bit,
you
bro.
are just
You
like
understand.
them, bro.
I'm very
You are my
tactical.
enemy. Then you understand. You are my
Yes,
enemy.
yeah.
Then
Bobby.
You
why,
are
why do you have a
100%.
I'm
legal
gonna have to
gun?
agree with Bobby, SD. I'm
Why
sorry.
you have a legal
100%.
gun?
I'm gonna have to agree.
Because
I
you
don't.
know what?
There is no
if
such
if
thing
he's not
as
home,
an
all
illegal
right. So check this
gun.
out. This is why you should not have your illegal gun. Because check this out, right? You're doing
Okay.
your job on a job site, making your honest, hard-earned money. You got
That's
that
what I
ghost
do.
gun, with no serial number on it. Somebody breaks into your house then. Now they
Printing
take your
guns.
ghost.
Hey, printing
They-
guns at one point was 100% legal. Just
It don't- it
because I
don't-
could make composite lowers doesn't mean
Hold on,
they're
let me
illegal.
finish,
Wait a
Bobby.
minute,
Bobby,
let him
come on.
finish. Let
come
him
on.
finish.
All
All
Bobby.
right.
all right.
For
all
us,
right,
ghost
all right.
guns is not just printed guns. Ghost guns are guns that have no serial numbers. Printed
That's
guns,
right.
ghost guns is what regular people on the street call it. For us, it's many different things. It's basically an untraceable gun,
Scrapers.
right? So now
Yeah. None
that
of the
person
government's
gets that
business.
ghost gun from your house. Are you calling 911 and reporting the fact that you lost the ghost gun? No.
Someone breaks up my house, they're getting shot, and then I got to deal with
You're
you
not
trying to call
home,
me
Bobby.
about.
Bobby, you're in
Okay.
Orange County, 120
Strategic.
miles away.
I
So
don't think
now that
you're
gun
not.
is
All right,
on
I'll
the
let
street,
Bobby
wait a
answer
That's a
minute.
good
first.
How
hold
come?
on. Hold on.
How
That's
come?
a
I'm
good
gonna let Bobby
hypothetical.
answer
Let
for
me
himself.
let me answer his question. That's a good hypothetical. Am I reporting a ghost
It
gun?
is.
No, because it's not fucking traceable.
All right, so now that gun is on the streets
ghost.
being used to kill people. That's
Oh,
so
so
why
is
you gotta
so
register
are
these
tons
guns.
of legal guns on the street.
Yeah, and we can trace them. We solve cases because
you know what's a lot worse for
those
people?
serial numbers are in the database. We know how to trace the gun. We know how to find who had it last. You know how many cases we solved?
You know how
because it's
quick it
registered?
takes to
You know what-
grind a fucking number off a gun?
Still,
Yeah,
even
once
if you grind it
steal
off,
a
you're still gonna
gun,
get,
you just
rifle
Okay, hold on.
No. Oh my god.
Hold on.
Jesus Christ.
Here's the thing.
It's not
Here's
the
a thing.
same.
Here's a thing that's a thing.
Mhm.
Excuse me.
It's
Here's a thing that's
Go
a
ahead.
thing. Even though there are no numbers on a gun, there is such a thing called ballistics.
rifle.
So
well, you could change the
matches a
slides
fucking-
out. You could
Yeah.
throw a slide. I could order
Well, you
slides. and
can.
just fucking
Most
toss
Yeah,
them.
but
most
most
criminals
perps are
aren't
not
gonna.
They're not
Most criminals
sophisticated
are
like
just
that.
going to use them and toss them.
Yeah.
That's right.
The problem
So
is
they're going to use them and
using
toss them. They're
these
throwaways.
What
So-
about isms?
So what my
to
point is?
justify
Black Rooster,
tyrannical
My point
gun
is
laws?
if
Let me explain
SE
this. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, I'm talking.
Go ahead. It's your podcast.
No,
yes.
it's fine.
Decide.
But all I was going to say was SE's question. SE's question was if someone breaks into your house and steals ghost gun with no numbers and non-trace, what do? Your answer, Bobby, was nothing because it's a ghost gun. It's untraceable. I then
It's
took the
gone.
position that there is such a thing as ballistics. So if the gun is used in a crime, then the gun can be tracked to the gun and the gun owner who had it, and that's how far it goes back. So the guy who shouldn't have had the gun in the first place, who took it, is going to be charged. Who did the crime is going to be charged, correct?
You know what I think the fucked up part
Depends.
about all of this is
Yes,
the fact
Gunner.
that that's what the fucking government's going to be worried about is the gun, not the fact that he actually stopped
Good
the
point.
fucking rapist.
That's where I was going. That's where I
Sorry.
was going. The bad guy. That's
Yeah,
where I
So
was
we're
going.
understand.
more worried
did.
about the
No,
fucking
glad.
gun,
It's
Essie.
still a crime. It's still a crime. It's still a crime. See,
Yeah, I
Listen,
get it. It's a crime.
I-
get it. It's a
I
crime.
live my life. The way I view the world is I like structure. All right.
That's
I
fair.
like
Sure.
law and order. All
That's
right.
fair. We
And
all
so-
do.
Okay.
We
And-
like
and-
law being
And I am
enforced.
big on accountability. That is the one
Yes,
thing about conservatism. I'm not a conservative, as you know, but it's one thing about
Definitely not.
about
Yep.
conservatism that I admire: accountability, right? Taking, responsibility for your actions.
You know what
So
makes
You broke the
accountability?
law.
When everybody has one.
Okay.
Well, no
100%.
society is perfect, but that's why when a perp is caught, a bad guy who has a history of bad doings is caught with a legal gun, he should be charged with it.
You know you're talking to a law enforcement guy, right?
But he wasn't a bad guy. He shot a rapist.
I'm no. I'm
committed
law
a
enforcement. My
crime.
family's law enforcement. I've actually chased masked gunmen out of my own house that were tying up
What
my
you guys
family
don't seem to
members.
understand is like you guys are playing the chicken with the egg.
I know the rule.
Yeah.
Yeah,
rule that
exactly.
everybody-
The moment he got
No.
the moment he got that gun, he committed a crime. So let's say he had that gun for 5 years before he met that rapist and shot that rapist. He was a felon for 5 years because he had an illegal gun.
Because of bootleg tyrants like you motherfuckers that
Why
write
not
those
just-
laws.
Why can't you just
Here,
needed
let me
to
put
get-
it this way.
No,
Let me put it this way.
no. I'm gonna say this
No.
right now.
You got a
Whatever
driver's
the fuck,
license?
whatever the fuck you got, I got. You
Essie.
work for me, motherfucker.
So-
You cops.
So
I'm
you a
gonna say this.
communist. You want
No.
everything I have. You want the same thing. You're a communist.
No, I
Goddamn.
deserve
No.
to be able to own whatever the hell I pay for my
Jealous?
government officials to own. I pay your salary. I bought that gun. That vest you got, I pay for. That gun
Negative.
you
I
got,
bought this
I
gun with my
fucking pay
money.
for. Bullshit. Where you get your money from? Fucking taxpayer dollars.
Bro,
I'm a
I got
landlord
guns
too. I
right
got a
here,
small
bro.
business.
These are my guns. I don't give a shit. You ain't taking
put
them
that shit
from
away
me.
on our live. Put that shit
It's
away
a
on our live,
fucking
please.
Mossberg. It's 100% legal. I don't give a fuck.
That's
what
okay.
that is. What
Address,
I'm
Bobby?
saying,
That's okay.
What's
you
your
think-
address, Bobby? We coming for you.
Bring
I'm
it.
just joking. I'm
And
just
it's gonna be a
I'd rather
sad
on my live
fucking
stream.
day.
Thank you.
What I'm gonna say is, you think
Listen.
you're higher than me as a civilian that pays your fucking salary to protect me, and then
Mhm.
when I protect other people, you're gonna show up and collar me. All right. So then it's us civilians versus SC who gets government dollars,
Mhm.
government subsidies, and all this shit, beautiful pension, beautiful shit, and no duty to act, no duty to protect, and whatever the fuck. He's laughing at me right now. But I've had my fucking house broken into. You know who wasn't there? The fucking cops. Because
Cops
by the
can't get
time I
there
got
every
to my
time.
phone, got to call them. No, you ain't gonna
So,
get there every
so
time.
what are we supposed to
you
like
know?
camp out on your lawn or something? It
You're
doesn't work that
supposed
way.
to let the people who's
Doesn't work
on the
that way.
spot defend themselves without
You have a
persecuting them.
duty as a taxpayer to vote in people who are going to put forth your morality and your
In
laws.
New York.
I'm
though,
Be
Try,
be
but
real.
you
Enforce the
fucking
law. Be real.
Democrats cheat.
Be real.
That's also a
Be
fact.
real.
You
in
go
New
to
York.
you go to Florida.
Okay.
Florida has the laws
All
of
right,
the people
hold
who
on.
live down
I'm
there.
gonna settle this right now. Whoever declares the law, no matter how fucked up it is, SE gonna follow it and fuck you if you fucking
Well,
interfere
that's-
with his
that's
pension.
kind of the
That's where
position
we
you are
at.
taking, SE.
Well, hey,
That's
look,
where we're
I
at.
hear that, but you
Fuck
know,
you. And if you're gonna call me for fucking
don't
protecting
have
my
to say
stuff, then
fuck you.
I'll cap you.
you
I'm
broke
sorry.
the law.
No,
You broke
that's
the
a
law.
fuck you. That's a fuck you.
No,
A
okay,
straight-
SE. Here's
With all
where
due
people.
respect,
Here's where
that's a
people.
fuck
I'm not going to.
you.
Excuse me.
Don't ever
I'm gonna
come to
start
my
hitting
house to
mute
calling
buttons.
me. And
I'm going to start hitting mute buttons because you don't need to get heated.
I did it.
Okay,
Stop.
we're all grown fucking people here, and
Fuck
nobody
the
needs to
son
be
of a bitch.
swearing at other people and
Happy
calling
to.
people names. Relax.
fuck out of here.
So, SE,
He's
SE,
got to.
I have a question.
Wait, before you say that, like I
I
think
have a
Bobby's a nice
question.
guy, but Bobby, you got to
Is
understand
one
that there's something called civil
of the
discourse.
things.
But go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, my thing is this. Oh, I'm breaking up. Am
Fuck, we
can you
all
hear me,
are.
Essie?
YouTube's going, knock it off.
It is. It's going crazy. My thing is this. From my point of view, I am worried that with the gun laws that we have, which started out with shall not be infringed, have gone 30,000 some odd gun laws and all kinds of restrictions. At some point, they're going to try to outlaw legal people from having guns. They've outlawed legal people who have guns.
Hold on,
from
real quick. There's
defending
an emergency
themselves
in the
and doing
background.
the right
Go to
things.
Amanda. Give me
No,
1 second.
I'm not
No,
going to
no,
let you
back.
listen
I'm
and
gonna
go
mute.
real quick and hold on. Okay? I'm not going to let you do it. So a lot of people have found that themselves can be in a very impossible place of at some point laws will be passed by officials I did not vote for. I voted against, as you were talking, my duty to vote. I did not vote for will come to my door and say, I'm not allowed to have these things. And it's going to be guys like you that are going to say, I'm breaking a law that was just added to the books that yesterday was not. So what am I to do and how am I to look at you as an individual and hold you, Essie, responsible whether you are going to follow the Constitution or the law because it saves your ass?
It's a good question. I mean,
You know
but
what I'm
like
saying?
I said, it's not an easy answer because, well, first
I
of all,
understand.
I
Hey,
want to say I don't think that that's going to happen
Hold on.
because
I can't
you look
hear you.
nationally.
Huh?
We had somebody in the background. All right. Nationally,
I don't
the trend is that gun laws are actually getting weaker, which is good. Like you go to middle America, and in some instances, you don't even need a license. You can just open carry. See, sometimes you need a license for concealed carry, but you don't need a license to open carry.
Yes.
Those are new laws. So the trend is actually going
Correct.
more towards arming citizens, right? Even in New York lost the Supreme Court case. New York in 5 years is going to be not a gun state like the Midwest, but much more easier for you to get a gun, right? Now,
Hold on. Sorry,
the
I don't mean to
thing is-
interrupt this. Listen, I gotta run. There's something going on with Amanda. Essie.
Mhm.
The debates, I think Fired Up's gonna be fun for both of our crowds. I have a lot of respect for you, and
At
thank you
SE.
for going into
Appreciate you.
law enforcement. It's not an easy job. You see a lot of shit. You deal with a lot of shit. I wanted to be a cop, 100%. That's what I went out to be. So
Bobby, go get him.
everybody in the comments,
All right,
I
we heard
just
this
want to
story.
say, Essie, I got love for you, bro. But I'm gonna push.
Appreciate
We're gonna get heated, and we could get fired up. That's fun for the audience. You guys, we'll talk about all the other shit another time. I gotta run. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. Thank you guys for your time. Everybody in the comments, like, share, subscribe. I gotta run. All
All
right.
right.
All right.
Tell Amanda we're here.
All right.
Okay.
All right. I gotta go.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Go
But,
ahead, Essie. I'm sorry.
No, it's
And-
cool. But man has an emergency. He has to do what he has to do.
Please continue. We were talking about what it's going to be like if you have to make that choice.
Right. So now when we talk about the example that not the Blunt Man, but Bobby gave, my morality doesn't have any mercy for somebody who's getting a illegal gun. But when we talk about the laws being changed where now
Okay.
they want to be like Australia and disarm everybody, then that's when I'm going to have that moral dilemma where I'm going to have to make a choice. Do I want to continue working in law enforcement and enforcing those draconian laws, or do I not? And I don't think that I'd want to. But when it comes to a guy living in New York, where he spent his entire
Okay.
life, because for like the last 100 years, you couldn't have a gun the way and you've got a ghost gun that could be used to kill an officer, that's a problem for me because there's a mechanism for you to get a gun. The hardest part about getting a gun in New York is for concealed carry. It is easy for you to get a gun in New York to
But you have
protect your business or for your home.
Mhm.
In my county in upstate
Okay.
New York, to get a concealed carry, All you have to do is go to the court, pay $50, and get a letter from your wife or your husband saying that they're not afraid of you having a gun in the house. The only place that was a difficult place to get a gun in New York is New York City. That's it. That's the only place. So, I mean, if you're living in there, it sucks. But now things are changing because the Supreme Court ruling said that their laws were draconian, were unconstitutional, and people should be able to get guns. So those laws are going to change. Right now, they're changing, and people will be able to get those guns in New York City. But everywhere else, the New York State is this big, and New York City is this big. Everybody else in this big state does not have the
Sure.
issue that Bobby's trying to make it seem like it's statewide. It's like some endemic. I don't know what's going on with Bobby.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
know his
I mean, as
personal
a
life or
person
his
who's-
record. Like, I don't know.
Right.
If he got arrested
Right.
and he has certain things on his record, then that's a problem. But then that opens up another dilemma that, once again, I'm not going to have mercy for.
But see, I think Bobby's whole thing is it comes down to
You know, yeah.
where's your line? Where's your moral compass? Where is it that you draw the line that you like? For instance, here in Oregon and their bullshit of taking us down to mags with 10. I mean, are you fucking serious? I mean, now they're going through the whole thing with the judges and, you know, we're going with the Supreme Court and all of that. But I mean, so for me to protect myself or whatever the case may be, if I was to have more than, you know, the allotted amount, I would be guilty for that. That seems, again, like it's only about to take your,
overreach.
eventually it is going to be taking your firearms. If they're going to go so far as to say how many you can have in the gun and all of it's only a matter of time before they take your guns.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, I
where
don't
is
know.
it?
I disagree because the trend is
especially
in the opposite direction.
especially SE. Here's one of the
Mhm.
here's the problem though.
Mhm.
Especially those laws that Gutter is talking about that limit
Mhm.
Joe Schmo citizen, pesky citizen with things, don't do the same to you.
Well,
They
I
give
want to
you
clarify one
MRAP
thing.
vehicles. They give
I wanna-
you.
Mhm.
Go ahead. Yep.
No, I want to clarify one thing.
Go ahead.
I don't disagree with Gutter. I agree to disagree. What she's saying makes sense. I just don't think that the inevitable trend is that
I get-
guns will be taken away. I think in liberal states and liberal cities, they're making these gun restrictions more stringent. But everywhere else, middle America, moderate America, conservative America is going in a complete opposite direction. So at some point, we're going to have to find a balance. I don't think everybody should have a gun. No disrespect.
Okay. I'm glad.
I
you said
hope
that.
I don't.
Well,
I hope I don't
no,
disrespect.
I don't. I'm taking.
But when you got a guy like Bobby who could sometimes just go, "Boo," do I really want that guy with a gun? I don't know, man, because you know you got to be level-headed. That is a serious responsibility to have a gun. People think they could just be cowboys out here.
Have you met
shooting up all the
my
bad guys.
friend Rick?
Which Rick?
Have you met my friend Rick?
Oh,
'Kay.
the Rick. Oh, I
He's-
thought I
mind
thought-
you,
good question. Oh, yeah.
I
I
mean,
mean,
you
I
know
thought-
you
Rick.
couldn't ask
Yeah.
for somebody that's more experienced
Mhm.
with firearms.
Mhm.
You could not ask for somebody
Mhm.
that's more experienced with them. He's dealt with them his whole life. He had a whole career of it, the whole bit.
Mhm.
So if and Rick can get very heated up. So
Mhm.
it's like with anybody. I mean, you just have to know that you
Mhm.
cannot, you know, pull it because you're in an argument.
But that's
And I
why I
don't
said we need to be registered and we need to have training, like so that people could know what the law is. So you know when you get like in Florida, everybody knows the law in Florida, and so when
No
people
bullshit.
shoot
I
people-
fucking beg to differ.
well,
Absolutely. Do you know all the fucking laws in Florida?
no, that's not what I'm saying. That's what you stopped me too soon. I'm talking
Nope,
about when it
I
comes to
don't.
people defend themselves. So like that's why we see every day people get in these arguments and they shoot somebody and they're clear. They don't even run. They call the cops themselves. Like for instance, in Florida, this pregnant lady is road raging on a motorcycle guy, and he's following her because she hit his car. She comes out of the house with her gun. He kills her. Everybody's going crazy because it's a pregnant lady. But that man was cool as a cucumber, called 911, explained himself, no charges, because he was standing his ground, and it was self-defense. That's the type of education you want citizens to have so that they know when they can use deadly
That's
physical
fair.
force and when they can't. That's all I'm asking for. So when I say registered, I want to know for sure that that gun is legal and you know how to use it. You go to a course every year
That's right.
to know gun
That
safety.
way, when they get ready to come get all our fucking
Okay.
guns, they know exactly where we're at.
Well, they got to pry it out your hands first, don't they? They got to pry.
Oh, then
When they
you'll
come
be
on
okay
your block,
with it.
Yeah,
You,
but then
are
I
you
gotta
going to come back
kill
again?
you, and I gotta
Are,
kill you, SE.
that's if I decided I was going to follow on that gravy train and try and come take your guns. Because when they
Fair
say,
enough.
"Oh, we
Fair
want to
enough.
be like Australia," I'm already at the point where I can put my papers in. What's to stop me from putting my papers in and getting full benefits?
Only you.
You know what I mean? Like,
Right. Right.
listen. So that's
Yep.
the thing. Like, when you give me a hypothetical, like a guy has a ghost gun and he kills a rapist, am I going to collar him? Yes, I'm going to collar him because my morality says no. You shouldn't have an illegal gun. Let the DA decide it. It's like the DA might say, like I said in the comment section, "Yo, we're not going to charge this guy because we think he's a hero." That's not my choice to make. That is a district attorney's choice. Bobby's acting like I'm the judge, jury, and execution. I'm not. I don't even decide whether
Well,
you
you're the
get
guy who kind of
arraigned
got
or
the
charged.
ball rolling for the
that's right.
government.
You,
You're the guy
you
who
can
would get the
kinda
ball rolling
defer.
for the government.
Do you know how many cases, how many people we arrest that immediately the case is what's called decline prosecution? It's a big thing.
Doesn't
It
matter.
happens all the
Dude,
time.
an arrest, okay, that's fine. But an arrest by itself, even if the case is declined or dismissed or whatever, an arrest by itself is harm. It goes on your personal record for the rest of your life. An arrest is harm,
Depends on when it was
whether it's
DP,
right or wrong.
but you're right. But it's still a part of the process.
Okay. So
And the bottom line
my
is
question
you had an illegal gun. But go ahead.
okay, but my question is this. When you say registration and follow the
Mhm.
laws and leave it
Mhm.
to the DEA, those
Mhm.
things are always in flux. They always change. They always have. One time they will go this way, the next time they will go this way. So
And it's the discrepancy
being
of the
I
officer.
here's the thing that I personally feel for you and anybody who does your job, because I would imagine on a decent you have that focused vision that you say you have for rules, laws, things like that's the I'm going to take. You must have to battle with yourself sometime and go home, go like, damn, man, if I was in that guy's position, I'd have done the same thing. And fuck, I wish somebody wouldn't arrested me, but I had to do my job and arrest that guy. And that can't be good. So when Bobby says you're like the liaison between the government and the people, I almost think it should be the other way around, that you should be the liaison between the people and the government. Do you
But the
understand what I'm
system's not
saying?
set up.
That,
I
like,
totally
you're
understand what you're
choosing-
saying, but
I
it's
know
not
it's
made
not.
that way.
Yeah.
Like fundamentally, from the
And maybe
root
we
all
should
the way to
change
the
it.
stem to the blossoming flower of that plant is not made the way that you're saying it.
From the root to the
The-
fruit.
the- from
Yeah, I
root
know.
to the fruit.
Yeah,
That
you-
is
well,
not a part of
yeah,
our system.
basically,
Mhm.
okay, so basically you're admitting that cops, DAs, the court, prisons are all on the same team. They're the same team.
Well,
And it's
yeah.
everybody else.
Well, I would say it's not the judges. They're supposed to be neutral. The jury is the people.
Yeah,
Well,
supposed to
we
be.
are the same team when it comes to cops, DAs, and skip to the jail. Yeah, we're on the same team. You know, when I go
Yeah.
to my meetings with a
Yeah,
district
we only
attorney,
fuck you a little bit. Do you a
well,
little bit.
but that's an adversarial system. That's the system we wanted. That's why you have your own attorney.
Yeah.
You know,
So we pay you
Well,
to fuck us,
if you can afford
and then
it.
we have to pay you to unfuck us
well, you pay us
to fuck
to
us.
find
I
truth.
get it. I should just
And-
become a hooker.
Yeah.
You're the fucking hooker.
That's against the law, Gunner. Forget it. SC will
true.
arrest your ass.
That's a collar too. It's another under. but what people don't realize is, like, you see on the news, you see on YouTube all the times that cops quote unquote fuck people. I wish I was working for those agencies, get all that loving. But
Well,
in all
there's a
actuality,
video.
what y'all don't see is all the times that cops or detectives rather prove that the person didn't do it, prove that the lady lied
Yes.
about the rape, prove that the murderer wasn't this guy. You know what I'm saying? It happens. The system
Mhm.
is about searching truth. Is it a broken system? Sure, but to be honest with you, when you look around the world, our system is the best out there. It really
I,
is.
I, I
Yo,
heard a recent. Yes.
no, I
Go
was just saying
ahead.
one last thing before you say your
Finish,
point,
please.
because I want to hear what you have to say. Like
Yes.
in some of these European countries, they can hold you to do their investigation.
Yep.
Hold you in jail, no
Well,
charges, no nothing, not questioning you, nothing. You're sitting in
Essie,
a cell.
well,
go ahead, yeah.
that's January 6th. Those are the people in January 6th, but they do that here too.
I mean, that was a
I'm just
travesty in
saying
itself.
they will do that here too. Huh?
No,
What's
go
that?
ahead. No, I said that was a travesty in itself. The whole situation was just crazy. But go ahead, what were you gonna say?
Well, yeah. I forget. It was something like, yeah, our laws and our systems are not the best laws, but they're the best laws around that work the best that we have,
Really?
given every
How
other
do you
place.
know? How do you know all the laws? They make new fucking laws up every day. We don't
No,
even
no, no.
know what all
no,
the
no, no.
SC
No,
can't
Gutter. I
tell me
meant the
all the
system.
fucking laws.
Gutter. Just meant the system. The system, the justice system is the.
Sucks.
It may not be perfect, but it's the best one there is at this point. I get that saying that I just heard someone
That's like
say.
saying
I
I
forget what
got
it was.
herpes, but it's the best out of the STDs to have.
Well, it's better than AIDS, right?
See?
AIDS.
There you go.
So
I mean, I'm that's like settling.
Would you rather a coleslaw or the monster? Which one you want?
right, right. The big HIV.
You want some burning pea? Some other
Exactly.
shit.
Yeah, I'll take the clap. Thank you
Yeah,
very
you want
much for
the
200,
Q-tip?
Alex. This shit is fucking crazy. Essie, I so miss you coming on, and I know it got a little crazy. Normally, we don't get that here on the show. We're usually able to these conversations. Bobby was extremely passionate tonight, and I appreciate his passionate stance on things, ability to take it and listen. And I don't want you to feel as though you were attacked.
Nah.
We on this show, I don't think a lot of us on this show would identify as conservative, but we are definitely right leaning people, and we're definitely constitutional. So we have a problem automatically from the jump with anything government and government deciding for us, especially
if you're
when
looking at
most of us are good people.
right, but if you look in the Constitution, the Articles of Confederation give power to the states. So when people say I don't follow state law, I only follow the Constitution, that is a part of the Constitution, and the Constitution says states can make laws. You know?
It is.
So yeah, the Articles of Confederation.
It is.
But basically lays out the framework of our country. But listen, I get the anti-government sentiment of a lot of people. The government has done so much to earn their hate, just like police officers have done a lot to earn their hate. You know, and one thing I talk about on my channel, and to Bobby, I'm going to keep talking about race until I decide that the problem has been solved in America. But one thing in talking about race that is not widely covered and advertised is the amount of injustice that white people experience at the hands of police. So policing is a problem, period, that we need to fix. But once again, it's less likely that you could roll up on a police officer in America and slide them a couple $1,000s and go kill somebody and not get caught for it. It's possible it can happen, but it's less likely. But I could take you to 1,000 countries across this world where you can do that. I could take you to dozens of countries across this world where they could just take you off the streets and disappear you. We can't do that in America as readily. And that's
They
why
did
to me,
in
it's the
Portland.
greatest country.
Mexico.
As readily.
During the riots, they did. They drug them little fuckers right out of there and said, "Here you go."
Correct.
Oh,
They still alive,
where'd those
though.
people go? We never seen them again. That was, man, there was some justice there.
There's a lot of crazy stuff that happened, but you know, listen. At the same time, we gotta, even with that situation, I wasn't important. I don't live in Portland. Thank God I don't live in Portland.
Oh,
But I gotta tell you, I experienced some of the most dangerous heart-wrenching situations during those George Floyd riots. Like, it was anarchy out there, and it pushed police officers to a limit where they were encountering something they've never experienced before. Those were
Well,
career
the ones in
moments.
Portland were hiding.
Mhm.
They're hiding. They weren't. We never seen. Well, I'm not shitting you.
Right.
You seen it on the news all the fucking time. You didn't see cops anywhere. They were hiding while those little fuckers were destroying the entire goddamn city.
Well, I mean, what did your
Wait a
politicians
minute.
say?
What do you mean? We paid them to fucking protect the city.
What did your politicians tell them to do?
They didn't do anything. They said
Who
the
said
cops
something? I
did.
didn't say anything.
We paid them. We paid them. We paid their salary,
Mhm.
and they were supposed to protect us, and they didn't. They hid and waited until they burnt everything they wanted down, and I mean, literally,
Yeah,
we've
in
seen
New
it
York, the
for a
politicians
Well-
said,
year.
stand down.
Well, here's the
Instead-
thing, right?
Mhm.
Well, here's the thing. I see. I don't know. You talking? My
No, I'm
internet's
waiting-
kind of coming in and
No, we're
out,
waiting
so
on
I don't
you.
know who's saying what here.
No, you started talking, so we waiting on
I
you.
just want to say, it's kind of a thing. Okay, thank you, sir. I think it's kind of funny that a lot of the times you see when there is civil unrest and people take to the streets, a lot of the times you see the cops have to stand off to the side. And I'll just say this: you as a cop know in the back of your mind that if the people get it within themselves and get up the gumption, you guys are fucked. You don't stand a chance. You'll be ink spots on the street inside of 10 minutes.
Yeah.
There ain't enough for you to do anything.
I
So
experienced that
you
during
have to
George
stand
Floyd.
back and you have
Yeah.
to let. That's what I was going to say. Yeah, sure. I'm sure you did. And that must have been kind of scary,
Yeah.
just to be the face of the wall that's supposed to stand there. But you know that if this fucking group comes at us, we're done.
Listen,
You know,
there was a
I
point
feel for you,
where
man. I really do.
my sergeant said, I want you to go to this address and protect this store, which is this 100% true story. I hate to say that, but I have to say it because it's so convenient based off of what Gutter said. The true story to my honor. My sergeant said, go to this address and protect this store. It's a high-end store, wherever it is in New York. And when we drove there, after getting through all the rocks and bottles being thrown at our patrol car, we saw that the store was literally getting looted, and there were hundreds of people. We called it up and said, do you want to kill us? We're not going there. We're coming back. We got back. He said, didn't I give you a direct order? We said, fuck you. And that was the end of the conversation. No discipline, no nothing.
Mm.
Because we were scared out our goddamn minds. Because if we'd have went out there, they'd have killed us. How do we know that? Because we were out there for weeks on end getting bricks and rocks and bottles and Molotov cocktails thrown at us. So we knew these people meant business, right? I can barely speak. It's getting
Sure.
late.
But there were other people mingled within that were trying to get home or whatever the case may have been. Guess what? They didn't have the armor on, and they didn't have the AK, and they didn't have all that shit to protect themselves
Good
like
point.
you guys did.
Well, we weren't protected either because our politicians told us to stand
could've-
down, otherwise they would not cover us.
No,
if
no,
we
no.
did
Your boss
anything.
just told you to go to the store, you said.
No, but they told us not to use force on the people. That's the only way you stop these things is by making people stop. You can't ask them. So that you telling us to go do things, but then you telling us we got to be hands off. So how do we accomplish that? How do we protect the person just trying to go home? If I put force on this person, you're going to charge me. I remember part of our training material that I just saw because they got me going to this.
But I thought your
crazy meeting.
job was to go protect the store and the
Yeah, but
people.
my job is also to not go to jail and to make it home to my family. And in Portland, Oregon, this is part of our training
So
material.
the other people don't
Let
get
me
to make
finish
it
this one
home.
point.
Wait,
Let
wait,
me
wait,
finish
wait.
this one
Your
point.
job is to
Yeah, no,
fucking
she-
protect people. And you
And
are
serve.
going to go home while those people fucking die. That's what you're telling me. That's
telling
fucking
you
bullshit. That's the
that
same fucking thing
So-
them
so-
goddamn fucking cops did in Texas. Those
When I
little kids
signed-
fucking died for those dirty motherfuckers. And you're saying the same goddamn thing.
because it's the
You
truth.
fucking A. Come on back, Bobby.
It's the truth. It's the truth. And if you don't like it, get your
I am
politicians.
fucking furious.
to
No, I
change
don't
it.
like
No.
it. And if you guys would stand up and say, no, we're not going to fucking do that shit. If you want me here as a motherfucking
Okay.
cop, this is what I'm going to fucking do. And if you don't, then I'm fucking out. But no,
No,
you're going to stay
I
there
disagree.
and collect your fucking pension
Yes,
while
I am.
those fucking people die.
That's not how it works. Nobody
I'm
died anyway.
glad,
You're going to
that
the
we
extreme.
see eye to eye.
It doesn't work that way. All right.
Okay.
Nobody takes the job to throw their life away. You have to be smart about these things. That's why
Then
when you
don't
have
be a fucking
that's
cop.
no,
No, you
that's
don't.
Your
ridiculous.
job
No, you
is
don't.
to
Ridiculous.
protect
Who's gonna
and
take that
serve.
job?
Strategic.
Are you gonna
strategic.
take that job,
if I
Gutter
can-
Girl?
No,
Are you
that's
gonna
why
take
I
that
didn't.
job?
It's also why I
No.
didn't become a fucking
No.
school teacher.
No. Are you
Because I
taught?
can't
Are you
stand
taught?
kids
Are
around
you?
all the time.
Have you been taught on how to engage tactical situations?
Oh, we
No.
said no, not
So-
like you
So
guys.
that's why we approach it.
My ass would have
differently.
been in the
Because if-
motherfucking school.
If we're dead, we can't help anybody. That's why you approach it
You
smart.
didn't.
Well, you're not helping anybody
Now-
by leaving though either.
Now, if my boss
yeah,
tells
by
me,
standing there holding your
First of
fucking
all-
pecker in one hand and your gun in the other.
well, let's get to the details of it. Number one, because if we're gonna go to the weeds, and we're gonna have to go to the weeds with it. Number
Oh, well,
one,
fucking A, let's
everybody
go.
knew that
Let's go.
district. First of all, there was a curfew in that time, so regular folks like the people that you talking
Okay.
about shouldn't have been on the streets. Nobody should have been on the streets. Everybody knew at that time that people who were out there at that time were looters, protesters, and
Well, they
provocateurs.
knew it. So
They knew
nobody,
it, right? So now
nobody was a store owner that fucking was trying to get home.
it's
Nobody.
they're not. Their stores were closed. There was nobody who was
Oh
armed.
no, their
robbed.
stores were vandalized.
They
You
were
weren't there.
closed and they were boarded up, and those terrorists ripped down the boards and stole the stuff
I
out
know.
of it.
I know.
My
and
job
your
is not
buddy
to
stood
die
on each
for
end of the
property.
fucking street and
I'm
watched
not
it happen.
dying for no Lululemon thongs. I'm
That-
not
I'm
dying
telling
for
you,
that.
there were people
No.
out there that were trying to fucking get home and they couldn't fucking make it home. Some of them were at 7-Eleven. Some of them were at different places and they weren't there fucking being hoodlums.
I hear you,
Oh, I'm
but if
telling
I
you.
get to that situation and it's not safe,
Do you know how
and,
many
and,
law
and
I
there's
was?
no life,
Let me tell you something, Essie.
Mhm.
I worked in the medical field for 20 years, okay?
Mhm.
In that time, do you know how many fucking times I lost my job for
Mm-hmm.
standing up for old people? I can't even count on my fucking hand how many times. I was fired. I walked out. I fucking stood up. I called fucking resident family members. I never once let a fucking resident. I didn't care that it was
She's
my
gone.
job.
Okay,
I'd go find another one.
Mhm.
But you're not doing that.
You're not
Because
because
You're making
that's not your job. You don't know what
Can
we're
I-
trained and what we're told to do. So my job is not asking me to do what you're telling me to do.
Can
So I'm following my training and I'm following the edicts of my
wait a
job.
minute.
so on
that's
the
why I
side of
tell
your
you-
rig where it
that's-
says protect and serve.
But
That's
the-
not
right.
what part of your job
Hold
is.
on.
We do that every
Oh,
day.
that's
but that,
right. You're not.
but
You're not.
protecting property is not protecting and serving people. That's
There were
property.
people there that needed protected.
No, you're assuming because you weren't there. You're assuming. You're not.
What
You
about
were
the
not
people
there.
that died?
So go
What
get
about the
somebody.
people that
Get
died?
somebody who was there on this live to say that strategic.
They
let
can't.
them
They're
rock.
fucking dead.
I don't believe that bullshit. It's fucking propaganda. You
Oh,
talking out
bullshit.
your fucking ass.
Oh bullshit!
No,
Tell me
outta
about
here.
the little kids that died.
Can
What
I?
about the
That
little
was a
kids that died in
child.
the fucking
That was
school?
that was an autonomous zone. What you, let me not
Oh.
talk to school. What are you talking about? You talking
I'm
about
talking
Uvalde?
about the fucking little kids in Texas that died while the cops stood out there.
Yeah,
I've
Uvalde.
spoken at nauseum about how cowardice
has.
those cops were. That was not the training.
What's the difference?
It's
What's
a
the
big
difference?
That's not the training. There's a specific training for mass shooters. You go in and you eliminate the threat, and it is lawful for you to kill that person. Every cop knows it. Every state after Columbine instituted that law. There's a big difference between that and Lululemon thongs.
You still
covered
you
this.
still lost me on the fact that there are people
Lululemon kills
that
me.
fucking died out there. And
Where
you
did they
fucking
die?
all that
Nobody
shit.
died in New York.
Look.
Nobody died in New York. I don't know what happens in Oregon. I don't know what happens
Really?
in
You don't
Atlanta.
know that people died in Portland
I'm not
on
there.
the fucking street with all that shit? No. You
I
know
don't-
why? Because mainstream media didn't
People
want anybody
died.
to hear that shit.
People died in CHOP. People died all these other places. I didn't agree with CHOP. I covered that and said that it was ridiculous that they allowed these people to make autonomous zones.
Right, but it
That
wasn't their
everybody in
order.
those zones were
It wasn't
treasonous
their
people.
training. It wasn't their training, SE.
Well, then you got to take that up with your local cops. But you talking about me. You talking about me. So I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do and what I did during the most stressful time of my freaking life as a police officer. All right. And unless you was there, you can't judge.
Okay.
Just like I would never judge a combat vet, you can't judge if you weren't there. You cannot judge if you didn't have the balls to go out there and get bricks thrown at your head and watch your colleagues falling around you. You cannot fucking judge. And that's what
You know
people
what?
keep doing.
As long as you're getting a
foot is not
fucking
in the
paycheck,
fire. Your
as
foot is
long
not
as
in
you're
the
getting a
fire, and you
paycheck
judge.
from the rest of us, we
Come on,
can
man.
fucking judge.
Nah. Nah. Because
As
you
long
No,
talking
as
about
listen,
we're the
listen.
ones paying the
Let's
money
stop
to
being
judge us,
personal.
and you're
Let's stop being
paycheck-
personal.
No. It's
Ho,
not
ho, ho,
personal.
ho,
You
ho,
give your-
ho, ho.
Hold
Oh.
on. Can I make this one point? You give your money to a doctor to do
Go ahead.
their job. You don't question your doctor and how they do their job. Why is
Yes,
it when
I fucking
when
do.
I'm
Yes, I
tactically
motherfucking
trained and I know
do.
what to- Go ahead.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, I don't just fucking
Yes, you
take
do.
shit.
Okay.
I'm not that
I just
mad.
want
I'm channeling my inner Bobby.
Okay, God, hold on one second. Let me say something. I haven't said something in a while. And I hear the point and I hear the passion. And it's great. But the thing is, I want to talk about the profession of policing
Right.
versus SE. I can tangentially, because he brought something up, such as we'll call it the Lululemon incident.
Right.
I can bring that up tangentially because you brought it up, but I'm not necessarily addressing this to you when I
Right.
say you made a choice. You said, okay, during this situation, and this is what I was thinking while you were saying that. I see police act bravely when they have the numbers, when they have the advantage. I see police not acting bravely when they don't. So I then say to myself, okay, here are people that a lot of the times choose this profession because they want to make a difference and they want society to be better. I believe that. Then, however, I see them come into situations they are given an order, such as, and then they decide to not. But in Bobby's case, when he was talking with you about a possible situation, you said caller because he broke a law, because you had the advantage in that situation.
Because I didn't have a
hypothetical though it
choice.
may be.
Because I
So
didn't have a
people
choice,
then
and that's
will
what I'm trying
take
to tell Bobby.
people. Well, but you didn't have a choice if your brass told you to go there and protect this store, did you?
But the store is not a crime.
But you
Like,
did,
but-
because
like,
you went back
it's-
and said, fuck you.
It's property.
Yeah, it is. People breaking in and stealing shit.
And our policy is
Yeah.
that property doesn't matter. Life is what matters. Property can be replaced. What I'm trying to explain to Bobby is that there's a criminal charge
Okay,
that
so
I
what
can
Gunner's
face
argue-
if I
I
don't.
got you.
I don't arrest him.
Here we are.
I get you. Should you? But
Shit,
I think
you
Gunner's
done with the dumb bullshit?
Hold on.
Just a minute, Bobby.
You're not gonna just jump on and cut me off. I'm in the middle of talking. I think what Gutter was making the point was there were also other people that tangentially with the Lululemon incident and were potentially harm's way that you did not go out and save by you scurrying back to the thing and telling us fuck you because that's stupid and for me, right?
Right.
So you left other people hanging. You
I
didn't
disagree, but continue.
necessarily follow the edict that you claim that you're following. And that's it ain't personal, man. This is
No, I get it.
This is the problem with policing job. I get it. Dog
You're breaking
on
up
you.
bad, bro.
I'm just saying that sometimes listen to these stories and we get the cops. Oh, I'm pretty go ahead. I'll let somebody else talk. My ears
But
all
I
fucked up.
gotta respond to that. As I told you guys, his purpose of sending us was to
Yes,
protect
please, go ahead.
property. His purpose was solely to protect property, right? We weren't sent out there to do anything but to stop looting from this particular store. It was not safe for us. It was 2 officers he wanted to place on a block with no other officers. That was a suicide mission.
Cry
We
me a
chose-
fucking river.
We chose,
Go ahead.
dude. You keep cutting people off, man.
No, go ahead, bro. I'm hearing your voice. I'm hearing you. Go.
So anyway, like I said, we chose that our safety was in danger based off of that. Now tell me that I'm driving along the way and I see a guy getting mob beat down from some folks. That's something I would not turn around from because life is in danger. Tell me that as we're driving to go to this thong shop that we see people having a gunfight. Will we turn around and go back to the command? No. This was for property only. It was property. Now, mind you, this is not Portland, Oregon. There were no injuries that were reported from anybody in that area during that entire time. Nobody died.
What does
Nobody
property
was
do?
bad.
You may
Hold
think
on,
nobody died.
Hold on.
Listen.
What the fuck does property do? Let me ask you a question while you saying property. You're differentiating property from
I
life.
think Bobby's
What
going to
the
say the same.
What the fuck does property? What is property? What is property? How do you obtain property and what does property serve? I put blood, sweat, and tears into fucking property. My shit took a long time of labor, sweat, tears, and sacrifice. Time off my life. That is my life. My property is my fucking life. Don't you value my property over your fucking life and then give me some sob story
Shut
about
the
how
fuck
you were
up with
trying
that
to...
bullshit.
You
telling
shut
me
the
I
fuck
gotta
up,
put
you
my
fucking
life on the
bootleg.
line for
You
for your
fucking bootleg.
property?
Whoa,
Shut the
that's
fuck
not
up,
going to
man.
work. Okay, you guys, just doing the whole screaming
No,
and
that ain't-
yelling. I
that
mean,
ain't this.
I get screaming and yelling, but you can't do the fucking bootleg, fucking blah, 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 because that's just going to get us nowhere. Let's try to stay on topic here. Bobby, don't make me
Because
fucking
we're
get
trying
Amanda
to find
beat
a
your ass.
solution.
What I'm saying is this
He's
guy's
been saying
paid
fuck
to...
me the whole time. I'm
We're
getting
trying
tired
to
of that
find
bullshit.
solutions,
Yeah,
guys.
Fuck
fuck
me like a
you.
goddamn man. Come
Fuck
on,
you.
man.
I am.
But
I'm
anyway,
talking
I
right to your
understand.
face.
Okay, but
Fuck
here's
you.
the
I'm not
point.
talking on my face.
Wait,
Don't talk
wait,
on- I'm not talking on my
wait.
face. I'm
I
talking
want to
on
make
the
a
internet.
point.
Right
Okay,
fucking here.
Listen,
I'm right here, bro. You ain't coming at
listen.
bullshit.
Stop.
Fucking bootleg.
Stop, Bob. I'm going to knock your ass out.
Nah,
SE, listen.
fuck that.
What I think
you're outta
Bobby
here,
is
bud.
trying to say is
No, he's out.
everybody
He's
works
out.
their ass
He's
off
out.
for what they have. Some people, do you
I
realize
don't
that
care
some
what he's
people
trying to say.
lost their businesses?
I don't care.
They lost their businesses because of the whole looting and all of that. They literally are probably, a lot of them could possibly be homeless. So when you say that you don't want to risk your life to protect somebody else's property, that's what they pay taxes for. You're supposed to be protecting them and their shit. So the fact that you think that there's a discrepancy that you get to make because it's property, well, it could be somebody's life in the end.
But that is not what happened. We
It
are
did
trained-
fucking happen,
No,
Essie.
listen, we are trained not to value property over life. The way that we look at it is that we're not talking about somebody's home. We're talking about stores that have insurance. Don't go in there and risk your life or the life of the people. Because look, if I go into that store and I'm trying to stop them, and then it's escalating, and I now have to shoot the person, I've now valued that property over their life. That's not what they want us to do. What I'm telling you, this is not a personal judgment from me. This is what the job wants me to do. I won't be covered if I shoot somebody to protect those thongs. Now, when we talk to personal property, that's a different thing when we're talking about in somebody's home. If somebody's getting their house burglarized, of course you have to go. That's a violent crime. You guys understand that burglary is considered a violent crime? It really is. It's classified as a violent crime.
Well, what do you think they were doing in Portland?
It's petty. Well, I don't know about Portland. They have different laws, but in New York,
You
those are
don't
petty
think that
theft.
when they were fucking looting all those stores and breaking everything and burning shit, you don't think that's considered part of fucking burglary?
I cannot speak on a different agency and a different state. If you go to Florida and somebody pushes you to the ground and says, I'm going to kill you, you can shoot them. If you do that in New York, you're a murderer.
Let's go with your scenario of the cop and you leaving there, or of going to that store and you leaving there. Your boss told you to stay there and protect it. That
Yes.
was their shit. And you left
Yes.
for it to be destroyed.
And we didn't get in trouble because it was the wrong call from the sergeant, because he was wrong to say that. He violated the department's policy.
Oh, that's right. Because you guys don't have a duty to protect.
Well, constitutionally, according to the Supreme Court, that's no, but that's not what I hope that's. I don't know why they made that that policy. I just know that that's the policy. But you're 100% correct. The Supreme Court does say that we don't have a duty to do anything. But we do it every single day. Every single day we go, we risk our lives, we lose our lives, we get shot, we get stabbed, we get beat up, we do all these things to protect people. That's not our policy. Our policy is not to put your life on the line for thongs.
I'm pretty sure that most of the policies kind of range the same regarding cops, and I don't give a fuck if it's Idaho, Oregon, New York. It doesn't matter. Pretty much they're all. That's why everybody's pissed off, is because you guys got all this shit to protect you, and here we are in the fucking open.
This doesn't happen.
We can't. I mean, dude, I can't even more right now. If that law goes through, I can't even have more than 10 in a fucking mag. Are you serious?
I don't agree with that either. But to say that cops don't protect people, it's just disingenuous to me.
Well, no, it's not disingenuous. I fucking watched it happen in Portland.
That's one instant, but you saying the cops never do anything?
Not one instance.
So they never do anything.
Go to Rick's channel. You see it all the fucking time.
No, it's nothing. Wait a minute. Things are not all or nothing. There's not all or nothing.
That way,
so cops, no one's saying cops never protect. And no one's saying cops always protect. It's in the middle here somewhere, and this we got to stay focused on, guys. This is the hard part. This is the work that people need to do.
Right. So we have bad people in every single profession. We have one doctor that literally raped every single gymnast in U.S. history. Gymnast history. He's been in there like 20 years and raped 1,000 people. There's bad people everywhere.
Short fucking rope.
Yeah, there's he should be. I think that the
tall tree and rope, bro.
There's room to grow in every profession. Policing that we see today, hopefully to God, won't be the policing that we see 20 years from now.
I gotta go. I'll be right back.
No problem. But my issue is for somebody like Bobby to tell me that I have to give my life to protect the shit he worked hard for, that pisses me off, man. That is like no regard for me as a human being, for my kids, for my family, for my ability, my self-determination. Not if Bobby would have said, give my life to protect him, I say, yo, you know what? Yes. Give my life to protect a 90-year-old dude who's got maybe 2 more years on this earth. Absolutely. I'm willing to do it. But property, nah, man. And then you add the cursing and shit, eventually I'm going to have enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, listen, man, I get it, and I get both of you guys' passion, and I am really kind of pissed off and bummed out, man, that I had to give my friend Bob the boot, right? But when we start breaking down to name calling and stuff, I just can't. That's not fostering a discussion, and all that's going to lead to is people screaming at each other. So I want to try to keep it in the realm of being rational and objective about the whole situation. I can see your point. But what I would say to you is, unfortunately, you chose a profession where the loss of your life is unfortunately up there on what could possibly happen. That would be akin to me saying, I'm a redheaded roofer in August and I don't want to get a sunburn. And you know what I mean? Granted, one's dead, one's not. Okay, so I get that. But I'm saying that, and then going to my employer, who is basically, in your case, the pesky citizens who pay the taxes that do the thing. And you saying, well, I don't want to die for property. I don't want to die because it's inconvenient. I don't want to die because I'm not the one who's in the most forceful or advantageous place to be. You know, like I said, cops tend to act when they have the force on their side and don't act when they don't.
Right.
And
But
that's
my
a bit
answer
of a
to-
problem. And
My
Yes,
answer
sir.
to
Go
your
ahead.
statement, my answer to your statement
Mhm.
is that you're the roofer, the redheaded roofer in August. But your roofing company told you don't roof in August.
You don't
So
have
are
to-
you gonna roof in August? Are you gonna be because
If
basically
that's-
what
if
you're saying
that's-
with that
if
analogy
that's
is that
the
roofing is a
career that I
dangerous, right?
chose,
Right.
but if that's the career that I chose, brother,
Right.
and I decide to stick with it, then I have to follow the rules.
Yeah, but yeah, so like if
And
they're telling
The
you
concept,
that only roof
go do
between
this.
May and July when it's safe. Don't roof in August and September because it's not safe. Why would you roof in August and September
Say
when they
that
tell
again?
you not to? All right, so with your analogy, what you're saying is that roofing is a dangerous job, right?
Yeah.
Right. So let's say
Yes.
that
Well,
I'm
if
gonna
sunburn.
change your well, I'm gonna change your analogy around because maybe I wasn't getting it the way you was trying to give it, right? Let's say that the most
Okay.
dangerous time to roof is in the wintertime. And your roofing company tells
is.
you don't roof during the wintertime because it's dangerous and you could unnecessarily lose your life. Why would you go roof in the wintertime when your agency told you not to?
Well, I wouldn't.
You
because there
wouldn't,
would be
right?
no work.
Now check this out. What if there's a homeowner that has a roof problem, right? That's the people
Yeah.
that you serve. And they say, I want you to roof in the wintertime. But the people you work for, the laws, the politicians, the rules, the regulations, tells you not to roof in the wintertime. Are you gonna roof in the wintertime just because the people you serve who are not informed on the rules and the laws and the training tell you that you should roof in the wintertime?
If the company that I work for says
Mhm.
go roof in the wintertime,
They say no.
and I
They say
choose
don't
to
do it.
keep being a roofer at that company,
They
I go
they
roof
say
in
no.
the wintertime. Construction
well-
my whole life.
Well, my analogy is your company says
Call the
no.
company. If they call the company, it's up to tell the people me, because I only work for the company.
Right, you're breaking up a little bit, so I'm not hearing everything you're saying.
So I've done commercial.
Mhm.
Okay. I said it's up to the company that I work for
Mhm.
to tell the people who need their roof done in the winter that they don't
Mhm.
roof in the wintertime. I'm just the worker.
Right. So how's that
Right,
my
but they're
fault?
your neighbors.
Okay.
But
Right.
they're
So
your
if
neighbors,
the-
Hank.
if they
How's that
convince
my fault?
if they convince what's that?
They're
Yeah,
your
I agree.
neighbors, and the roof's
People are
leaking.
yelling at me. What? I understand
They're
that.
your
but what I'm saying
neighbors,
is
and the
if
roof
I'm
is
just a
leaking.
work. Yes. What am I supposed to do about that?
I would go roof.
I mean, if I
the
want to be a
fucking
nice
roof for 'em.
guy,
See, there's a difference between you, me, and SE.
okay, I get what you're saying.
I lost my job many fucking times because I stood up for the resident. Literally. I had a resident that died after she ate rotten fucking salmon and rotten eggs. And I literally lost my job over it. This was, of course, before she died. But the very next week, she lost her life. And I do believe it was from all the rotten shit she ate. That late, though, I literally said, you can take this job and shove it up your ass if you're not going to make sure that these residents don't have rotten food in their refrigerator. They told me, well, that's probably the family's responsibility. No, it's fucking not. It wasn't the responsibility of the family. And it didn't matter if it was. I would lose my job over it.
But
I'm
look at
saying
the
the
risk.
same thing with you.
Look at the risk that you're willing to take, right? The only
Fucking
penalty, the only penalty you face is losing a job. If I make a mistake and somebody dies, I risk spending the rest of my life in prison. That's
So
the
would I.
difference. No.
I passed medications. I fucking did all kinds of things that literally put my life in danger to make sure that the resident was taken care of. I had a resident that was 300 pounds that fell on me, and she laid there for 2.5 fucking hours before somebody come and got me. But you know what? I didn't push her off of me to make sure that my shoulder was okay. I literally laid there until somebody come and got her off of me, because if I moved her, it was going to hurt her. So I just think that there's a moral and a character. There's a line there. And for some reason, cops think that they don't have to pass that line. I'm trying to figure out who it is that's supposed to protect these citizens that we told them somebody was going to be there to protect them.
Cops don't pass the line because we're not covered when we pass the line. Because they're going to say you're acting out of the scope of your duties, and now you spend the rest of your life in prison. You get sued, the whole nine. Like, that's what I agree with what Yank is that. I'm not saying Yank agrees with me, but he said one thing. He said it's the job of the company to explain to the people that they don't roof in the wintertime. My point in this whole conversation is don't blame the officer, blame the system, change the system. That's my whole point.
It's like blaming the gun, huh? It's like blaming the gun. Blame the gun. Blame the gun.
No.
Blame the system.
No,
blame the system.
The gun is the same thing as
Who
the
is
officer.
the system?
The
You
gun is
people
the
are
tool.
the system.
No, we're not. We're part of
Fuck
it.
you aren't.
The gun is the tool. The officer's the tool. The system is your police chief. The system is your mayor. The system is your senator, your representatives. Those are the people that make the laws that the tool has to follow. That's
as
so
long
you
as
don't
you
blame
guys
the gun.
don't
You blame
stand
the
up.
person pulling the trigger.
As long as you, as police officers, don't stand up and say we're not doing that shit. I'm not gonna break my moral fucking code and do that shit. My job is to protect that old lady in there, and I'm gonna go fucking do it. That's what I'm gonna do.
Every day.
I'm gonna fucking go to bed tonight, one way or the other. It might be under the fucking stars of a gravestone, or it might be from saving that lady, but I'm gonna fucking sleep good one way or the other.
We do that every day. The question and the debate was,
I agree, you do.
Songs and property. That's what the question. But people,
Right,
to win the argument, you guys keep putting in old ladies, migrants,
That was the
migrant
question.
workers from Mexico.
Right, but remember, those people, that
7-Eleven
property,
workers.
if somebody takes your job away from you, then that's how you feed your family, right? Well, that was those people's property, and that's how they fed your family, or how they fed their family, and you walked away.
Look what's happening in New York, right? The officers were proactive in New York City. They were kettling. If you know what kettling is, the way of gathering protesters, getting the looters, getting them into corners, mass arresting them. Now New York City's paying thousands of people $21,000 for what happened to them. They're not covering. And so but I wanted to make a point, but I got cut off. In Portland, Oregon, that's part of a training video that's now a part of my department's training. A Portland, Oregon officer is subduing a man. He rests his knee on the dude. This is after George Floyd. He rests the knee on the corner of the dude's back arm. Another officer did what he was supposed to. It's called bystander training. That officer tapped his knee and moved it. They fired that officer just for his knee being on that dude's back for 2 seconds. This is what we're fermenting. A system where cops are afraid to be police officers. This is what you get. We're human beings. We have families. I can't just lose a job. I got mortgages. I got multiple mortgages, cars, kids. I gotta play within the rules of the game that your politicians set up. Now, if you tell me go round up all the white people and put them in concentration camps,
too,
I'm gonna be like, hell no. You tell me do it to the black people, I mean, hell no. You say round up all the guns like in Australia, I'm gonna say hell no. That's where my morality stops. But if you tell me
we got to get all the way there before you're gonna stand up.
Because but Stand up to what? Because the only question that's
To
on
the
the
fucking
floor,
tyranny that goes
No.
on every fucking day.
but you can't make this. You can't just keep making the conversation bigger and bigger. The scope of the conversation. The conversation was my morality of not going to a thong workout store in the middle of a riot.
The thong part doesn't fucking matter. It could have been a fucking dildo store.
It's just
Esty.
the-
Somebody fucking paid
two
was supporting their
officers.
family on that shit.
It's 2 officers with thousands of people. There were no other officers out there because we were spread thin.
I know.
So
the lady on the
How is 2 officers supposed to stop that when as soon as we step out the car, we would start getting the bricks and the Molotov cocktails and the bottles that were being thrown at the car that we were in? This is what I'm saying. It's a suicide mission.
SE.
Yeah.
SE. Let's say this.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, man. I know this is going to sound pretty terrible, and I'm not trying to bash
Okay.
on you. You know that, right? Like I'm
All
trying
right.
to be the
Listen,
non
I'm here.
fucking.
And it's
But
not
here's the thing.
specifically
Here-
you.
Here's the
it's
thing.
because of
You
everything
wait a
that's
minute. Wait a minute. I'm trying to say something. Please. All I'm trying to say is this. You said, "What are we supposed to do?" You're supposed to try, and sometimes you're gonna lose. That's the thing with your job.
It's-
That's the sucky reality of your job.
It's
Sometimes
not
you're not
policy.
going home.
No,
It's not policy.
It's
I don't
not
care about
policy.
policy. It's
no,
the oath.
no, no, no,
I don't
no.
care about.
My
I don't
oath
care
is
about.
for
It's the
specific
oath.
things.
It's the decision you made to take that job. That job comes with a high level of risk to your personal safety. Every officer has a high level of risk to their personal safety. And once they start deciding this is too risky, that's too risky, this is good, we got
I did not
people in
decide
charge
that.
of this,
Policy
we can
decided
handle
that.
that kind of sucks.
No. I'm gonna give you an
saying
example.
policy, but
I'ma
your
give-
chief
I'ma
told
give you an
you
example.
go down and take
No,
care
no,
of it.
chief. It was not a chief. It was a sergeant. That's a low level.
But whatever. Okay, I'm
He
sorry.
was wrong.
I'm sorry.
He was wrong. He was absolutely
Okay.
wrong. And if something would have happened to us, he would have got fired. Let me give you an example.
Okay.
If there's an active shooter, your job specifically in the policy is not to wait for any other officer, no backup. You go in and neutralize the threat, even if it costs you your life. That is in black and white. There's an
Okay.
active shooter.
So I get what you're saying there.
I will go
I
in
get-
there.
and you may lose your life. And you may
I
lose your life
understand
in that,
It's
correct?
in black and white. Yes,
Okay.
and it's
All
in
right.
black
I
and
agree
white.
with you.
Now,
That's scary.
The
That's
same
scary.
policy.
Black and white.
Well, let me finish.
Go
The
ahead.
same
Yep,
policy
please.
in a different part of the book says we don't do that for property. We don't do that for property.
Okay.
So I'm following the
Okay.
policy. Now, if
Okay,
you as a
but
citizen
let
think
me
that it's
ask you
wrong,
this.
change the policy.
Okay. I agree. Here's where I got a problem.
Mhm.
The policy says wins if shooting. Now, this wasn't you.
Mhm.
Okay. You. The policy if shooter
Well, you're breaking up. bro.
life
Can
on
you hear
if
him,
you
Gutter?
die, you fucking die. That's
barely. Yank, you're breaking up really bad. Start over.
Can you hear me? Shit, my fucking Wi-Fi is screwing up bad. I'm sorry. Damn it.
You gotta get some
Okay,
Ethernet
real-
and plug it directly in.
I don't have the
Oh, okay.
dude. I can't. It's fucking 40 feet away.
I do it.
Your policy is stating that active shooter go in, lay your life on the fucking line. If you die, you die.
That's-
Too bad. That didn't
that's-
happen in Uvalde. What the fuck happened to those cops? Nothing.
Look,
Nothing.
first of all, I don't know what
And
their
this is what
policy
this
is,
is what the public
but they're
is pissed
cowards.
off about.
Right. And
Yeah,
I
but
agree
this
with you. They should be
Coward,
fired.
fuck,
They should be
coward.
criminally
No one
charged.
cares about coward.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. They should be fucking tall trees, short rope. And this is
Yeah.
the problem, right? That the pesky citizens
Mhm.
are seeing with police. They pick
Mhm.
and choose when they're going to do it, and they throw up policy when it's convenient. But when it's not convenient, then all of a sudden we got reasons and excuses.
Mhm.
You understand what I'm saying? And I'm not
No,
directing
I
this at
hear
you.
you. No,
I'm
no, no.
saying
I
policing
understand.
in general.
I understand the frustration. We, like your boy Rick says, we've earned the hate. I get it. I understand, but you can't take every situation and put it in every situation. You
agree.
can't put us all in one
I
barrel.
agree.
This was a unique
I agree.
circumstance where a citizen, I'm not in the military, right? That's I got so much respect for military people because they literally go under a different rule. Like some of their rules suspend the Constitution. Like they literally live with a different set of rules than the rest of us have. I'm a citizen. I'm a private citizen that's working in law enforcement. And my supervisor wanted me to do something against policy for whatever reason to this day, I don't know. I have no idea. And as soon as we told him, hell no, go fuck yourself, he was like, all right. And it wasn't even that important to him. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
that's totally
Yep.
different than Uvalde. It's totally different than
agree.
these guys texting on their phones. I think they should all be in jail. I'm documented on YouTube saying these guys should be in prison. They should be fired. They should be shamed.
You are.
They're
I agree.
they're cowards for whatever it's worth with those words. But this is a different circumstance. And I don't think anybody should
agree.
ask somebody to give up their life for something that could be replaced by insurance. That's crazy. You know what? Half the time when I go to thefts, these stores don't even want to press charges. They just like,
Right.
yo, give me a
Well,
report so I can just get insurance. Why am I going to die for that? That's crazy.
No,
Like,
Okay, well,
but,
let me.
I
yo,
agree.
in New York City, a dude threw a brick at a lieutenant's head. And then another officer, a black lieutenant's head. Not to make a race, I just want to give you the picture. Black lieutenant's head. A white officer pulls his gun out, doesn't fire it, but just to defend the lieutenant who just had a brick thrown at his head. Thank God he had his helmet on. The news covered it. NYPD cops flagging people about to shoot protesters, and then finally the extended cut was released where this lieutenant got bashed in his head by a brick, and people like, oh, okay, they were ready to destroy this officer for simply taking out his firearm when he was engaged, or rather, his colleague was engaged with deadly physical force. Because if you throw a brick at somebody's head, that's deadly physical force. That's the reality we live in.
It is. It is. Yeah, that is a very fair thing to say, that there is fucking fucked upness on both sides. Pesky citizens don't get the full story and they react, whereas also cops don't do things they're supposed to do and pesky citizens react. So
Yeah, but wait.
yeah,
Pesky
I get what.
citizens don't get paid to be fucking pesky. Cops
Well,
get
that's where
paid to
that's
be
where I was
fucking
going
cops.
to. That's where I was going. That's where I was going as well. Is that the difference is that you guys have the luxury of having protection of the government in a lot of shit that pesky citizens don't have. You guys also get, when you talk about the military, you guys are kind of like, not you specifically. So just to be clear,
Sure.
not you, but police in general are starting to look an awful lot like fucking military. They're getting military vehicles. They're walking around in fucking brown shit with a fucking plate carrier on. For what? For fucking what? Nobody can explain it. And all cops do is go, well, we got to go home at the end of the night. No, the fuck you don't. If you want to go home at the end of the night, don't be a fucking cop.
I don't understand that.
That's
notion.
my thing.
Because
it doesn't
here's
make
the
any
deal.
sense to me.
Remember, you guys get all the heroism. That's why we say, you know what? We wouldn't want your job. We wouldn't. But we don't
Right.
take on that job. We pay somebody to. It's like fucking paying people to be FBI agents and CIAs and you fucking name it, and the president and this and that. We don't want to do it, but we pay somebody else to do it, and we'd like it if y'all would do your job. That's where the problem is. I know it ain't in the policy.
most
It's about
part you
being
do.
smart. It's about
Oh.
being smart about how you do things. The
agree.
training is to keep you
I know.
alive. The training is to protect citizens. The training is to make sure that when you engage people, you engage them constitutionally. So the notion, giving your life, let me explain something to you. When you're going through the police academy, when you're going through the hiring process, there is no document. There's no background investigator or whatever your departments call them that process recruits that tells you that giving your life is a requirement for the job. They
Well,
always
let's get
say
that
course
changed.
you
Because here's the
may
deal. It have to
lose
be
your
a
life.
requirement.
You may have to put your life on a line that may result in you losing your life. But nobody says, yo, you sign up to this as a suicide mission. Every training that we get is to mitigate you possibly losing your life. Every
But
single thing
first-
that
do
we
that?
do.
But first should
firemen do
be the
that?
citizens of the.
Yeah.
But
All
first,
the
the
training is
first
to
thing
mitigate
should be
them
your
losing their life.
concern. Should be the life of a citizen. That should be your first
I
concern.
agree. That's why I said property. My department says property doesn't matter
Okay.
as much. Now,
I-
when does
okay,
property
I
matter?
can agree
Property
with the
matter if it's
property.
arson, right? Because people could die from arson. So that's a different story.
Sure.
That's why this stuff is nuanced. But when you're talking about an entire community that is literally just being looted, and
Mm.
people are grabbing stuff and running and all this stuff, should we put those folks' lives in danger to protect that property? Especially if the policy tells you not to, A, and B, the politicians won't back you if you make a mistake.
I get it, man. It's a quagmire. It really is. And I don't have the answers. It's easy for me to sit here and say, put your ass on the line every fucking time, dick. I'm paying you. Right? It's easy to do that. But I understand where you say, hey, man, if things are in policy, I will do that. But if they're not, I'm not going to. I get that too. Here's the thing. I don't know what you do as far as policing. I hate the fact that cops are up in our asses about shit, no victim, no crime stuff, right? And in the middle of a lot of shit where there is victims and there is crime, there's an awful lot of guys standing around taking notes and nothing fucking happens and nothing gets solved. I have a problem with the fact that we seem to have a lot of police who do an awful lot of easy fucking jobs insofar as writing tickets, hemming people up for nothing, and bullshit like that. What I'm talking about, right? Okay. So one of the things that I thought about one day was that I believe that a lot of beat cops should only be beat cops for a certain amount of time. And then they should either be given a decision, become an investigator or a detective, or get the fuck out. Because after a while, I believe that cops become jaded. They become drunk with power. They become enemies of the people without even realizing that they have been that way. And I think that's where a lot of the bad apples sit. They've been cops too long. They've seen the shit of humanity too many times for too long. It just it grates on them. They don't look at people the same, and now they have the immunity to do whatever the fuck should they choose to.
Right.
And I know you'll disagree with that, but
no, I do
for certain
agree.
shit.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I think that a lot of times guys are jaded because
Okay,
look,
so why don't we get?
I went to my friend's funeral today. Not funeral, but his wake. And I thought about this. I was like, should I
I'm
make
sorry.
no problem. Thank you, man. Nice guy. I was thinking about making a video on this very topic that we're talking about right now. In that I didn't really feel a lot because I've seen so much. Because I've been to so many murders, so many funerals from cops and officers getting killed. I think after the Morin Rivera situation, I was tapped out, man. That really hit me hard. And now it's like I understand when you're involved in this line of work for so long and you see this crazy stuff happening, it does make you jaded. The thing is that, where are you gonna put these guys? But I agree 100%. I think that maybe instead of 20 years, maybe it should be 15 years you get your pension. Or they'll have more options. Like, hey, if you leave at this time, you get this amount of money. And you leave at that time, you get that amount of money. And a lot of people say, you know what, I'd rather just leave with this than stay extra for that, But I also think that we hire too young. I don't think that a 21-year-old is mature enough to deal with the things that we have to deal with on those streets.
I think
Well,
that's
go
a
ahead,
legit
continue.
thing. Yeah.
I'm listening. Continue.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah, man. I think that age does have a lot to do with it, considering what we do know about frontal cortex development and people's ability to see beyond tomorrow and actions that they make today. That's a good point. But maybe policing shouldn't be a career. Maybe it should be considered service. You know what I'm saying? Like you
Maybe
do
we
a certain
should
amount of
just
time
defend
and you're
ourselves.
done.
Well, I think
Yeah,
I
that's not
disagree
a
with
bad
that.
idea too, Gutter.
I disagree with that because
Okay.
it does take a significant amount of knowledge and understanding to do policing. It's something that you it's kind of like being a welder. It's like an apprenticeship or plumbing.
I got
You
you.
have to really learn how to do it. You know, you have
Okay.
to, and it takes a while to get that knowledge base up. And what
Okay.
I
people
know how
don't
to
seem to
put their
understand is that when the citizens take law into their own hands, we've seen this already. We've done all this stuff before in America. We've done this in other parts of the world. So until we've gotten to this point, you get a Lord of the Flies situation where the strongest, most dangerous people are the people who hold the most power, or the richest people
Well,
are the people who hold the most power.
Do you know in
Police are the
Idaho
equalizer.
they have open carry? Do you know there's not near the bullshit that goes on because Joe Blow don't know if Joe Other Blow is packing. So they're much nicer and much more respectful to each other. I think that if everybody
but
had one, you'd be like, do I fuck with him or not? Probably not, because I don't know if he's packing or not. And he
I
might
don't
be
know.
packing bigger than me.
I think people should have guns, but I don't know if that thought process will actually bear out everywhere in the country. Like Idaho has its own culture. You know,
yeah,
people are growing up with guns. People have a different affinity to the land, a different affinity to the history, and you know, is that going to fly in South Central LA? You know, or is that going to
It
fly
will.
in
Once you
Brownsville,
weed out
Brooklyn?
the coals, it'll work.
You know,
it's going to take a while. Like there's going to be lots of dead people. You got to
yeah,
stack
it's
up
going to be a
like
lot of
hardwood.
A
pain
little
before
bit.
we get to where we got to go. You know what I'm saying? So, I
Well,
mean,
we're doing it the slow way now.
Fuck yeah.
We're doing it
Come
the
on.
real slow way
Let's
now.
get you
you know,
here.
I mean, listen, we
Yeah.
have a tried and true way of getting this under control.
Do
And
you?
what it's called is tough on crime.
There's
We're
fucking
experiencing this. We're
Well,
experiencing this because we are not incarcerating people. We're experiencing this because we're not taking crime seriously. That's my opinion. You know,
okay. Well, let me push back on that just a little bit and say that the United States per capita has a higher incarceration rate than any other country in the world.
Mhm.
And we keep having higher recidivism rates.
Mhm.
And our culture does not seem to be getting the hint that going to jail is such a bad thing. Maybe we need to change what going to prison is all about. Maybe we should go back to hard labor and chain fucking gangs and shit
Well, look
like
how
with
that.
that
I
too.
don't know. Maybe.
I agree with
Yeah,
that
yeah,
too.
you know,
I think we have
maybe. Yeah.
the part of the reason because of that we have this big issue with incarceration and crime is because we have a violent culture. It's just a fact, and we don't have a homogenous culture.
Yes.
You know, you go to Iceland, all these folks are Icelanders. We have all these different people
Dude.
mixed together. You know, so
Dude,
we're different
and
animals. Go
this
ahead.
is this goes into what you invited me to come on your show to talk about, and that I always give you kind of a little bit of crap about when we talk about the race stuff,
Mhm.
right? I know Bobby mentioned it, and I know where you're coming from. I believe me, I certainly do.
Mhm.
I will just push back and I will say until we all kind of the mouths like us, we all got mouths, right?
Mhm.
We're not afraid to say what we believe.
Right.
Until we come together and we start talking about us all together, doesn't fucking matter what you look like, what I look like, what your culture was, where you came from, don't fucking matter. This is America. We're Americans, a countrymen. I don't
Right.
think we will ever make the progress because you will always be talking to your community and your people, and I will always be talking to my community and my people. And there will be a
Wait.
separation there that will never get solved.
Wait, I gotta tell one of SC's cronies. David, bring it.
You call him one of my cronies.
No,
Bring
we
it,
don't have cronies
motherfucker. Bring it.
here, man. We don't have cronies. We got people, and we are trying to
SC's got cronies.
legitimately have conversations so that we can understand each other at our place for our country and our peoples, all of our people. That's my opinion.
Oh,
No, I agree. I agree. I just don't think that we're there
Guys,
yet.
my
We spoke
internet is like dead.
about- Mhm.
Yes.
no, it's
Yes.
not. You're
We're
still
we're
here.
not there yet,
You
but until we decide we
Mhm.
are, we'll never be there.
Mhm.
We have to
I don't even think
decide
it's
we
that
are.
simple. There's so much pain
What do you
there.
mean?
Some of it real, some of it manufactured. That people
Mhm.
just can't come together. So much of that. There's so much
We're coming together.
anger. Mhm. Well, yeah, but that's we're on a macro
Why is
level, like. Mhm. But you
Yeah,
got
but
all
why
these
is that
different
though, right?
factions.
You're a black
Well,
guy, I'm a white guy. You're a cop, I'm a citizen.
yeah, but it's
We
beyond
can't be
that.
two totally
No,
opposite people. You're
it's beyond
a
that.
liberal Democrat, I'm not,
It's
and we still get
beyond that.
along.
Because there are
Okay.
forces at play to keep us divided. There's money in the division. There's power in the division. Like these folks who
Sure.
have these homogenous communities in Europe, they literally share the same heritage. They literally share the same ancestry. It's easy to say, hey, let's come together and make things work. America is different. You know what I'm saying? We have so many people coming from different experiences that it's so hard for us to achieve that. And one reason why I speak specifically at times to the African American community is because the needs of the African American community is different than the needs of other communities. So when we look at the African American community and we
I
see more than
know. They need
50% of the
$360,000 reparations. I know. Fuck oh
that's
dear.
that's not what I said. What I was gonna say is when you have more than 50% of murders being committed by African Americans, but you only have 13% of the population, that community needs a totally different conversation than any other community. And that's a conversation I talk about. Culture of violence,
Yes.
fatherless homes, religion, morality, self-respect, education. These are the conversations this particular community needs to have so that we can rise out of that situation. So I can't pretend like, oh, you know what, this universal conversation is going to work for everybody. It's not, because there's deficiencies in this
No, but
particular
there is no
community
everybody.
that doesn't exist in other, or what doesn't exist on a scale in other communities. And I don't support
Well, that's
reparations, by the way.
look, that's fair. That's fair. What you said is fair, but it's also fair to say there is no everybody, there is no all, there's no such thing, right? And even if there's nothing, there's no all everything. So there's always going to be outliers. There's always going to be white racist. You know what I mean? There's always going to be some fucking dummy who's got an idea that is totally contrary to what everybody else doing. He's going to be rowing the other way. You know what I mean?
I'm
But he's in
moving
the
to
boat.
Idaho,
So
and all you
my
white
thing-
people that want to move to Idaho, in just a few years, we're all going to get $360,000 apiece for white reparations. Thank you very much. I'll see you in Idaho, because that's where we all get reparations at if you're white folk.
There you go.
My kids have grown
so
up
bad.
around all kinds of black people. I didn't, but I lived on a fucking Indian reservation. I grew up on an Indian reservation. I'm not racist by no means. However, I am so
Shut up,
I
Pocahontas.
think part of the problem is constantly nagging on it. The nagging fucking bullshit. I swear, in 4 years, we almost had it to where it wasn't that big of a fucking deal. Everybody was liking everybody. And then fucking Biden came back, and then it came in. I mean, it just exploded. And now we're back to this whole racism bullshit.
Hold on, Bobby. I see you on there. Hold on. Just hang in there.
I don't
Okay,
have all
I'm going to bring Bobby in for one more try here. Huh?
No, I
What's
said,
that, Issy?
I don't have all the answers. You know, I'm just a regular guy. You know,
I know.
but
Not to.
all
We're
I can
all
do
seeking
is
it. We're all seeking
yeah.
it, brother.
All I can do is what I think is best for uplifting the people that I feel needs the help that I feel like I could bring them. And I don't think that I preach division. I think I preach, hey, get your stuff together. Let's get accountable for things.
I think
so
you
that
do too.
we could all be a part of the American dream and
I-
live peacefully. Maybe I'm wrong.
I do not think you no. Let me be clear. I do not think you preach division in the way you preach division. But I do think, in the words of somebody who I thought was one of the most eloquent ways to put it, was what's his name? He played God a bunch of times. Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman was asked, "How do we end racism?" And he said, "You stop calling me a black man, and I stop calling you a white man. Just call each other men." And I thought that was the most profound thing I'd have ever heard, because that's actually how you fucking do it. You just refuse to play the game that the powers that make money want us to play. We fucking
question is-
refuse point blank. I will never refer to you as
Mhm.
the black guy I know.
But the
You're
funny
just
thing
a
is,
guy
like,
I know.
but you got to understand, people speak how they speak from like their culture, where they're from, and even their training. Like in the police department, we say
Sure.
white guy, black guy. That's literally ingrained in us.
Yep.
Like you're over the radio, like black guy, brown hair, blue book bag, white guy.
You
That's
can't
how
do
we
that
talk.
You
on social.
kind of
You
have
can't
to
do
if
that
you're
on
looking for
social media.
somebody.
Now,
You kind of got to
What
if you're
does-
looking for somebody.
but what does any of that have to do with Strategic Eyes? When Strategic Eyes says, black folks, we need to stop telling white people to hate themselves for being white. We need to start taking education seriously. We need to start to stop the culture of violence. Stop listening to rap music. I don't understand what the disconnect is,
That's why-
period, with my rhetoric. That a guy, like, I'm not saying you, because I hear what you're saying. It's very nuanced. And to me, it's pie in the sky, and I've told you that before, so you're not going to take that disrespect.
Yes. you
But I
have.
don't understand how a guy like Bobby says, stop talking about race, when this is what I'm saying. You should be happy that I can see the big picture and talk about
I
these
am.
things. I could, and I'm not talking about you in general. I'm
I
talking
am.
about like a guy like Bobby. I could easily be using my platform to say, "Oh, the white man is my holds me down and he's my oppressor."
Oppressor.
And guess what? I'd be a millionaire. Wouldn't I be a millionaire?
Sure.
Just
Yep,
like
you
if I
would.
was saying,
You would.
"Oh, racism
If
doesn't
you call
exist."
Hillary, you will be.
Just like in the
Yep.
opposite, if I said racism doesn't exist, black people are trash and all this stuff, and I'd be like some ultra right black conservative, I'd be a millionaire too. All I'm
Sure.
doing is trying to take the sensible road, the road that I feel to be the honest road. Self-determination, accountability, and just fixing your own house, and stop blaming other people. And for some reason, I get flack on the left and the right. I don't get that.
I hear you, man.
I don't
Good.
understand.
Well, that means you're over the target, and that's why I said your message is solid. You're not sowing division. What would be cool, right? And here's just a suggestion, just off the top of my head, and I'm not plugging anybody here, but
Right.
like, okay, you're obviously a guy who's got melanin, and I'm a guy who doesn't.
Mhm.
Two guys get together, make a fucking video, and start talking, and don't ever mention fucking race. They're just two guys talking about how to fix the fucking country, right? Or how to fix the moral decay we both know exists. And we can both point out, yep, this guy did that. Don't have to say whether he's white or black. That guy did that. Don't have to say what. I mean,
Yeah, but
the
you know what,
power of example is better than the power of words.
I agree with that, and I think that's a great idea. But I think what irks me with white America, and I know I'm gonna
Yes.
get flack for saying that,
Sure.
is a lot of times you guys act like in the 1960s I could ride in the front of the bus with you. Like you
No,
act
you
like
could.
I didn't
No,
I didn't have a colored fountain.
What do
in
you mean
Dixie.
act like? I wasn't born till 69,
I
for
hear you.
fuck's sake.
But there's a lot of people
that were.
who exist
Yep.
who were. My point in saying that is not that you should feel guilty about that. My point in saying that is that racism, the race issue, the racial divide is not 500 years ago. It's 67
You're correct
years
about
ago.
that. Yes.
So?
It's only 65.
It's
My
still
kids fucked
something
up
we
last
need to
week. I
talk
don't
about.
hold it against them today.
It's nobody saying Strategic Eyes have never said hold anything against anybody. What I'm saying is that it's still a meaningful conversation. It's dialogue that we need to talk about. That doesn't mean blaming people. That doesn't mean
When
pointing
you say
fingers.
meaningful
agree.
conversation, to me, it's let's bring up race again. And I think therein lies the fucking problem. I
That
truly believe
sounds like
that is
your
the
personal
problem.
problem. That's not for many people.
Hmm.
That's not the case. If you want to feel that way, you have every right to feel that way. I'm not going to shame you for that. That's your experiences, your life experiences, your studies, your research that brings you to that conclusion. Well, guess what? I have a different conclusion. My conclusion is we talk about these things so that we can sparse out what is the fallacies, what is the propaganda, and what is the truth. Because only
That's a
through
fair
that can
point.
we heal. So, like, you cheat on your husband, you cheat on your wife. You don't just say, "Get over it. Let's go cook me some dinner." No, if you want to save the relationship, you sit down and you say, "Why did we have a breakdown in our relationship?"
Yeah, but this shit
happened.
has been beat to death, dude.
For,
It's
for
been
what?
beat
For how
and
long?
beat and beat
For
and
how
beat.
long? I just told you that
Since the
60,
60s?
70
50 years.
My
50
my
years.
How
mother,
many fucking years
50
do you
years.
need?
50, 60, 70 years.
So we got to go, what, another
Strong.
50?
Okay.
Maybe.
Just
Is that
strategic.
too
Here's the
much
thing.
to ask for? Like, come
Well,
on.
you know what? Here's the
Yes.
deal. You
Yes.
talk about it being education, and you talk about it being a fatherless homes and all of those. Do you know who you talk about specifically? You know who you literally describe in saying that? Me. The only difference is I'm white. My mom
I
had
said.
3 jobs. She was on fucking welfare. I lived fucking meal to meal. I literally did not graduate high school. I went and got my GED. I became something on my own. It was over time, but it was because I said I was going to, not because somebody helped me through it. I just think that as long as we keep putting it the way it's being put, Essie, I think that continues to feed the fire. Like it never gets them over that hump to move on to the next level. How about we not talk about the fact that there's fatherless and all of that? How about you just talk about the fact that, yeah, they know it, they're fatherless. They know it. They know that they quit school. They know all those things. How about you just talk about the fact that they could go up from there? My deal is not specifically at you, but it's at people that constantly want to bring that race thing into it when really it's just about people. It's not about what fucking color you are. I don't give a fuck what color you are.
I just don't think that that's totally correct. Of course, some of what you're saying I agree with, but I just feel like it's naive as to the history and the reality of this country. All right, because
Can
you
I?
act like history doesn't matter and culture doesn't matter. A lot of these issues are cultural issues.
History
sure
does
does.
matter,
Right. So
It
So-
sure does.
but it's
It sure
history.
does.
yeah, but all right. So getting raped when you're 12 years old is history, but it still might affect you when you're 40. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes. My
it
mom
matters.
died. My mom died when I was 34.
Mhm.
It affected me. But I don't keep fucking pounding the
But that's
pavement on it
you.
going she died. My
That is
sister was
you.
murdered. I
Right.
don't keep pounding the pavement on that shit going, well, fuck. If
You
they
know what?
would have just caught that guy, never let him out when he fucking molested his nieces and nephews all those years.
Mhm.
But if
I see
Oregon
you,
would have
Bobby.
just let him out,
Hang
I
in there.
don't do that.
First of all, I want to say I'm sorry that
See.
that happened to your sister.
No, I don't need
No, I know you. I know you don't want that, but
That's
that's the
cool.
right thing to do, and I mean it. But aside from that, right? The worst thing you can say, the most ignorant thing a person can say to another person is, "I did it, so why can't you?" What you should say is, "I did it, and this is the example of how you can possibly do it too." All right, your experience is your
That's
own.
why. Yes.
So you can't
Yes.
say, "Oh, this is what I did."
That's why I'm saying example better than words.
Right.
Mhm.
But I think that what you're saying is right. And I think that's part of the solution. But I don't think it's the only part of the solution. All right. And I think we have a lot of things we need to talk about as a country if we're going to move forward. And pretending like it doesn't exist,
Yes.
all that does is leave space and room for people with bad intentions to control that narrative. We should be controlling that narrative. We should be having that conversation.
Agreed.
But if we choose not to talk about it because we're tired about hearing it, like these people give a fuck what you tired about, not the curse to get mad at you, but just to emphasize Just like you don't care how these folks feel, they don't give a damn how you feel about the topic either. When we decide to extract ourselves from that gray area where we should be doing the battle and the fighting, that's where you get those paid activists that go in there. That's where you get the MSNBCs that's going in there and saying that you should be afraid of your whiteness. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying blame you for anything. You weren't alive during Jim Crow, but I know a lot of people who were. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying let's talk about it. Let's talk about why we live in a society where when a black guy gets killed by another black guy in the hood, nobody cares. But if a white cop kills him, it's the end of the world. There's a reason for that. We don't know what that reason is, but why don't we ask the people who do know what that reason is? And then if they got an ignorant answer, let's explain to them why their answer is ignorant and work with them to get out of that space. That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, okay. I also agree with a lot of what you're saying there, but also sometimes when someone comes back with an ignorant answer, I can just dismiss them fucking ignorantly, right? I don't have to sit there and try to fucking teach every dummy everything. I wanted to, and I'm not saying anybody's dumb here because we're certainly not. On an aside,
I'm sorry,
what
but
I would like
I
to
gotta
say
say
to you
hi
is,
to Poe. Hi, Poe. Okay.
hi,
Go ahead.
Poe. Okay, so
What is he riding? He
Wha-
riding a tricycle or something
Essie.
like that? Let me just,
She
joking
is.
with you,
She
man.
rides a Harley.
I'm joking with Poe. Please don't hurt me.
Essie.
Just joking.
I
Yes.
am over 50 years old.
Yes.
I'm middle-aged. My life is
Mhm.
ticking down, right? My whole life has been taught and ingrained in me that I should not, now this is strictly anecdotal, I
Right.
should not consider my whiteness. I should not consider myself separate. I should always look at other people as they are people. They are
Right.
not separate from me. We are all one and the same. We just share different looks, the same as eye color or hair or whatever. I am
Right.
not allowed, and I have not been allowed because of the era that I was born in, trying to make amends for the things of misdeeds of the past towards black people, that I should not beat myself, but I should just not bother with it. So I don't walk through my life going, well, this happened to me today because this color, and I don't
Right.
feel close to gutter because that color, and shit like that. And what drives me a little bit nuts, and it's starting to get really bad in this country, is that the only people that say my community, my people, my culture, my this, my that, are people who are not fucking white. I don't think about being white till somebody points out that they're not white. I don't know how to overcome that hump other than just keep going, stop fucking talking about it, because that's how I got over it.
Right.
I could be my old man who still harbors weirdness about race. But I'm not. You know what I mean? So I don't. How do we do that, brother? How do we?
But if you look at the makeup of our country, everybody. So Jewish people, they have their community. They protect their
but they
community.
shouldn't.
Right? I'm not saying that they
They
should, but I'm just
shouldn't.
saying Asian people, same thing.
Okay, all right.
Latino people, same thing. That
Yep.
is that is basically how minority groups function. It's basically a humanistic approach to being a minority group. You naturally group together because minority means that you're lesser in the population, that you don't have as much power as the majority. So the only way that you can muster power is by working together, is by coalescing around each other, the people who have your similar interests, right? That make you a minority group.
Like BLM, you know.
You're arguing over.
You know what scares me when you
sociology.
say that? You know what scares me when you say is the idea of revenge comes out of your mouth.
What you said? What?
But I know it's there.
What?
In other words,
You broke
the
up.
minorities coalescing together to become the majority, then taking revenge on those
think
who
that-
were the minor or were the majority. That's
You know
a
what the
scary
funny thing is?
proposition. Name to me one
I-
other people that
Sure.
goes from majority to minority and it ends well. It doesn't.
Well, to be honest with you, it made me think about a conversation we had about Rick. That's your
Mhm.
own personal bias. Just like
It
when we
is.
had that conversation about Rick, and I told you he reminds me of the cops who used to harass me when I was a little kid. I get that feeling, and that's my own
Yes.
personal issue because I should not feel that way about him. That the same way I said that is that you have no evidence of that. First of all,
Yes.
that's not. I know what you're saying, but that's not
Mm.
in my mind. I know that you said that it's what makes you
I
feel it,
know it's
but
not.
I don't. I harbor none of that in me. But
I
there's
know
also
you
no
don't.
evidence. Yeah, and there's also no evidence that that would happen, right? There's also no evidence that it would ever be able to happen because none of those minority groups that I listed will ever come together like that. Okay, and we see that right now. They're
Mhm.
sectarian against each other. You
Okay.
know, Asian people think that black people are committing hate crimes against them. You know, Jewish people, everybody's against Jewish people. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I love the Jewish community. I really do. I studied them in
Yeah, fuck
college.
them people.
But
Fuck them
I
people.
they have a really rich history,
I'm
man. Like
kidding, man.
I'm on his.
I
You're
know.
not taking me
I
down
know.
with you. But what you guys are saying,
Jews.
Like, my face is here, bitch.
what you guys are saying is not wrong. In that, in the future, I would love to live by that creed where we're just Americans. But
Yeah,
I
man.
just don't see it happening now. And I don't
Okay.
think, I think that my community, yeah, I'm saying that, is in such dire straits
Ooh.
that what we need is different than what you need in Iowa, where you want to send all the white people with Scott Adams and get your $300,000
I don't
Idaho
want to
and
go
get
to Iowa.
your,
Fuck, they'll kill
get
us in a train.
your $300,000 reparations. What you need is not what we need because 13% of the population, over 250 million white people, yet the majority of murders is coming from 13% of the population. That's a problem. I have family members that live in mostly black communities. I'm afraid for them. So that's why I speak the way I speak because it's personal. Because I never been. Well, I've been to Seattle once just to get to Alaska, but I've never been to Oregon. I've never been to Seattle, the city. I just was in the airport. I don't know the people up there. I don't know the culture up there. I do know the culture of New York City, of Harlem, and it's personal for me. And I want to save lives.
Gotcha.
And I'm hopefully I don't want to divide us while we're doing it. I want to say that hey, let's come together.
I
and at
got
the
you.
same time, save lives.
I got you, man. And that's why I give you only a little bit of monicum of shit. I don't. I appreciate 99.9% of your messages. I see you struggle. I see you take shit for the stances you take from both sides. I see it. So I can say that you're a man who's struggling at the most to always try to be objectively as you can. Sometimes you fail, sometimes you don't solve, right? We're all trying to do that. So I give anybody respect who just doesn't go, well, here's where I can make the money. Here's where I can get 1 million followers. Here's where I can do this. Here's where I can do that. And they just go with that. Like there's Officer taught there. He's a sellout. I have no fucking respect for that guy whatsoever because he is bought and sold. Now, he may have had a good reaction with you when you called and you guys talked about regarding things and he opened your eyes to that. I know you talked about that. But as far as he just plays to a certain demographic and that's
he
fucking
does.
it. And it's corporate.
Absolutely.
And I don't
Yeah.
like that shit at all. I appreciate a guy who's willing to come on and say, look, man, here's what I believe. But you know something? I also hear what you're saying.
Mm.
You know what I
Appreciate
mean? That's where
I gotta get.
growth begins. And I can appreciate that.
I agree. I appreciate
Bobby,
it so much.
Bobby's over here chewing his head off.
I gotta
He
get
wants
out
to
of
say
here,
something.
bro.
So I'm gonna.
I mean,
I'm gonna
I'll
back
say
off.
if Bobby
know,
has to
I'm-
say something to me, I'll stay just to hear what he has to say and respond. But I do have to get the hell out of here.
I
I
understand.
got work in the
that.
morning.
Okay, man. It is
But,
late.
but I don't want to
it's-
just
it
bail
is late.
because if Bobby has to say, I want to bail. I want to hear the man out if he has a question or a statement or whatever.
Yeah, no,
But
I gotta.
I can't say. I
That's
can't say.
stand up, man. That's stand
That's
up.
fair.
Understandable.
That's
Okay,
fair.
man. You do what
And
you got
I
to
owe
do.
I owe you an apology because I went off.
It's all good, man. It's water
I
under the
went
bridge.
off, and I feel like I at least owe you this much. It had to do with me being able to defend myself here.
Mhm.
It had nothing to do with any. There was no policy, race, or none of that.
Mhm.
But it was hearing a government employee telling me what I couldn't have,
Mhm.
or that they think that I'm lesser than someone else to be able to defend myself. And
Mhm.
then, just as a perfect example, while we were on the live,
Mhm.
there was no cops over there when Amanda almost got in a fucking accident. I went and took care of her. There was
Is she okay?
she's fine, shaken up, but
Okay.
fine. But it's not, you don't get that protection out here that the government, you wish that you would get, especially for the taxes. Like I owe you an apology. I made it personal. I came at you hardcore personal, but the way I was seeing it is as a government employee and a representative of a government, if I were to defend somebody or defend myself, I still have to worry about a written law that nobody fucking read in a 3,000-page bill that suddenly made my means to defend myself illegal when when I bought it was legal. They keep changing the laws and they're taking away more and more. I gotta have just a 12-gauge shotgun is fair. I'm gonna give my 60-year-old mother a 12-gauge shotgun. She's gonna blow her fucking shoulder out. It's not fair what we have, our means of defense. So I'm at the point, I'm not in a place where we're allowed to own guns. I'm here going, this is what you're fucking us with, and crime is rampant. And we can't even defend ourselves. My mother, I'm gonna give my mother, 60 years old, a 12-gauge shotgun. I want to give her a handgun, but they make us jump through hoops. So to hear that level, you have the guns, you have the backup, and I took it personal because I went to the lens of government and civilian. And I don't like the disadvantage when I can't rely on you guys to be there where I'm at. I'm on Long Island, bro. I'm not where they got cameras and NYPD on every corner. They all come around to the island and fuck around, and I'm sorry. I think it'd be beautiful. Like I said, I had to digress. I got mad. I apologize. I got respect for you, Essie, and I'm sorry that I jumped all around. Yank had to mute me.
Well, it's all good, man. It's all good. It's nothing personal. I get it.
It got personal. I made
animated
it
myself.
personal.
It's all good.
But you were being honest, and at least I respect that. So
yeah, I can only.
I hope you
call it
never
like I
show up
see it.
to a scene, and I don't ever want to be a part of one. And I wish you a great, healthy rest of your career. You know what I mean?
No, I appreciate you. It's all good.
It's hard work.
I also
and
forgive all of you for clowning me in Bobby's Discord. I know all about that. Yeah. Oh yeah.
what kind of fuck are you?
I have
Come by.
spies everywhere.
Dude, I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't even
Essie?
visit that fucking thing, so don't worry about
Essie,
it.
Oh, Yank can
Essie
find
even knows about the Discord.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I haven't even
Essie will
visited
be
it,
able
bro.
to go there and see our new T-shirts too, Yank. Yeah,
Well,
you
all
won't be
good.
able to see those
But
T-shirts though, Yank.
I'm gonna jump back up. I'm gonna jump out. We got
I got
another
spies
topic.
ever. You might see me wearing one of those T-shirts on my
Bobby,
next live.
hold on a second. Nice. I'd appreciate that, man, if you did. Bobby, listen, I want to thank you, man. That was heads up man shit right there, man. And
Yo,
I
wait,
appreciate that.
let me jump in. Let me jump in real quick, man.
Sure, brother.
When I've always had the policy that when a man, because men are fucking ignorant, bro, for real. That's why people get
Everybody
their
is.
skulls bashed in all
We
the
know.
time, killed, shot, the whole nine.
For real.
We know.
So when another man apologizes to another man, you have no choice but to accept that apology because you know it's from the heart, because it's something that comes very few and far in between. So you apologize to me, I apologize for you as well, because I did lose my cool as well, man.
I just
you know what
I
I'm
get
saying?
passionate about my
But
freedom. I don't like.
I hear you, and you know what? If somebody's gonna get
I gotta
passionate
be
about
honest.
something, that's
I don't-
something
yeah.
that's worth getting passionate about. Freedom. You know what I'm saying?
I got mad about it.
Two
I didn't
gentlemen
give you a
right there.
chance to speak.
Two gentlemen.
Gotta give you a chance to speak.
No,
Two
And
absolutely.
I think it's great. That's when we spoke last time. I was like, two different perspectives of reality. I think we could have some amazing stories of different experiences.
Mhm.
And I
Absolutely.
think it will
Yeah, man.
fuck the whole racism narrative. I don't like when I hear the racism shit because we all being oppressed. All of us. Everyone is.
Well,
Right.
You getting shot at for what?
Mhm.
Yeah, the government.
Well,
shit on
and
you.
I think one of the things that Essie did make me understand tonight was the part that he's trying to get Black people to understand what it is they need to change about themselves to better
There you go.
themselves.
Oh,
There
And
you go.
and so that
all right.
is what
Yeah.
I got. Am I
100%.
right?
That's 100% correct. And me and Yank had this conversation when we were doing the whole Rick thing, and he came on the show and I spoke to him, and then we pivoted and went into this conversation, and I explained to him the reason why it sounds like racism is because I'm not talking to you guys. I'm talking to my community. I'm saying,
What do you
wake
mean
up
by you guys?
to white people. You, my white audience. All right,
who the fuck is white, man? I'm Italian. What the hell you talking about?
But I'm telling my folks, wake the F up.
You forget I'm a Fed, right?
Yeah.
You do know I'm a Fed. We gotta give them. We gotta be.
I get
fair
the
to 'em.
payrolls emailed to me every day. You know, we got to wake up. We got to stop blaming other people. We have to fix our own shit. All right. One thing that I always say, and then I got to get out of here, that I kind of used
Yeah,
to flip the script on people. I say, well, if you say that the white man is your oppressor, then why are you asking your oppressor to save you? You got to save yourself, man. You know?
Yeah. So let us have guns and don't collar us when we defend ourselves.
What the hell that got to
Pretty
do with
fucking
race?
simple. You're the one that's oppressed, you motherfucker.
What y'all
All
need to
right.
do? Y'all need to
You know
run
what?
Bobby for Senate or something, man. Get him
I know it,
on
right?
Capitol Hill.
But if you ever see
I
me,
know it.
just we'll wink at each other and we'll have a nice day. I got nothing to do with nothing but
Nah, man.
respect.
Yeah,
You put your life on the line every day.
and I
'cause
recognize you, I'm gonna shake your hand, man.
you know, you guys, I really want to thank you for your service because honestly, you guys, there's a whole federalizing the police movement.
Mhm.
I don't think people really understand what that defund the police is. It's
Mhm.
getting rid of local police. So thank you for your service in all honesty, because you guys do. You rescue people. You guys respond. You do. You do. I want a little more credit for the people. I'm sick of getting treated like a baby.
I hear you.
But I want everybody to throw props to SC because thank you every day
Appreciate
for
you,
your
man.
service.
Thank you.
You know,
Guys, I gotta get out. I
you
gotta
too,
take a shower. I gotta
gotta
do my
get going.
thing.
Do your
Soon.
thing,
Thank
brother.
you, Essie.
Thank you for
No
coming.
problem.
It's always
Appreciate
a
you having me.
pleasure. I hope
Thank
this
you
isn't
for coming
indicative.
and
I hope
smiling
you
a
don't take
lot.
this away as every time how it's going to be when you come.
It's all good.
Or
Just
when
don't
you
try to
smile
take
a
our
lot.
guns. We'll be all right. Don't try to take our guns. That's all. Love you, Bo. I gotta
Right.
get going too. Good night,
And you
everybody.
can come
All right,
anytime
man.
or
Absolutely.
smile a lot.
You got it. Peace, guys.
Right on, man. Brother. All right, guys.
Oh, did
See
Bobby
ya.
leave too?
Oh, we got Hal down there. Yep, Bobby.
Did Bobby
Bobby's
leave?
Hal's down there.
Whoa.
Yes.
fuck.
Bobby was saying bye
right.
too.
Hey, Hal. Bye, Bobby.
Let's see what Hal's got real quick.
Well, you're gonna have to click him back
Did
up
you
there.
add him? Okay.
Well, I
my
did, but
bad.
you unadded him, so add him.
I've got an offer.
I'm getting tired.
You got
An
an
offer?
offer.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Bobby's
What's
got
the offer?
shirts he's giving away or selling or whatever.
Yeah.
Saturday is Heather's birthday, and we're gonna play a few sets. I'll have CDs for everybody.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Okay, so
How are we going to get them to everybody?
Well, that's Bobby left. I was kind of thinking if I can get it to him, then he could send
Let
it
me
out
see.
to whatever. He's got addresses for people, or however, if we want to make it downloadable.
well, actually, I was, and this is something I actually had forgotten to bring up to Yank was I was thinking about getting you and Bobby together too, in the sense of because I think you guys can kind of shuffle stuff around too about you
I
know,
said that
clips
before. Give them my number.
Okay. I will do that.
Okay, I'm waiting to finish what you said I got to do with Bobby because he yells at people.
Bobby, fuck, we ain't scared of Bobby. I'm trying to get him to come back here, but I don't know. He's probably getting a little off of, I don't know.
What
Off of
what
his
but what were you gonna say?
rose
What
palm.
me and Bobby what do what?
Oh, well, I was talking with Bobby about getting him and Hal together just because Bobby has really good ideas and so does Hal. And I think that if we can get them together too, they can kind of, you know, like a lot of shit we don't know technical, where those two kind of have a
To say
clue,
the
and
least.
so they can kind of lead us down the right road versus the
Okay.
road.
Yeah,
we
did
don't.
you watch the video? Do you see how movies are made?
Dude,
I did.
I don't know if Deep Throat is really something I'm ready to watch, and you explaining how that
I didn't know if
happened,
you
and-
wanted me to practice that on Marvin and let you know how it all worked out or what.
No,
but
I was completely confused. Am I on top? What the hell's
poor
going
Hal, he's gonna run.
on? No, to be honest, I did not watch a video. I apologize. And here's the thing, man. I do most of my stuff off my phone, and when I'm on my phone, my email is and everything is set to my email, not Yank and Gutter. So I gotta remember purposely somehow tie a string around my dick or something that I need to every
We'll
now
need
and then check
pictures.
Yank and Gutter. You'll need
We need
pictures.
pictures
It's a
of
big
that.
thick rope.
Oh, did Julie watch it?
What's that?
Did Julie
I
watch
did.
it? Oh, all right. Yeah, because I think you were the one that were saying most you didn't understand what
How
I
it all
actually did.
Yeah.
So I brought up some behind the scenes and footage of and then I put it right next to to the actual where it was in the movie.
Right.
I spent 2 weeks with her singing. She was singing all that ahead of time.
That was incredible. I just to
Cool.
know how you changed it. I mean,
But now you
because
see how it's done.
yes, and you actually changed her accent some, so that kind of
No,
cleared it up.
I cannot explain how she does this because I purposely put that one part at the beginning so you can hear her thick British accent,
Right.
but she can turn it off.
Oh.
Brits can do that shit, man, and they fucking
You-
get
you
away
know,
with
I
sounding
don't-
strictly like
I don't
Americans.
know how she
It's
does
crazy.
it, but even watch her in Terminator Genesis. It's gone.
Huh.
That was nothing of me. But you know what? That goes for a lot of people that sing. You know, a lot of vocalists.
Yeah.
You know, you think of this is how I judge how bad an accent is, or if somebody actually has one. When they sing, it goes away. It doesn't matter if they're
Right.
British, Australian. Like Sting is one of the few that kind of keeps his accent. But usually when you sing, it goes away.
Mhm.
So, but
Yeah.
yeah, she you should hear her mimic other accents though. It's just she's
So
if she wasn't such a good actress, I'd say she missed her calling because she is good. And I actually put part of that clip together back in like 2019 because there were a lot of people that didn't believe she actually sang that. So there's the footage. That was her standing in my studio singing it.
wow. Hal, have you ever heard Beth from Yellowstone? Like either
I
her
don't.
acting.
I don't watch that.
Well,
I know I've heard of it, but I don't watch it.
so if you ever listen to her actually do an interview and listen to her talk, and then you watch like just a little bit of how she acts and how she talks, you have a hard time remembering that it's the same person because her accent is so strong and she's able to talk it through. I mean, like she changes it through talking, not through singing, but just, I mean, she changes, takes out all the accent and sounds like you or I talking.
Yeah, most people can't do that, So I was really shocked with. I didn't watch Game of Thrones. I'm probably the only
Me
person
neither.
in the world that's never seen her naked, because that was actually one thing she joked to me when I told her I've never seen it. But when I first seen her, or the only movie I had ever seen of hers before was Terminator Genesis. I never knew she was British.
Huh.
Yeah,
Who are
I
we
never
talking about? Who are we talking about?
what
What's
You're
the
losing me.
actress's name? Who are we talking about?
He's
I'm
talking
losing it.
about the video that he sent us, the last video he just sent us, and he talked about how what he actually changes and how he changes the whole video. And so it was really kind of cool to see the pieces that he changed and how, I mean, this woman she like he said, most people can't change their accent, but she's able to change her accent from a really thick accent.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, who are we talking about? Are we talking about the chick who played Sarah Connor in Terminator Genesis?
Yeah, Emilia Clarke.
Oh, okay, yeah, she's a hottie. Yeah, nice body. Yeah, she's cute. That's all. That's all. I heard Game of Thrones and I heard her, and I'm like, okay, is that who we talking about? Boobs,
right?
Okay, cool. Because I can do a mean B. Arthur.
Yeah, because I was actually ripping on her a little bit because part of the time while she's standing there singing, she's like doing her little dance, and I told her, I'm like, you know, I'm not the director, but the only way you're gonna pull off doing the Carlton for the whole thing is if you're topless, you know. Because that was her dance. She only knew how to stand there and do the Carlton.
Oh, I got you. That's funny. Well, what was his was? It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. Tom Jones. That's right. Yeah.
Yep.
Shit. All right. Well, cool. No.
But yeah, that all had to be done ahead of time. And then it was played live on the set, and she just sang to it on the set to match it, instead of doing it the other way and trying to make 50 people do something and then fix 50 people later. So I just fixed one person ahead of time.
Oh, there you go. That's cool.
Missy, I can talk in a cracker accent.
I just saw that. Apparently, we have a few people who can talk in an accent. I can do a little bit of Scottish, a little bit of British. Definitely do the Italian thing.
That was funny.
But yeah, for Saturday is Heather's birthday, and we're gonna go do some sets. And if that's something anybody's interested in, they want to hear it, I'll do a complete mix. And however we want to get it to people, I don't have a problem putting it on CDs or whatever. If I mail it to Bobby and he can get it out, then, you know, because it sounds like he's the one that's got the addresses and going to be dealing with it.
Well, I actually think he's doing it through Etsy. He's actually having it all set up through Etsy and
drop shipped from them.
I think so, but you need to talk with Bobby about that, because as soon as you said drop, man, you dropped me. You lost me. So, but if we talk with Bobby, we can kind of figure, he can explain exactly how he's doing it. But I believe it's kind of like that drop ship thing, but I'm not sure.
All right.
Let me ask you a quick question. If you want to get it to people, right, why don't you just put it on your YouTube channel?
Well, I don't have one. Well, I guess I do. I mean, I'm using it.
Exactly.
I had to create one to comment here, but
that's right.
Or we could put it on ours.
And then we'll put it on ours. I mean, we'll download it. We'll share the shit around. You know what I mean? And we'll give it to everybody.
I thought I had tried this before with somebody else.
Uh-huh.
And you can't put an MP3 up. It has to be a video.
That's right. Yep.
So
okay, when you say video, how about this? How about this? You take the camera, You turn it on. You put the lens cover on the camera so it just records.
No. All
No?
all I'd have to do is add just a blank track. I can just
Oh.
put black or whatever
Yeah.
color on it, but that's going to make it, 10 times bigger file size.
Right.
That's well. I mean, shit. You can put whatever you want though, and upload it to YouTube, right? I don't think anybody
Yeah, but
would
then
mind
people
doing
got to
that.
get it. If someone's going to try and download it to their phone and they got to download a whole, a whole gig or something, that might
It's a
fill
lot.
their phone. So
Okay.
do people even use
Huh?
CDs anymore?
Gosh,
I guess that will solve that
I
problem.
don't. I don't. I listen
Well,
to shit
what I'll
off
do is-
YouTube.
I'll give Bobby your phone number, and then we'll just try to all of us get together and at some point. I mean, we could even do a 4-way call and visit or whatever, or do a live without making it public. So
Yeah.
where we just give you the link and we could all, sit around and talk about it, so that at least so that you and Bobby know what's going on, and Yank and I kind of understand. Not that we need to know everything, but just so that we kind of know what's going
do.
on.
All right. Well, I mean,
I'll
whatever you want to do.
okay. I'll talk
Okay.
with Bob, and then I will text you.
I don't have texting.
Okay.
Remember, I'm old.
You're don't even
Dude, we'll
say
send
that.
a carrier pigeon. We'll bang 2 rocks together, smoke signals, cup and a string. How do you want it?
That's right.
Yeah.
Send you
Email
an
works fine.
old-fashioned letter. All right,
Well,
but
now.
we'll definitely, or I can email you too, and we can, at least set up
Email
a time
works
where we
fine.
can all get together.
Cool. Right on, brother. All right. Well, listen, man, we've been on now for almost
5 hours. Yeah. Remember,
Holy
Yank said 2
fucking
weeks
shit.
ago, 2 hours max.
Holy fucking shit, 5 hours. My God,
Tony-
my brain is going to explode.
How Black Sheep said he'll send you his P.O. box if you'll send him naked pictures.
Of what?
I don't
You,
know.
apparently.
What, Tony, what do you want? You want naked pictures of Hal or what? Or of his dog? He's got a cute dog. Do you want him to wear the whiskey barrel or not?
Oh yeah. Yank, did
Yes,
you
sir.
enjoy Valentine?
Did I enjoy Valentine? Wait a
Yeah.
minute, what am I missing? What do you mean?
There was another video I
Did
sent.
you?
I told you one of the
Oh.
girls I cut videos up for, the muscle girl.
Oh, you know something,
put
dude?
for
I
Yank
don't know
Eyes
why. I
only,
can't.
so I can
Yeah,
look at it.
Yeah, I
Oh,
can't
you
open
can-
them for some reason. They won't open. It gives me like
Oh.
2 options. Use this, that my phone has, and I've tried
Yank,
both
I
of the
told
options, and
you.
it won't open.
Yank,
What?
I told
Yes?
you can't lick the screen while you're trying to open the stuff. You've got to wait.
Well, God damn it! What fun is that? How am I supposed to get excited about seeing something like that?
You
No,
gotta
seriously,
wait.
Hal.
You can't get it wet before it's
I'm
time.
gonna have to. I'm gonna have to. No, Hal.
Take that
I've
raggedy
tried
ass
a couple of
laptop and go
times.
take it closer to the modem, and it'll work better.
Exactly.
Why don't you get yourself like 100-foot cable and just plug it in on Tuesday night?
Because I'm a fucking moron and I don't spend
Dude,
money.
All you got to
It's-
do
I
is
don't know
leave
how
it
much-
laying in the
how much
hallway
does one
for
of
an
them
hour
bucks
or
cost?
so.
That's like $3, Yank.
And then
It's-
my wife is going to be tripping over it in the other fucking room.
It's for one night. Then you unplug it.
Yeah, for a couple
That's what
hours.
she
one night.
said.
I know. See? Well, and she just leaves it plugged
what?
in. She gave up on you.
And it should be plug and
That
play.
is just mean, Gutter. That's just mean. Yeah, I guess I could buy a stupid Ethernet cord or whatever the fuck it's called. God, you people, man. You want so
And
much
next-
from me.
Discord.
You're lucky I'm here. And what? A neck tattoo?
I said in next Discord.
Yeah,
No,
you're not going to
never.
get me on that either.
No, not going to happen. I'm with you, Hal. Boycott Discord. Bad news. That's where all undesirables go. Get their jollies off. It's
Okay,
like
so
porn.
Bobby is busy taking Amanda back to her car, so he
Okay.
couldn't get back on the live. So I will
That's fine.
discuss it with him though, and we'll go from there.
I am Chief. I am a Luddite. Hooper drives the boat, Chief. Hooper drives the boat. I'm a Luddite.
Yep, good
I am.
movie.
Absolutely. Best scenes in that fucking movie are when Quint is sitting in there and they're talking, showing their scars, and he's talking about being on the USS Indianapolis. And he tells a story. That is fantastic movie making. And he was drunk and ad-libbing that whole fucking time. You know? They don't seem to be living,
Yeah,
except when they bite you
It was
and
just
their
like
eyes roll over white.
last year and a half or whatever, the new Indianapolis was put in the water.
There's a new one? No shit.
Yeah, the new Indianapolis. It's a Freedom
Wow.
class littoral combat ship.
Uh-huh.
It was built up in Wisconsin, and the coolest part is its engines were built like 8 miles away from me here in Indianapolis at Rolls-Royce.
Wow. Cool. Yeah, I don't like any of the new ships the Navy is floating out there now. I don't know what the fuck they look like, but they certainly don't look intimidating. I know they're all like stealth shit and, you know, doors open on the sides and guns come out and all this kind of crazy shit, but they sure do look stupid.
I didn't like the new Zumwalt class.
Is that what they
Destroyer.
are? The New York and stuff?
It's the Zumwalt class. There's 3 of them.
Okay.
They are the biggest destroyers ever built. They're the most powerful
Mhm.
destroyers ever built, but they don't look nothing like a boat. They're
No.
actually backwards. You know how if you're standing the hull of a ship is like a V. This one,
Yeah.
these are like an upside down V.
Huh. Yeah,
They're
fucking
fatter
weird.
at the water, and then they go up to a point up top.
Yep, they're bizarre. I don't know what the point of it all is, but I hope they work good if we ever need them. Listen, we got to end this live. It is almost 1:00 in the morning for me, man. I got
Yeah, me
shit
too.
to do tomorrow. Hal, thank you for coming on. When you do your gig, hopefully Gutter will have talked to Bobby and set you guys up on a date, and you can figure out how you're gonna like swap spit and share CDs and all that kind of shit. I appreciate you coming on. You definitely added to the show. I'm sorry that you had to get booted for SE and the Bobby fucking war. That was kind of interesting.
That's all
But
right.
we hope you come on again, brother. Always a pleasure having you. Thank you so much.
All right, no problem. I'll see you later.
All right, man.
Thanks, Hal. Talk to you later.
Right on. All right. Do we got to say anything to these nutbags in section that can't shut up? I'm getting drunk. Can you tell? I'm like fucking 5 drinks in.
Again. Oh God.
Rick with his gun.
Good thing we're
Rick
getting
kills
off
me
right
with his
about
little
now.
measuring cup. Huh?
Oh fuck, that
Say-
cracks me up.
Little measuring cup. Oh, I got a little drinky, and it's that's
Okay,
one
I'm
drink,
almost
man.
done.
I know. That fucking thing he has is literally one drink for me. One. I mean, I put like, 4 ice cubes in every one, and I go about here with the ginger ale, and the rest is booze. So I'm 5 of those into this show.
Fuck yeah, he's well on his way.
Whew.
Good night, Poe. And whoever
Yes.
else I missed, I thought I missed somebody else. Missy said fabulous fucking live.
Oh, cool. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I really am. You guys are great. You know that. And I wish, son of a bitch, I wish you people would come on too. We need you guys on here to have fun. And
I think
I'm
everybody
not
was
going on
scared
Discord.
tonight.
Yeah, it was testy there. It got a little testy. and I feel bad that I had to play a little bit of referee. I don't like normally doing that, but I definitely didn't want to see, because I think the conversation is more important than the personalities behind it. And when things start getting personal, everything spirals down the tube, and who knows what can be said. And
I
once you
know.
say some things, you can't take them back. So
I know, and that's
I
not what
kind
we
of had
want.
to kind of put. No, that's not what we want, and it's not playing favorites. It's not anything like that. It's
Well,
just we owe it to the people who are watching to be able to not have a shit show, but something decent in a conversation. And I think we managed to pull that off. I gotta give big props to SE, man. He put up with a lot of shit from you, from me, from Bobby. He was getting it from all sides. The comment section,
I gotta
you know?
say, the fact that he comes here and I mean, I must say, I'd be like, fuck that, I ain't going back. Fuck off.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. So kudos to him, tip of the hat. And I would suggest everybody in the comment section, please sign up for him. Go, watch his vids. Go check out his stuff. He's a fair
But
dude when
Bobby,
he talks a lot of the time. He's a good dude. What's
but
that?
Bobby, I do
Pardon?
believe you were right. It was just a matter of how it was being said. So I believe you are correct, and I believe you're passionate about what you believe, and I believe it's a good thing. I don't believe it's a
Yes.
bad thing. I think that if we don't have people like us to stand up and say, no, fuck that, this is where you can't just say because of such and such you're not gonna, I think this is where the whole
Agreed.
thing is. It comes down to whether you've got the morale to, or the morals, I should say, and the fucking character to stand up for what you believe in, regardless of your job or whatever. So,
Yep.
and like I said, I've lost many a job standing up for old people. So, and that was my family's livelihood. So, I mean, they could have fucking starved to death from that kind of shit. So everybody has to fight and stand up for their own shit. And I believe that that's kind of what, Bobby was getting at too, as well, is, that's his freedom.
Yep.
And nobody gets to take
Sure.
it.
Yep. I agree. That's cool. Wow.
And Tony
Got a
said,
lot
no,
of
he's not
SE
coming
haters.
on.
Yeah.
Tony,
Well,
I'll
Tony, I'm not
beat you
going on
later.
Discord either. So
See, Tony, if you'd come on here, then Yank will go to Discord.
yep. I already told him that, but he don't want to.
See,
Apparently
Tony,
he doesn't
you
want
wouldn't even
Warren
have to
too
show
much.
your face. You could just talk. Smoke Chief will
Boy,
come on.
Fly talking some mad smack for someone who doesn't come on the show, and is always, when he does, mild mannered, nice and quiet and polite. He don't say shit except in the comment sections. Now all of a sudden he's 6 feet tall and 200
Yeah,
pounds.
look, why would we want to be in the middle of that shit show?
Exactly.
Hey, you like this shit.
Exactly.
Poe
Yep.
said, I work
So-
Tuesday, so I don't always get on to see you guys. I try, though. Thank you so much, Poe.
I appreciate it too.
I love
man.
you,
Thank
girl.
you, Poe. That's very cool.
She's the Harley
So
rider.
I'm gonna let. Oh, women who ride.
Yeah.
Stay in the
yeah.
kitchen. Make a sandwich. Stay off the Hollies.
Oh, no. If you seen her got off one of those, dude, you just hold yourself. Going, oh,
Believe
my
it or
God.
not, when I used to ride a lot when I was a younger man, I couldn't stand seeing women on bikes, driving their own bikes. I hated it. I
Oh,
hated it.
run
I
over
was
your
like,
ass.
get the fuck off that thing. Get off it. You're trying to be a man. Stop it. You don't belong on it.
Look at her.
Because a lot of them would get a bike that's a little too big and they can't push it to back it up into a parking spot. So 4 guys would come over and push it for them. It was just kind of a, but I've since learned to have a lot of respect for women who ride. It's cool. Knees in the breeze. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, see,
You know,
she's right
have a
there.
time.
She's right there. She's got her ass end, hanging out with her Harley end.
There you go. Nice.
She owns 2. She's an overachiever.
Nice.
And Fly Crew said, I say what I want here. SE follows a set of principles that are coherent.
What is he drinking?
I can't stand that.
All right. You want to say goodnight? I need to get out of here.
I know, I am too. I'm ready. It's bedtime. All right, everybody.
So,
You know what it is. If it wasn't for you guys, we would not be here. And we are so glad that y'all come and hang out with us. And this live was exceptionally awesome. So thank you all. As we said before, Bobby, thank you for being here and hanging with us. Hal, thank you for coming and hanging with us. SE, thank you for coming and hanging with us. And doesn't fucking Rick. What? Fly, are you drinking or what?
I think he is.
Doesn't gutter. I read it right, motherfucker. You spelled it wrong. Let me reread that, motherfucker, for you. Just a minute. We can't say bye because Fly Crew said I read it wrong. And I'm reading like Rick, and he's full of shit. Okay. Where'd it go? God dang it.
Oh.
Okay. He said, I say what I want here. SE doesn't follow a set of principles that are coherent. Okay. You're right. Sorry, I did. I said SE follows a set of principles that aren't coherent. Okay. Doesn't follow. Okay. You're right, Fly. Sorry.
Jesus, now his fucking head is not going to fit through any door in his house now. You just told him he's right. He's fucked. He's stuck in the bathroom now.
You didn't say doesn't. I know. You're right. I said I'm sorry, for fuck's sake.
No, he doesn't cut you any slack.
No, he doesn't. And I am not like fucking Rick. Tony.
Yes,
Fucker.
she is.
Okay. You said he
Don't
did.
tell him.
No, I'm not. Nah, never apologize, Gigi. Apparently that's the rule. That's right. I ain't apologize. Fuck it. Gigi has been drinking too much. I ain't been drinking shit. I had a cup of coffee and cran grape juice.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. Oh, Poe, don't be telling my fucking secrets. She knows all my secrets because she's known me since I was a little tiny girl. So she just
Poe, my
needs to
email address and home phone number is.
Uh-oh, he wants pictures.
I want proof and stories. Give them to me. I need blackmail evidence. Jesus, now Fly Crews with the black hearts.
Now he's got a heart on.
Jesus.
A lot of heart on.
Getting weird, kid. Getting weird.
2 apologies in one night. I know. Fuck Wasp. This is crazy. Yank is the only sensible one here. Hey!
Thank you, sir.
You know what, Tony? You fucker, you get your ass over into Discord right now. You're getting a whooping.
Uh-oh. Watch out, Black Sheep. They're going to start making memes about you in there, too. Ooh.
Fuck that Black Sheep's the one that makes the fucking memes. I'll get Blunt Man to make memes about you.
There you go.
Okay. Blunt Man was hoping for a hockey rink. Okay. All right. We better get off here. Okay.
Yeah,
they're
man.
good for me. That's about why I said ride, silly. Oh.
What?
Oh, she's talking about ride. Okay. All right. Everybody, thank you so much. Again, would be nothing without you guys. And we will catch you on Saturday and Tuesday, of course. And then whenever else it happens. If Bobby does a live, you might catch 1 or 2 of us there. Me or Yank or both.
And let's make sure we all give a little thought out to Amanda. Apparently, she was in an accident, so we hope she's okay.
Yes, Amanda.
According to Bobby, she is, but still, that sucks. So
Yes. I don't know that we're going to let you drive anymore. I think we're going to make you, like, I don't know, wrap your ass in bubble wrap because I think she was in another accident not too long ago.
Yeah, she's
All right.
trying to pay the rent.
But I'm glad she's okay. Thank
Yes.
God. And Bobby, thank you for being there for her.
Yeah, man. Good job.
All righty. Thanks
All
so
right.
much.
We out of here. We'll see you guys on the flip flop. Thanks for joining us. We had a good time. You guys are great. You rock. And we're out of here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We gone. See ya.
Goodbye.